So all we got to do now. All we got to do now is carry on with the win. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Can't be that hard, right? Just gotta not lose. Oh boy. I've been on the grind. I got a haircut. My hair won't get in the way. Oh man, it's cold. It's cold, so staying warm. Oh boy, yeah. My first game could be starting in like 30 minutes. In only 30 minutes. So, yeah, pretty spook, isn't it? Alright, let's try some ladder games where we play from behind. I'm gonna play with a 2,500 gold handicap on ladder. I'm sure it'll be good. Nathan Thomas, hello. Bastion, hello. Abby, you got the haircut luck? No way we can lose. Plus 10 bigger haircut. Who's playing in the grand finals today? Quite a few people. Quite a few people. I think it's what, top 16 are in here right now. Oh Nelly. But yeah, it's like something along the lines of like top 16 or what have you. All right, here we go. 2,500 gold handicap. Can we still win it? Hey, but yeah, let's take a look at our competitors. In my bracket, in my quarter of the bracket, to get to semifinals, I have to be the winner of either Martinez, Outer Region, or Ulrich Rahl. All of whom are pretty spooky. In the semis, we'll be facing the winner of Oishi versus Grombrindle, or Ash versus Rusto. Also pretty spooky. In the bottom bracket, we have Alexander Nuts and Navigator, Hitman Hippo and Berserk, Via Anime and Tim the Wilder, and Catholic Alcoholic and Boss Toss. Very spooky indeed. Very spooky. Good luck in the tournament. Thank you. I'm stressing out. Anyways, I generally have a fairly good matchup versus Martin. I just have to be careful that I get favorable matchups here. He likes to play Empire Greenskins. He likes to play Empire and Greenskins. That's fairly low tier. I think Empire is probably the spookier of the factions for him. So we gotta be wary of that. But yeah. I feel like people are gonna ban my Kislev. I feel like they're just gonna ban my Kislev. We'll see though. Kislev is definitely one of the spookier factions I have. But I got a bunch of other ones too. Yeah, no memes today. It's only sweat. I'm getting my my pre-game mistakes out of the way right now. So, to challenge myself on ladder, we're gonna give ourselves a handicap by just having a smaller army. I've deducted 2,500 gold from the starting army so that we can see if I can uptrade. Because we're gonna have to play hyper efficiently in this tournament. I've definitely been studying the other players, yeah. Weirdly enough, one of the greatest ways to see what they've been enjoying playing. Oh, he wants to spirit leech this guy. Woo! Huge value! Marauder Horse Masters with the cleave on his Chaos Sorcerer, man. Can I get a murder here? Eh, he dodged that shot. But Yeah, the great thing about me though is that I've been playing a ton of different factions. So it'll be a little bit harder to just raw counter me. Like, yeah, you know, I have my fancy Kislev build. But like, you know, we got Ogre Kingdoms, we got Lizardmen. Got Wood Elves, Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings. And I can pick matchups to try and counter pick my opponents too. Won't be doing anything that I'm uncomfortable with though. Can't be getting fancy or anything. But yeah, it should be pretty nice. The name of the game, by the way, is if I take skirmishers, I have to remember to keep them alive. And not just keep them alive, like basically take 0 damage on them. Because if I just start cycle charging here and they take losses, they lose out so much in the long game with their ammunition usage and the D-summon. So we're just gonna pass on that. We're just gonna, yeah, just farm up value. Yeah, well, he has a couple Forsaken here. Aspiring Champions, crush it. Your playstyle is pretty distinctive. It is. Thankfully, it's only one global faction ban. So, we should be good. We should be good. They might try to hard counter some of my playstyles, but they're generally pretty robust. The confidence is mild. It's very mild. Right, there you go. That's a free terror out from the Archaon. Remember, we're still like 2,500 gold behind here. So we gotta be wary. Yeah, mobility is really hard to counter. Because generally you can't catch them. Oh, you know, they can whip out like the Buna or what have you against it. We'll see, we'll see. Aspiring Champions can just get in the grind right now. They are almost guaranteed to get the rally back. We're playing very safe around his skirmishers. We don't want to duel them. We just want to get our volleys off against these here marauders. Archaon charge in the back. Leadership bunker bust. Attacked in the rear. And they're routed. Pretty nice. If you retreat with your skirmishers, by the way, they get more value against skirmishers that are chasing. In this case, though, maybe he's overcommitting, but he has Furies in the distance. And like I said, we gotta play for big value here, right? That gold deficit's gonna hurt us. This is just a training game, by the way, not the main series just yet. More aspiring champions. Here they come. Tarmakon getting pin cushioned. Wonderful. Gotta be careful. Archaon versus Tarmacon's a weird one. He doesn't have any fire weakness. But the Marauder Horsemen do just fine. They get a lot of value rather quickly. So I'm not too worried. I will say Skirmisher's got a lot of damage on my champions though. Little unfortunate. But I think with this Forsaken pick, we should be in a fairly nice situation. My Horse Masters have way longer range than his Axe Throwers, by the by. So they're probably not going to be too much of a problem. Forsaken get routed. There you go. I don't think they can be terror routed. I think they have ITP. But there we go. They are now out of the picture. And because we have time, I can just focus on the resummon of my skirms, and we should be okay. Just as soon as I capture this here point. Throwing spear is OP. All right, there we go. Now I do have a little bit of ammunition left. The question is, do I use it? I think we'll just Spirit Leech his caster, so you can't heal up Tarmakon as much. Yeah, let's just get the last of our ammunition on these Pestigors. Couple Pestigors here against no, those are Marauder great weapons. Okay, not a big deal then. Should be fine. Well, he has a couple Furies. All right, it's time to get these guys desummoned. Want to get them desummoned together, and they'll all come back together. Tamarkan got the heals. It's kind of facing the wrong direction though. So I can just slam into his back. Get a little bit of chip damage with Archaon while he's fighting the aspiring champions. And then a resummon of all the skirmishers should be enough to close out the game. There you go. Archaon's doing pretty good. You know, maybe we do Spirit Leech this caster. He is close to heal cap. So that's pretty nice. His Marauders are getting ground up. Tarmacon's a little bit tired, though he has a 35% chance to hit Archaon. Archaon, 60 melee attack, has a really high chance to hit Tarmacon. So he's actually just beast moding it right now. Gotta be a little careful with him. However, like I said, we're playing the value game, and that involves using a lot of Skirmisher micro. Burning Head probably would have been better. Yeah, I didn't check my spells. It's all goodies up. The return of the skirms is here. You can see those aspiring champions so good at just holding for ages. There you go. And then with the return of the skirmishers, he's pretty doomed. I guess we'll just keep Spirit Leeching his caster. How many heals does he have for Tarmacon anyways, right? Alright. I'm just waiting for my opponent to message me. I think our match, we scheduled it for 20 minutes from now. So I should be seeing them soon. Martinus. The great Empire Greenskin Enjoyer. Will he actually play them in the tournament, or will he play the more meta factions? We shall see. This is why Turin uses the Noxbringer every battle. Yeah. Although I will say Noxbringer is dodgeable. You do have to be a little bit careful. Noxbringer is not like a de facto, you know, it's gonna wear out the damage that these guys can potentially do, but it's not actually going to it's not gonna fully prevent it. So you have to be a little bit careful when running such things. Wow, what a whiff. What a whiff of a volley on that dude. So I will have to use that there Spirit Leech to finish the job. We are slowly capturing this point. Let's pile on in. I just want to chase off this character. Get him out of here. Archaon's fairly safe. And there's the capture weight coming on in. Forsaken to help clear up chaff. That is exactly what they are meant to do. But yeah, the format's best of 3 elimination. We use the pick 3 format where you pick 3 factions and then you go from there. But yeah, it's a little sus, because here's the thing, right? Unless me and my opponent ban Beastmen and Slaanesh, we're probably gonna have Beastmen and Slaanesh in the pool. Which means if he gets 1 win with Beastmen and I get 1 win with Beastmen, then it's a little sus, right? You can't just have that. So we definitely have to be we gotta be wary. Gotta be wary of everything. There you go, there goes his caster. Can I actually win this though? I don't know if I can take this middle point. He has a lot of dudes. He's losing Marauders at a fairly egregious pace though. And I have these aspiring champions. I can provide a little bit of capture weight. Tarmacon can only do so much. If he dies, it's over. So you can't afford to lose him. There's that capture weight. Nice. And then he's just gonna commit the Marauders in. If we kill Taimi, we're set. I'm fairly confident in my horseman's ability here to fight against a couple Marauders, especially because I secretly have Forsaken in the front line. Kind of crushing it. Here we go. Archaon's a Chad as usual. And then with that capture taken, then we just pull on back. I can bring in the skirmishers as needed. And Tarmacon's looking a little worse for wear. It's still a little bit of a close tussle, but in general, with Archaon at such high HP, unless he starts taking some massive damage, I should be fine. It's time to turn Tarmacon into a pincushion. So gonna retreat with Archaon because his passive is going to trigger his worm, but it doesn't matter. He taps out. All right. So I think I'm all warmed up now. That was fairly good Archaon micro. And that was 2,500 gold down. It's pretty nice. I swear most ladder games you can win with 4 horse masters and 2 horsemen. and enough micro. Wait, stand there and do nothing for 20 seconds? Because the game's janky. And big single entities can have a hard time actually hitting targets. But anyways, my opponent's on his way. So we're just gonna get our games out of the way a little bit early compared to the usual tournament time. Oh, here we go. Tournament technically starts in 45 minutes, but we want to make sure that we don't stall anything. We can just, you know, get things started sooner rather than later. Here we go. Here we go. Oh God, here we go. All right. You know, no matter how nervous I am, maybe my opponents are more nervous than me. I just gotta picture them shivering in the timbers. Looks like Wrathmongers and Pavane is not banned. Crazy sauce. First map is Border Low Landing. Oh boy. I just don't. I want to get knocked out round 1. I want to make it to the semifinals. The problem with having goals is that sometimes you don't achieve them. So maybe I'll just settle for playing well. You know what? Even if I don't play well, if I lose super early, you know, I'll get a nice day off with hangout and relaxing. You know, maybe that's the prize. I'm gonna feel sad, but I have ice cream in the freezer, so you know I'm ready. Pavane legal, I know, right? Maximillionaire, crazy. So on Border Low, big old map. We're starting off with our global bans. Neither of us can play the factions that are banned here. Ice cream's pretty awesome. Hell yeah. Alright, so global ban. We're gonna go for this one. He bans, I'm assuming, my Kislev. Ogre Kingdoms. He didn't ban Kislev. What a mad lad. Okay, alright, that's already a slight advantage for us that he banned ogres. Because I didn't really intend to play ogres versus him outside of a very specific set of matchups. Alright. Huge. Huge. Massive. All right, so yeah, he banned ogres. I banned his empire because I know he's an empire main. So the first picks are underway. I get dibs on Slaanesh, and I think he can't pick Slaanesh now because I picked Slaanesh. So he's going to pick Beastmen naturally, and what else? Greenskins. Okay. So then I go for Kislev. Which is good against Beastmen and Greenskins. Yeah, I have Slaanesh and Kislev versus Beastmen and Greenskins. I just have a better army. This is already a pretty good advantage for us. And then I can just counterpick Beastmen and Greenskins again, right? and needs mass from the ice cream. Barrel us up. Happy to you. Gideon based. Nico. Yeah, just kill him. What are they gonna do, right? Okay, so he picked his faction. He likes Warriors of Chaos, so he might go for that. Let's see. Am I late? You're not late. Demons of Chaos. Crazy. All right. So I got Warriors of Chaos, Kislev, Slaanesh. He has Beastmen, Greenskins, Demons of Chaos. I think he has way fewer meta picks than me. So I feel like I have a good advantage. Demons of Chaos can be a little spooky though, so I'm gonna ban that as my first ban. Where'd the hair go? I'm so sad. What's wrong, man? Yeah, the hair is obstructing me, dude. My hair gives me super acne too. It's okay. It makes me lighter, more nimble. Isn't Slaanesh permabanned? Slaanesh is not permabanned. Special rule: Seekers, Heartseekers banned. Arrows of Kronos limited to 1. Thunder Tusk banned. And that's it. So very likely, it's going to be a Slaanesh fest. Very likely. Look sharp, looking good. Thank you. 5 push-ups per loss. I gotta be at peak capacity. No getting tired from push-ups today. We're sweat lording it. All right. So Demons of Chaos is definitely the spookiest. I got Warriors of Chaos, Kislev, and Slaanesh. I would expect them to ban all my Slaanesh things. It would be crazy if he doesn't ban a Slaanesh matchup. Like, if he's playing Greenskins into Slaanesh, I think he just dies. Barring some extreme misplays on my end. But it's so favored. Warriors of Chaos versus Beastmen is... Like, my Warriors of Chaos is probably the weakest out of the factions I have here. But Warriors of Chaos versus Greenskins is pretty nice. We'll see. This is super try-hard stream, man. There's like, what, $500 or something on the line? It's like a lot of money on the line. Just gotta not lose. If I win the first match, I only have to win one. I need a 50% win rate versus Martinez afterwards. The downside is that next round, he probably gets to pick Slaanesh, but I get to pick Beastmen and Kislev, which I think at least have a decent chance into Slaanesh. No Empire, though, because of my own ban. He doesn't get Empire, at least. A lot of people have been playing Demons of Chaos recently, by the way. But I honestly feel like they're not that strong. At least against the factions I'm playing. Yeah, just win, get the cash. We're waiting for him to do his bans. But yeah, getting dibs on Slaanesh is really good. And because of how this works, I'm top bracket. So yeah, this is best of 3. I'm top bracket. So that means in round 3, if I do lose round 2, I get dibs on the first faction. And it's probably gonna be Beastman or Slaanesh. So that's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. He bans Kislev into Greenskins and Demons of Chaos. Makes a lot of sense. I'll ban Demons of Chaos versus Slaanesh, because I think that is a bad matchup for Slaanesh. And I'll ban Warriors of Chaos versus Beastmen, because that one seems pretty suck. So the remaining matchups is Beastmen versus Kislev or Slaanesh, or Warriors of Chaos into Greenskins, Slaanesh into Greenskins. All those matchups I'll play them. I'll play all of them, man. That's easy peasy. How many rounds? So we're in top 16 right now. If we win this, we go to top 8. I would expect I'd be facing Outer Region. Ulrich hasn't been playing that much. Outer Region's been playing loads. Missed most of the training arc. You're tiny little bit hyped. Get hyped. Doesn't Warriors of Chaos wreck Demons of Chaos? Yeah, but it's just a matchup I haven't played much. It's a little risky, and there's a lot of other better matchups. Like Slaanesh versus Beastman should be a cakewalk. Alternatively, I don't play Slaanesh, and then I save them for the 3rd round. Kislev into Beastman is a spicy matchup. That one is like, I didn't make a build. I do have a build. I have a build for all of these. I have a build for all of them. So, see, not going Golek? Never again. Oh boy. Is ranking up units ever worth it? No. Okay. Let's play Slaanesh versus Greenskins. So this is going to be a matchup that he's been working on for a bit, right? Or actually, Slaanesh versus Beastman. Wait. If I could do Slaanesh versus Beastman. Okay, we gotta do meta picking. So Slaanesh versus Greenskin should be an easy win. But next round, he gets dibs, right? So if we do Slaanesh and Beastman, he would get dibs on Slaanesh. And then I have nothing else to deal with it. Yeah. So I should do Slaanesh versus Greenskins. But then I can't play Slaanesh. He'll want to pick Slaanesh though. Unless he picks Beastman. Then I have to deal with Slaanesh and Beastman. Because if he goes Beastman first, I can't pick Slaanesh. So I almost want to play Slaanesh versus Beastman. But it's a harder matchup. I'll do Slaanesh versus Greenskins. Okay, yeah, we're doing Slaanesh versus Greenskins. This should be super easy. This should be super duper easy, but he probably has more prep time than me in this particular matchup. The problem is that Greenskins are kind of spooky. Greenskins be kind of spooky. You know, so like, let's go through the list, right? He has infantry spam, Manti, Doom Divers, Black Orcs, Rock Lobbers. He can go for Kite himself. Cav spam, Rampage, short range Nets, Vindictive Glare, Rugloods, Archers. Yeah, that works. The thing is, so next round I'm probably gonna lose to his Slaanesh or Beastman unless I can pull off something crazy. That's the biggest worry. Other than that, though, it should be fairly good for me. Like, it's Slaanesh into Greenskins, man. The spider Greenskin build. He's just gonna bring a million spiders and then we die. He's gonna spam squigs, the giant squigs. So, like, single entity wise, he can do pretty well. I guess I should add that giant squigs. If he wins this, we're boned. Because then I have to play against Slaanesh Beastman next round. And like, I can't even ban all the matchups. So it's a little spooky. If I win this, we are comfortable-ish. Because I think I have some builds versus Slaanesh and Beastman. I'm sure he does too, though. And mostly we just have to play this super well, right? Just don't die to like Doom Diver spam or something. Special rules. Yeah, so there's nothing on Pavane. Pavane is fully open. So like this should be great, right? Remember Burning Head? You can't take Burning Head as Slaanesh. Let's see here. Yeah, this is just it's just a solid build, right? So I can't take Seekers, which like I guess matters a little bit. But like it's just Seekers I can't take, right? It's just Seekers. That's definitely not the biggest loss ever. Biggest loss ever. Let's check the Greenskin roster, see what he could possibly bring. So we know Ruglid's archers are pretty hard to kill. Can you take Heart Seekers? I think they're also banned. So good special rule. Seekers and Heart Seekers are banned. I gotta go through my checklist. Keep your kite alive. Stay locked until the end. Got it. Thank you, Passenticity. Let's see here. Yeah, so you can take like giant squigs that are decent fighters. They're mostly anti-infantry though. You can take a chonky front line. Savage Orc big guns. You can spam spears. Black Orc great weapons. You could just take a stupendous number of archers. You could spam Doomdiver catapults. A lot of cavalry. A lot of cavalry. Forest Goblin Spider Riders have Strider, so they can fight in the forest. Squig Hoppas. Overall, though, I'm not seeing anything that's like gonna break my back here. Everything seems reasonably manageable. I just need like yeah, like if he goes like full archer max, right? That's like, I don't even know if full archer max even does it, because Greenskins are pretty prone to mass routes. But like I don't know, maybe. Think we'll see a flinger. Like what type of flinger? What type of flinger are we talking about? Hair looking fresh today. Thank you. We'll try the Stormgate new patch. I'm probably gonna wait to see when they start picking up. Yeah, I feel like the most likely thing he would want to go is just like Archer Max and just spam so many range that I can't shut them down. So I gotta have something available for that. Like Archer Max isn't like the spookiest be all end all thing though. Multiple big guns for sure. Yeah, it's like Archer Max or like Infantry Max. She'll take one of these. God. Yeah, I guess this is a fine enough build though. So you could like hella man-tide it, but I think this will have to do. Borderlow Landing's a fairly big map. It's a fairly big map. Can Hellstriders beat Boroboris? Absolutely. All right, let's see if we can win as Slaanesh with Pavane. Thank you, Manim. Oh, all right. So we're gonna see what he decides to go for here. Slaanesh versus Greenskins to start off the day. Excited for the double rogue idol. 16 units only. It's fine. I think we'll steal his home point really quickly because the Forsaken have like 1,000,000 speed. I went pretty standard. Ready. Good luck, have fun. And he has 16 units, which is like a fairly wide build. The skirmisher should keep him honest though. These guys should be able to control this point fairly well, but he might just park a massive army over here, and it could get pretty difficult to secure like a solid engagement against them. Rooting for Ant, thank you. I have a lot of archer shut down. Fiends, Furies, which will be good versus Ruglids, and more infantry if it, like, in case he went Superman tidy. Hellstriders and Fiends should be able to kill all his cav with the help of Pavane. And we have Seductive Glory. So I have a lot of options here. And he's ready. And he's brought Flappas. Flappas, a couple Savage Orc Archer boys, a normal Orc boy frontline. Flappas are not too bad, as long as I can shut them down with my Hellstriders. So I gotta remember to play very defensively with my cav. And I should be able to start skirmishing him early, unless his Flappas have like insane range attacks or something. They shouldn't though. Missile strength doesn't seem too crazy on them. And they should be able to slow down his advance just a little bit. This is a great time to get Mirror Guard too, because I do need to contest his lines a bit. I got pretty good skirmisher micro, so I can use them to get a little bit of an early beatdown on him. And he has Azag, Buna, and Spirit Leech. As long as I don't get too close to him, I'll be fine. The biggest frontline holder are his Orc boys, so shutting them down early is important. Waste a little bit of his vigor on that little volley there. And so far the skirmishing's great. I'm getting hella value on these guys. We got a triple cap on them, which means I have even more time to skirmish to my heart's content. I can start flanking the this far side over here. And then it's getting in some Fiends, I think. Or probably Hellstriders. Hellstriders are just better. Yeah, we're gonna go for Hellstriders. Lord can definitely get a little bit of poke action. He only has like a Spirit Leech and all that, so it shouldn't be that bad. There you go. It's a little bit get a little bit of work done there. It's already a very good start. My skirmishers have been able to fire more or less uncontested for the entire battle so far. And those Snotling pump wagons are very expensive. A pick on them would be huge. So I'm just going to Pavane them. Lure them away from their friendlies. And then just go for a big old charge on them. We have my skirmishers. They're doing great. They get absolutely bulldozed. Looks like his archers aren't able to get much firing either, which is very nice. And then here come his Orc boys, which I should be able to surround. He has some Flappas coming on here. I have Hellstriders. My skirmishers are doing fine, and most of his Orc boys are shut down. Yeah, he's gonna get a little bit of an archer volley on my Lord, but attack animations are definitely a plus. We're just gonna pull back though. We don't want to take too much damage there. We're just playing it nice and safe. We're playing the value game for sure. There you go. I might be able to just chase these guys off, actually. Let's go for that one. His Flappas aren't too bad. He does get a little bit of a cav charge on my guys, but they're quite spooty, so they should be okay. Okay, there you go. Flappas taking a little bit of heat, and then we can rush in there and get a little bit of work done. There's a surround on his super elite boar cav. Pretty brutal, I must say. Doesn't have a lot here to really keep his guys alive. Azag's actually a little bit aggressive, but he does kill one of my Forsaken. So we're kind of just trading out right now. Nothing too crazy. The backline harass is definitely painful for him, however, but I gotta be careful not to overcommit I need to get a terror out on those on his cav and then book it. Otherwise, he could just summon directly on top of me and we're screwed. Big guns going down though. That's a very expensive unit, cav. We got our Forsaken back. Nice. All right, and then I can start getting out of this pickle. Definitely asking for trouble if I stay there for too long. Furies are going to be a good option. More Hellstriders is going to be an amazing option. I can capture this point very quickly if he pulls away too much. There's his Flappers incoming. You just got to run away from them and I should be fine. His Forsaken are kind of just stuck in his back line. It's okay though. It's totally manageable. I just gotta just get in here. So he's Spirit Leeching my Lord a lot. That does make sense. I want to go for the Azag Snipe, but it doesn't look like it should be doable. Orc Boy, big guns. Interesting. At least he's not gonna get any Bunas on me. I have hella capture weight here, so that's fine. And his big guns, fighting Forsaken is not the worst thing in the world. I may be able to help that out. And I don't really need to capture this point. I have the middle point. And a lot of tickets. He moved his archers a little bit far away, which helps me out a good deal. And what do I want? More Furies, I guess? Furies are very expendable. Or very easy to expend, I should say. Okay, we get a little bit of a gobbo pick here. Nice. He doesn't have that many archers, so that's fairly comfortable. The double cap is also brutal for him. I have a lot of mobility over here. He overcast Spirit Leech to hit my Lord. Interesting. You know, his archers are getting out of position a bit. I could Pavane him if I really wanted to. Or maybe even just capture the point with my Furies here. I have a lot of Furies and he only has one archer there. So if I just summon another Fury, I should be able to take that out. Biggest thing though is just making sure he doesn't capture this point. He's repositioning at a pretty bad time, so he may even lose this point if he does this wrong. Looks like his archers are just posted up. Yeah, and we're just gonna steal a point. He's playing very, very passively right now, right? He's playing very passively. So I have a lot of time to just romp around, have fun. Maybe I don't want to Pavane his Lord. I probably want to Pavane these his Cav instead, because they're gonna take a lot of damage, and then the Furies can get their work done. My Lord's not too worried about the damage they're taking, and that should be a fairly good triple cap, especially with these rear charges coming on in. My Lord's doing great. This reduces melee defense, so we want to just sick that on his boys. Overall, I can pull away from here. That's not where we're strong. There you go. That's a mass route. A fairly good capture. I do still want to hunker down on the point just to slow him down a bit. Lord definitely needs to retreat. We definitely want to chase these guys off. But yeah, the temporary triple cap is nice. I can even relocate some of my Hellstriders over here. He does kill the Furies though. Trade-wise, we're actually not doing as well as I could have hoped for. And my Lord's taking a lot of damage. Point-wise, we're fine. So I have to play the long game, right? I gotta play the hella long game. We do win on one capture point with all of these sick earnings I've been getting. So if I just kind of, just fool around over here a little bit longer and then just never let him take this point, we do technically win it. I do have to be extremely careful though with how we do this. So I'm just gonna mass desummon these guys. We now have more dudes. Yeah, we win on a single cap. As sus as it may look, we do definitely win on a single cap. He gets a lot of desummons too. All right. Now, do I transition to more skirmishers or a melee army? I feel like the Furies didn't really trade too well. Looks like he's posturing to start moving over here, but he doesn't have a lot of his archers nearby, so I'm not too worried. I just gotta stop him from capturing that and steal this one, right? Infantry will take a long time to chunk through. Yeah, you can see he's even pulling back already. Fairly comfortable. Fairly comfortable. Let's get our Marauders in here. A lot of my value is from skirmish too. Do we win? Yeah, we barely win on 1 point. That's kind of spooky though. Yeah, and we can't let him take this one. So he's getting his archers into position. We're definitely just gonna play it hella safe and then hammer this location as hard as we can. You can see he's already pulling back a lot of his forces. So he doesn't have a lot to defend here. And that means I can start using my skirmishers again to start value trading once again. His archers are extremely exposed right now. So I should just be able to run them down. And his commitment over here is actually maybe a bit too much. He brought in a lot of guys to defend his home point. And I feel like he doesn't really have the chops to get that done. There's our army ability to stop his Rugloods from getting value. And if it's just Rugloods, it should be fine. There you go. You know, I can even just sweep in over here and clear up this force. I bought myself so much time. With my early captures that I should be able to just start pulling him apart. Pretty good killing over here. His Rugloods have taken massive damage. My Lord still has, you know, 1 more Spirit Leech before they die to Azag. So that could be potentially a little spooky. But he may just lose the middle point here. And then it's going to be over regardless. On a double cap, he's pretty boned, right? He's pretty boned, I believe. We have our cavalry here ready to fight in the woods. We got that sick Rugloods catch. Forest fighting is perfect for Slaanesh because Strider. That army-wide Strider, pretty brutal. Let's get one last spell off with our Lord. I don't know if they'll live at like a couple hundred HP. We'll see. We are capturing this point very quickly, though. It looks like they may die. Kind of close. We'll increase their vigor and they can heal off the routing greenskins in this area. That should be fine enough. Looks like he does manage to defend this point. But like I said, we win on 1. Presumably. Here we go. More horsemen are here. And then, yeah, we just beat up these dudes, right? The leadership is super low, so I should just be able to swarm. We have our fiends popping off. And he's pulled off of that point entirely. Lord's gonna be healing now under us. You're seeing some routes over here. That's good. So that means my skirmishers can start playing for this far area. And then if I just pull my mobility out of this little pocket, then they can kind of swoop around and capture this point. I don't think he'll be able to stop a capture there. Should be fairly difficult. Unfortunately, I don't have that much in the way of summons other than, I guess, this unit of Furies. Skirmisher should be fine, though. I may even be able to kill his archers or maybe steal the middle while I wait for my guys to show up. Dang, my Lord is low, though, man. They low. Definitely a grand tussle. A grand tussle indeed. But yeah, I should just be able to steal his far point. Lord's fine. They're feasting on that fear. He's not cracking this anytime soon. And you can see now he's pulling all his guys away from this fight to handle this situation. And with our just supreme mobility, I should be able to win this. The Lord has survived. Wondrous. Furies on his gobos, so they shouldn't be a big deal. If we just rear charge them, they should be gone. It's a big collapse of the greenskin lines. A couple orc boys are left, but he's never capturing this point. Especially if we use our army ability, which is just a free pavane. There's the capture. Here you go. And a mighty capture indeed. So he's gonna be really pressed for time now. And that should be a win, but we're still gonna play at 100%. Can't afford to accidentally slip up and die. Like my Lord especially is so low on the vigor. I still have some cav here to deal with his chariots, thank goodness. As long as I don't let him steal this point with like a unit of cav, I should be okay. We're really hunkered down over here though. Like there's basically nothing you can do to retake this. We should be good. Those spirit leeches though were terrifying. I'm not gonna lie, those were some real spooky spirit leeches. He definitely had an opportunity to kill my Lord. If I wasn't careful. Even a little bit more damage on them would have been the end. But we kind of just won off of that early capture play. Ah. All right. Game number 1. A great success. The problem is that he's going to be able to play Slaanesh and Beastman versus me. Almost no matter what I do, he's almost guaranteed to play Slaanesh and Beastman. It's a good first win, though. One more, and we already get to our next opponent. It was a very fun game. He played it well. Like, he had a solid army. I think it's just Slaanesh shenanigans that kind of made it rough. I could have tried taking a main fight against them, but I really want my skirmishers to get their value. Although apparently they didn't do that much outside of capturing in the late game. So I can't pick Slaanesh anymore. So he's probably going to go Slaanesh and Beastman in the next round. Which sucks. Which kind of sucks. But, you know, such is life. He's got to be sweating now, though, right? To be down a game against me. Slaanesh. All right, so he gets first pick. Kislev is open. Kislev is open. So no Empire, Kislev, or Ogre Kingdoms. What factions is he gonna pick? He picks Slaanesh first. Really? Well, that lets me pick Beastman. Right? Unless I'm mistaken. Once picked by a player, a faction cannot be reused for the rest of the series. What does that mean? Wait, am I allowed to... Wait, no, he had Beastman. The faction pick... whatever. It says once picked by a player. Whatever. I'll go Beastman and Kislev. Where you at? Because the rule says once picked by a player. Once a faction is picked. I think that's after the 3x3 matrix, though, because that's where the rules state it. He goes Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos. I have Beastmen, Kislev. I can't go Ogres. Beastmen, Slaanesh, Empire. I can't go Warriors of Chaos because he picked them. Ogre Kingdoms, Tomb Kings? Maybe Tomb Kings? Against Warriors of Chaos, though, it's not the most comfortable thing in the world. I'll go Wood Elves. It's not the best, but... Yeah, it just means I can't play Slaanesh, and he can't play Greenskins. So I went Beastman, Kislev, Wood Elves. He went Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos. Okay. Beastman, Kislev, Wood Elves. He went Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings. Okay, so I'm gonna have to ban all the Wood Elf matchups. That's fine though. I fancy Kislev versus everything else here, except for maybe Tomb Kings. We'll see. Beastman versus Slaanesh, I think it's an out I can go for. But I assume he's going to ban most of the Beastman matchups. Beastman versus Warriors of Chaos should be fairly even, or favored for Beastman. Wood Elves is not a great pick because he gets to counter pick me at the end, which is why he went for Tomb Kings. Is Wood Elves against Slaanesh bad? Fairly bad. But I get first pick of faction, so next round. He bans Warriors of Chaos and Kislev. That makes sense. Kislev versus Slaanesh I want to try. Kislev versus Tomb Kings is a weird one. But I think it might be doable. I think we're definitely banning Wood Elves and Tomb Kings and Wood Elves and Slaanesh. The thing is, he can pick Slaanesh in the next round, so he might have won like the meta game if he manages to get some really good matchups after this first game. That's the biggest thing I have to worry about. Time for the Deer Tide. Alternatively, we just play well enough. I should be fine. So I already banned 2 Wood Elf matchups. The Wood Elf pick was really bad, but I don't really have a lot of other great factions here without Empire. Like, Retonia's not going to do much. He banned my Ogres, and he already took Warriors of Chaos. He's probably going to take Warriors of Chaos again. But if I let him play Warriors of Chaos, it sets me up to guarantee a Warriors of Chaos pick next round, which is good. He banned a Slaanesh matchup. He banned Slaanesh Beastmen, so I'm guaranteed Beastmen. And he bans Tomb King's Kislev. So that's fairly good. I can force a Beastmen into Warriors of Chaos or Tomb Kings. Beastmen into Tomb Kings can be a little bit sus. Tomb Kings have a lot of good options versus Beastmen. It is Beastmen, but if you go to Total Tavern stats and look at Beastmen, against Tomb Kings, they have a 56% win rate, so it should be at least pitched. Beastmen versus Warriors of Chaos is fine. So, what are the matchups I want to... I think we'll leave Slaanesh and Kislev, because I prepped for that. We're banning Wood Elves and Warriors of Chaos, because I'm just not comfortable there. And we'll leave Beastmen and Warriors of Chaos. That way, I either have Kislev versus Slaanesh, or Beastmen versus Warriors of Chaos. He won't have Slaanesh anymore, and I'll get the picks on... I get to do whatever I want by going Beastmen. If he goes Warriors of Chaos versus Beastmen, then I get to go... I get a free Beastmen Warriors of Chaos pick next round. Which means I think we basically won the metagame if I lose this. If I lose this, we're fine. Also, yeah, Turin's only casting the semis. He wants to play Kislev Slaanesh. Okay. Let's get our game face on. So can we beat Slaanesh? The map is the Dunes of Cain. There's no hiding here. But I'm the ranged faction, so that's fine. Now, this is a matchup I prepped for last night. I wasn't able to sleep. But I've been preparing for this matchup, specifically. Have you been playing Warcraft 3? No, I've been grinding for this tournament. I have essentially everything I could possibly want here. All we gotta do is not die. Is it the Frostworm build? You'll see. You thought this was a best of 3, but it's actually a best of 1. Each side plays Slaanesh once, and then you get a real game. I think I can beat a Slaanesh. Slaanesh is strong, but not unbeatable. They're definitely really strong, though. But I fancy my odds. I fancy my odds indeed. All I gotta do is just kill him, right? Just kill him good. Mother of Stankia. I don't need a missile resist in this build. So no Mother Stanky. Alright. He shouldn't be able to pick Slaanesh according to the rules. No, he can pick Slaanesh. So it's only if you played a faction it can't be played again. Otherwise, it'd be so favored for the first player. For the top bracket. Yeah, their opponent may still pick and play it, so. It's just, yeah, it's just his Slaanesh that we gotta worry about. Pavane makes Slaanesh so strong, yeah. I got strats, though. We got the strats. Can we get a link to the tournament rules? It's in Turin's secret Discord for the tournament players, so unfortunately not really. All right, so I just gotta review my build, make sure that we have counters to everything, and then we're good to go. Keep your kite alive, stay locked until the end. Slaanesh has rampage spells, abilities, and army abilities. I gotta stay 100 or more meters away from him. Actually, more. I gotta be like 150 meters away for the whole game. Get any closer and you're in for trouble. It's fast armor with shields, skirmishers, furies, and Azazel. Azazel in particular can be very annoying. Let's see here. What am I looking at? What are we looking at? It's not bad. Yeah, I probably want to go for this one instead. All right. Just reviewing the build, making sure everything's set. If he murders me with Slaanesh, it'd be pretty unfortunate. Because then it's down to best of one series. But I have Warriors of Chaos and Beastmen in the next round. So, and he can't play Warriors of Chaos and Beastmen. Like, what's he even going to pick, right? I think meta-wise, we're doing way better. Yeah, I guess this is my build. I guess we're ready. Need to punish Kite, maybe a little Grom. Imagine getting kited by Slaanesh. All right, let's see, let's see. So the scariest thing he can do to me is like get a huge Pavane that kills everything. One big Pavane and we're dead. So I have to be locked in for the entire game, man. I gotta be locked in. Is Warhammer 3's most interesting mirror match? I don't know. Dwarf mirror can be pretty fun sometimes. Anyone know where I can find a place to look up the current meta for multiplayer battles? Not many places. There's a couple guides and tutorials dispersed around, but that's about it. Perfect. So he went for a very tall build. That means I can most definitely kite him. If he just spammed Chosen into a Kislev kite, he's dead. I also have my 2 single entities. I had a bit of extra money, so I got to take Hailstorm to help damage, Hawks of Miska to kill Furies, and Swiftwing for my glorious cav charges. So, yeah, I should be fine. Frostworms are super strong versus Cav, yeah. I have an abundance of slows too. This lady has freezing winds. Horse archers are quite good into Slaanesh. And Hellstriders are not going to beat Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion. Sleds are pretty good. So he has opportunities to potentially catch my sleds, but it shouldn't be that bad. The range is not immaculate. 130 means he can probably get a Pavane, but it's going to have to be a max range Pavane while I'm retreating. So I think it's fine. Here's an early capture point for me. But we know we're just playing for value here. The question is, what did he bring? Azazel makes sense. Some Forsaken, okay. I don't need healing just yet, so we're holding on that. Azazel does have Pavane, and only Pavane. But if I just value trade him hard enough, we're fine. Fiends of Slaanesh are not too bad into Griffin Legion Sled. He does have a Soul Grinder over here. That's really bad for him, I'm not gonna lie. Soul Grinder is rough. Indeed. And his Forsaken, he went wide on them. Okay. So he's just gonna line of sight me for a bit. I gotta be super careful we don't get Pavaned. I can definitely skirmish against these guys for a bit though, because he will be out of position for that. And we can use our Cav to save the sleds some trouble. He can't really go for a big Pavane either. These guys are super exposed. We're gonna get our first unit of Cav in here. And if I play this one extraordinarily well, I should be okay. We saw last game, if greenskins could uptrade into me, as Kislev, I should definitely be able to uptrade into him. A Pavane on my horse archers would be kind of painful, so we're just going to pull them back. I'm just going to steal this point. I can take it faster than he takes this point. That's not a big deal. There's the Pavane. Okay. So he's going to commit his fiends. Uses a big spell and a fiend commit to kill 600 gold. In general, it's still pretty good for him. Solid disengage too. But he's losing a good chunk of that fiend HP. You don't want to take too much damage there. The spell actually slows him a bit. And half of my horse archers did manage to live. Lord's alive, and I can just recapture this point. He did take this one a lot faster than I thought he would, though. So definitely gonna have to play for value, but losing that much HP on fiends and his marauders is kind of rough. Plus, I don't have to worry about Pavane anymore. Like, he could have hit my Griffin Legion instead, and I'd be way more worried. But now it's a little sus, right? The sleds are farming value. We're still ahead too in terms of value, so that's quite nice. And the archers did survive. What jazz. That's the Kislev difference. All right, so the sleds are pretty good at charging, so they're just gonna go for a free charge on these guys to bait the fiends into coming on in. I know my Lord and stuff, my Lord and Worm are pretty safe here. We got a Griffin Legion into fiends, and they're gonna have to disengage now, only to take yet more damage. Just pretty brutal. He's not pushing for the point either. Is he gonna throw another Pavane down? Looks like not quite yet. Overall, trading is slow but steady. I wish I could speed it up. I don't really have too many tools for that. But thankfully for me, he did take a little bit of a janky army that's not really helping him out. Now we just have to be super careful about the Pavanes. Overall, value trading still really good for me. Fiends of Slaanesh do not like getting shot at. Not in the slightest. And they're just getting peppered. The thing is, he's summoning a lot more than I'm doing in terms of skirmish damage. What we could do is probably kill the Soul Grinder though, right? It's not like he really has a lot to defend it. There's the Pavane. I was a little unready for that, so he's probably gonna get a solid pick on the sleds maybe. I do have these guys, and I do have a Soul Grinder pick. I have a bombardment, so that should slow him down for the sick charge. And that's a pretty devastating charge on him. So I don't really fancy his odds there too much. Plus the Hawks of Miska can be really brutal. And this expedites our trading, right? His fiends are not looking happy in the slightest. Now we got our dudes here. He doesn't have his Soul Grinder in this fight, which is super important. And the Hawks of Miska delete these poor guys. Crumbling is really bad when it comes to fiends. You don't want that to happen. Some dervishes to help out in this situation. Hawks of Miska is an amazing ability. Wondrous. We'll use our kitty cat to fight his Soul Grinder. That should be fine. And yeah, it's kind of just a botched Pavane in the end. His Soul Grinder is going to get surrounded too. And now his Azel's dead. This is looking pretty bad for my opponent. Though I will have to be a little careful. Sacrificial skirmishers over there. That was a really nice bombardment, by the way. That worked extraordinarily well. There's another spell. There's a little speed buff on my dudes. And now I just have to worry about uptrading. If we continue to uptrade here, it's basically donezo. Azazel, looking like he wants to get murdered here, is in position to get killed. Then we have our sleds here to kill off his Soul Grinder. And he taps out. GG. He took a really bad engagement on those sleds. That was a really bad engagement. My Lord got 1,000 gold value. Magic in the bank. Sleds with hella value. That's all we needed. GG's. Azazel was gonna die. He would have been pinned by Cav. Alright. That's a solid. That's a solid. Whew. Nerf Kislev, please, OP. Kislev is one of the spookier factions I have indeed. That's not bad. That's not bad. And we were set for the metagaming too. Overall, fairly good. I think I'm slightly disadvantaged next round though, because I don't get the prestige picks. Looking fresh, thank you. Oh, Kite Game makes Ben Franklin look amateur. Oh man, yo, that Soul Grinder with 200 value. Azazel with 300. Yo, my horse archers still paid for themselves despite the Pavane. If you play super carefully around Pavane, you can mostly mitigate it. But like, you have to really play around it. Ooh. My hero is fine when his hero is at 5% HP. All right, fine. Honestly, I thought Azazel was going to be mucked up more, but... yeah. Alright, so... the bracket begins. So, I won against Martin. I'm up against the winner of Outer Region and Ulrich Wall. If I beat them, I get to semis. And then it's best of 5, which is way more comfortable for me. Yo, the quad sled. Your Kislev play was just chilling. Oh, God. Yo, that Griffin Legion charge, too, though. So, like, if you have your Cav support, you can really, like, Cav and Magic. The Swift, or the, what's it? The Hawks of Misko is what won it for me there. On his Fiends. Like, I basically killed the Fiends, like, 1,000 HP early because of it. Also had backup Patriarch for heals. But double Frostworm's just spooky. So you can play Kislev or Slaanesh in the best of 5 or no? I can. Yeah, it resets. Alright. It's well played, Martin, though. He had a fairly good greenskin game. Like, it was actually a little bit scary. The game against greenskins. Slaanesh tends to do worse versus Mantides, I find. Like, Mantides with leadership. We're not talking Skaven. Yeah, best of 5 in semis. It's a very serious tournament. These are the grand finals, my dude. Turin isn't starting the stream. He's starting the stream when semifinals start. So right now we're in top 8. If I beat my next best of 3, we move on. We move on. So what's the next map? We gotta start scouting out. The next one is Chateau, which is a very wide open map. It's massive. Then it's Crystal Lake, which is another fairly open map, and Jade Tomb. Jade Tomb also pretty open, but it does have a tree on the side, tree coverage. This is the least open of the maps, though very long walking times. Overall, very good for my playstyle. I'll take it. Where can we see the brackets? I think Turin posted a link. I'll add it to the description here because I don't think anyone can muck with it. But for now, here it is in the chats for both sides. There's the bracket. Very spoopy indeed. Very, very spooky. I'm terrified, man. I'm terrified. I'm locked in though. All right, I got my practice games in. Not really too many huge misplays. Kept a Lord alive. Slaanesh, you can definitely make... I think Slaanesh is still very strong, but you can make it very close with a lot of factions. It's kind of the same with Beastmen, right? They rely a lot on their cavalry, and Mantides can really shut down Cav, so... it's not too bad. Kind of depends on the magic. Who's the best player in the tournament? Probably Oishi. Oishi in the past couple months has played as many games as me, like 200 games. They've been grinding on the reg, and I don't know how much they've been practicing either. So, yeah. Oishi is probably who I'm facing in the semis. It's a best of 5, though. And Oishi doesn't play a lot of the spookier factions in my head. Like, if he's playing Norska and Demons of Chaos, we're going to kill him with Kite, alright? Korn, we're going to kill him with Kite. I've beat him with Kite before, with most of these factions. And we beat his Demons of Chaos with Empire recently. So he's probably going to be trying to prepare against that. And yeah, he's not a ranged heavy player, which I'm better against. I'm way better at being rushed than anything else. The other one is Boss Toss, who was the reigning champion in the previous season. Haven't seen them a lot this season, so maybe they're a little out of practice, maybe a bit rusty. I would expect them to go Man-Tide special most of the time. Oishi nerfing himself playing those factions. I wonder if he's training as them or like is gonna whip him out in this tournament. He's been doing a really weird thing with Demons of Chaos, where he takes a Disc Lord of metal and straight up goes Glittering Robe and Plague of Rust and uses Hounds because Seekers are banned. So he uses Glittering Robe, Plague of Rust for the Hounds. They get, you know, 90 armor, so they're a little bit harder to kill. But it's just worse than having like any other lord. This guy's 1400, man. He's like 600 off Archaon money. So, like, I don't know. Like, would you rather have this guy in a Toad or Archaon, right? Like, or you could go for like any of these guys. You know, they're great. So I don't know. But yeah, we know Kite's pretty good against that. I have a lot of good factions here. Lizardmen, I don't think Lizardmen will carry me. Ogre Kingdoms are a hard maybe. Tomb Kings are a hard maybe. Nice haircut, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Chat behavior, to be honest, I respect it. Only if he wins. Well, you know, playing it is still pretty spicy, but like, this is a big tournament, man. I expect him to play only the best. Hitman Hippo versus Berserk round 1 is also pretty crazy. I haven't seen them as much in my SFTs. They must be in the Americas. Or just not interested in SFTs. But like, I haven't really seen them too much. Hitman Hippo a little bit. But yeah, Via Anime got knocked out. Boss Toss won versus Catholic Alcoholic. No upsets yet. Navigator beat Alexander Nuts. No huge upsets. So far things are going pretty straightforward. Rusto versus Ash. Berserk has won a few turns before. Okay, good to know. Ice Sheet's pretty good to slow down units for Kite. Doesn't work if you're getting Purveined though. But yeah, the best thing about having Kislev in the pocket is that I can still play Beastmen and Slaanesh. So here's the thing. Pick bans work this way. My opponent picks one faction, I pick 2, then they pick 1. No, then they pick 2, then I pick 1. So I'm much better suited to counter pick them in the end, but they get first dibs. They get first dibs. So obviously they're gonna pick Slaanesh first unless Slaanesh is banned. There's reason to believe that it's worth it to ban Slaanesh, but then I can't counter ban, you know, their favorite factions. So most likely, I think we will see both of us running Slaanesh and trying to counter Slaanesh. Where's the ice cream? We're winning. I don't need ice cream. But yeah, very likely we'll see that. So they'll get Slaanesh. I'll get Beastmen and another faction. The thing is, though, is like, what else are they gonna pick, you know? Like, who are they playing? And if Ulrich Rahl wins, who's Ulrich Rahl gonna play? Are these all best of 3 from here on out? Or, no. After this, it's best of 5. This one's gonna be a best of 3. Yeah. But yeah, Kislev is probably the scariest faction that is not meta for me. Because I know how to play Kislev Kite, ranged, and single entity blob. to have to fear all three of those things is pretty bad. It's pretty rough. Very hard to counter all of them. You're gonna need different play styles most of the time. Some factions can do it though. So we'll see how long till the next one. Well, Outer Region and Ulrich Wall are playing a best of 3. Tournament started 20 minutes ago. I'd give it 40 minutes maximum. I give it 40 minutes max, but could be a lot less. Could be in 20 minutes. Could be even less if they started early. Imagine if Oishi loses to Grom Brindle though. Easy finals, right? No Outer Region stream. Outer Region's not streaming? What? Come on, man. I would have totally just stalked all of his builds though. Figure out all of the factions he's picking. Oh boy. Hey, we had a good start though. 2-0 and a win against Slaanesh is solid. But yeah, the name of the game is counter picking. So when you are the second player, you have to be really good at counter picking. Otherwise, your opponents are going to have better factions and better matchups. You can't afford to have that. Because you're going to have to ban out all the really terrible matchups and then you're screwed. So like, who knows? I got to figure out what my Slaanesh counter picks are. Out of Kislev, Beastmen, Slaanesh, Empire, Bretonia, Wood Elves, Vampire Counts, Warriors of Chaos, Ogres, and Tomb Kings. Not a lot of them count as Slaanesh. I was searching through all of this earlier, and I like really don't know what to do. Because not everyone can go Mantide. If anything, Greenskins are the closest thing to being able to Mantide Slaanesh. But I'm not a Greenskin player. Vampire Coast supposedly has a really bad matchup into Slaanesh for whatever reason. So, like, I don't know, man. Am I just playing Warriors of Chaos into Slaanesh? Seems like a waste. Unless we manage to win it, which is not impossible, but a tiny bit sus. Like, they're no Kislev. But I guess they have, like, you know, they have Marauder Horse Masters. But, like, you're gonna lose the cavalry trade, you know? You don't have Griffin Legion. That's the main problem. No Griffin Legion means you're dead. Ogres is like a hard maybe. Ogres versus Slaanesh is like asking for trouble. But they do have a lot of good matchups. So like we have the traditional Mantide Ogre build, the Noblar Tide. This is like hard maybe winning against Slaanesh. The idea is you have Gold's Man-Eaters to kill all of their infantry. And Pigback Riders delete Cav. Pigback Riders almost always trade up into Cav unless they're getting routed. And if you stick close to your army, they're typically not going to get routed. Where's the Cathay? The glorious Cathay. Let's see. Give Cathay Peasant Bowman and Alvano. But yeah, you know, like you'd have to shuffle some of this up versus Slaanesh. But Ogres is probably one of the better options. You also have Maw Shard, Fade Abuna, Spirit Leech, which can be very scary for Slaanesh. Slaanesh doesn't like getting Spirit Leech or Lord Sniped in general. So that one's pretty good. You have Powder Guts, which are very resistant to getting murdered. The only downside is like, what if their frontline wins it, you know? What if your Gold's Man-Eaters just get like killed by Skirmish Cav? And then you're doomed. Well, I guess if they bring Skirmish Cav, they can't rush you, so... I think Ogres into Slaanesh is a hard maybe, but I'm a little under practice in that one. Another crazy pick is Tzeentch, but I don't think I'm running Tzeentch today. That's kind of crazy. Cathay needs Peasant Bowmen horses. They need Peasant Horse Archers. That's what they need for the kite. Who do you think are the 3 most favorite people in this tourney? Probably Oishi, Boss Toss, and... I don't know, maybe Berserk? People said Berserk has won a lot of Turin tournaments. I'm in a pretty good position myself, though. There's no Charix in here. If there was Charix, I'd vote on Charix. Where's Bretonia? So Bretonia is not a Slaanesh killer. Unless you're Charix, and you can micro your Pegasus Knights like a god. But even Charix lost to Slaanesh that one time. They do have mounted yeoman archers, though. What factions are you rocking for the tourney today? A lot. I'm gonna need a lot of factions, otherwise could get screwed. But amongst them, we have Kislev, Beastmen, Slaanesh, Empire, Betonia, Wood Elves, Counts, Warriors of Chaos, Ogre Kingdoms, and Doom Kings. Based on how we want to counterpick our opponent. Charx is new? Really? I thought Charx has been around for like... Charx was around since before I left, man. Charx has been around for at least a year and a bit. Is Charx even human? I don't know, man. Somehow he manages to keep his lords alive despite everything that gets chucked at him. Who should pick for the most underrated ROR units? Not sure. Most of the good ones are used. How's the tournament been going so far? Pretty good. We won 2-0. Won with Slaanesh, beat Slaanesh. So it shows that I have some knowledge there. It's not just meta picking that won it for us. Yeah, Charx, I think he has a lot of European. Like, Charx is a European time zone guy. At least about. So he can't sign up for the later tournaments. I think ever since I started hosting a lot of tournaments, he's been able to play a ton more. And now he's like 3rd place on the ladder. Spooky indeed. Crimson Killers are underrated? Really? I like never see them, man. Hopes for the T'Challa Slaanesh DLC. I hope Slaanesh isn't OP after that. I hope Slaanesh is just a balanced faction. Is that too much to ask for? Or at least we get a hot fix so we don't have another few months of Slaanesh is banned. This DLC unit is banned. When does the match start? I don't know, maybe 15 minutes if we're lucky. I had some really good sleep last night, but I still feel like maybe I could have had a bit more. Definitely. I gotta learn vampire counts before Maximillionaire crushes it with vampire counts. I feel like vampire counts is one of the only super top tier factions that I don't really know how to play at all. Oh, like, I guess I do, but like not proficiently. If I do play vampire counts, I'm kind of winging it. So yeah, thank goodness he's not here because I don't know how to beat him effectively yet. Wait, I guess there is a global ban. There is a global ban. I just global ban his vampire counts. I'd rather him play Slaanesh than vampire counts, man. Dude, Maximillionaire, I fear your counts, man. They're spooky. I think I only got like 1 win against them. With that one Empire game on the really good map with pretty good build selection for me. Or an advantage build selection for both sides, I think. It's terrifying. It's fine though. Global bans means I just global ban counts, and then we'd be goodies, and then we'd both get to play Slaanesh. So maybe it's fine. Any prizes? There are prizes. There's some cash money. How's the bracket going? So far, same old, same old. People are fighting. The battles are bloody. I want to cast their games, but yeah, we'll just wait. Is Vlad good in Warhammer PvP? Unfortunately, not in Domination. Probably not in land battles either. Most vampire accounts want fast casters, and Vlad is a little bit too slow to get to where he needs to be. Hippo lost his first game to Berserk. Terrifying. Just watch the first game. Very nicely done. Looked like a chess game. Oh, hell yeah. That down trading, though, spooked me out. But it felt like my army was fairly sizable compared to his. In the end, though, my skirmishers didn't get that much value. They kind of just softened them up. Lots of chaff. Lots of chaff. Barely winning on 1 point though was the big dub. I think he could have played more aggressively probably, but then he might have lost his back point more times. So it's kind of hard to say. Only 3 archers is kind of rough for him, but I don't know what he'd have to cut to get 1 more archer. Haircut. Ash lost her first game to Rusto. I think it's very likely Rusto is going to be enjoying Beastmen. I think they like to play Beastmen. Still really wondering though who's going to win between Outer Region and Ulrich Wall. Tim the Wilder and Boss Toss are already fighting though. That's crazy. Looking good. Thank you. Oh boy, so first games are finishing. Second game should be done by the next 30 minutes or less. Usually it's like an average of like 25 minutes per game. Tournament started 30 minutes ago. I just want to make it to semis though, you know. I want to make it to semis so I can be on the big screen. If I get knocked out, I'll probably watch the stream and this one. Get the ice cream, you know. But yeah, I think my biggest weakness is I don't really have a lot of faction mains because I've been playing so many factions. So like if I need to bring like an off meta pick, it's always going to be a little bit sus compared to someone who's like really trained a specific matchup. So I'm really trying to dodge the matchups that people have been like training in secret. You know, if they leave a really bad matchup open, I'll have to be super careful that they have like some forbidden tech. That can come in many varieties too. What's the flavor today? Mostly melee and mobility. I don't have a lot of ranged factions in my roster. Surprise, Skaven pick. Yo, when I first started playing multiplayer again, Skaven were wrecking me. Nowadays, I do a lot better versus them. And ever since playing Skaven and learning that they sucked, I'm feeling a lot more confident. Even if I can't play them as well as like B6. You telling me you're not one-tricking Petonia? If they go for like Wood Elves, I might pick Petonia. Has the tourney started? It has. We already beat our first best of 3. We are heading into round 2 now. Tim the Wilder is still in. He's fighting Boss Toss right now. Maximilianaire with the dreaded McDonald's Wi-Fi bloodline. Not all the time though. Yeah, not for the lady. Not for the lady. But yeah, I got a good amount of counter picks. Ogre Kingdoms is really weird because I'm like not practiced with them, but I feel like I have a reasonably good build. You know, so if they don't have a lot of cannons, I can probably get work done with ogres. And I'm a sweat lord, so I can go all meta picks. It's great. I have basically all the good factions except for vampire counts learned. And even then, I basically know how to play them, right? Like you go double White King with Scab Scrath, right? Like I've played against Maximilianaire enough to know how to play vampire counts. Double White King, Scab Scrath, and the Super Fighty Lord. Or you go for the other vampire counts playstyle, which is a Super Not Fighty Lord, double Mana Battery into like spam Winds of Death, you know? There really isn't that much. It's like, hey, do you want a Mortis engine or you think it's gonna get sniped? You know, you want Crypt Horrors? Yes, always. Crypt Ghouls spam in the Vanguard to capture points quickly because they have 5 capture weight. And then you spam zombies. Like, it's not that complicated. Terrorgeist and Vargulfs for single entities. Terrorgeist and Vargulfs, yeah, for single entities. Vargeist for cavalry. You know, it's... And then you're done, right? Just mostly ignore Graveguard, unless you're taking like a one of. Mostly ignore your Cav, unless you want like a one of Blood Knight or something. for cleanup duty, but like honestly, Vargeists are insane compared to Blood Knights. These guys are crazy good. Anyways, I'll be back in a second. Man, this is stressful though. One more best of 3 though, and then I make it to semis. If I make it to semis, I'm happy. Alright. No messages yet. These guys are taking their time. 10 to 15 minutes more though, ish. 10 to 25 minutes. Isn't counterpicking just the meta? I feel like if you know the matchups, I'd always want to counterpick. So a lot of faction mains will spend absurd amount of time learning how to counter specific factions, because they just like maining that faction. So like a Lizardmen player that is maining them super hard could probably beat a Slaanesh player, because the Slaanesh player doesn't really know what's going on, right? They might take like Marauder Horsemen because they're like, hey, you know, Marauder Horsemen are fine. You know, I got some cav for anti-skirmish. And then Lizardmen know exactly what they're gonna bring. They bring like super anti-horseman tech. And then like, I don't know, then they like have some way to dominate the skies and win with Pterodon Riders or something, you know? Who knows? I'm not a Lizardman main, so I don't know the secret deeds. But if you only go for counter picks, you will typically lose to people that are maining factions specifically. Which is why like I could beat Slaanesh with Kislev, because I've been playing loads of Kislev recently. So I know exactly what I want to bring. Whereas Slaanesh is kind of like, man, what's he going to bring? Is this enough to counter one of his builds or two of his builds? That kind of problem. For example, Ogre Kingdoms are really strong versus a lot of factions, but because of their popularity, I would be fish out of water in many situations. Like, you know, Ogre Kingdoms versus like, I don't know, B6's Skaven. I would honestly favor B6. How much gold do people use in tournaments usually? The standard amount. I think it's a little, it's like 12,400. My bad. That's land battle. It's 9,000 for domination, both sides. Black Knight Lances are good, so he's Maximillionaire. Alright, you know what, Maximillionaire? Just send me your Vampire Accounts builds, right? Backseat coach me into playing Vampire Accounts to win the tournament. I think there's a good chance I will play Vampire Accounts, by the way. Not against some of like the really spooky factions, but I think versus a lot of factions, Vampire Accounts can be pretty good. Like, I take if they pick Tomb Kings off rip, I'm probably gonna have Vampire Accounts to counter that. I think they have a really good matchup into Tomb Kings. They have a really good matchup versus a lot of the shooty factions. It's kind of just a DPS threshold that factions are trying to reach versus Lizardmen potentially. Though Lizardmen have a lot of spooky salamanders that do a lot of damage, so maybe not there. What are the best lords for Cathay? We really only got 3. Zhao, Yuan, and Celestial General on his Celestial Lion. Maximillionaire Vampire Counts coaching stream. I played so much against him. I feel like I can more or less half mimic his playstyle. I'd rather see what degenerate mobile single entity builds you come up with. Yo, it's crazy, man. It was man-tied for so long, and we're getting wins with single entity maxing, low unit counts. It's still not the best versus man-tides. But any faction that can't do, like, you know, that doesn't have 300 gold infantry, it's pretty spooky. Like, you can't do it versus Empire. That one, you just you just kill them with, actually you can, because you can just kill everything. It kind of depends, though. War wagons are pretty good. What race would you specifically have the hardest time winning a tournament with? Oh, Skaven. Skaven. They're the only faction that I've tried really hard to win with and have had barely any success. It's a mix of me not being that good at Skaven in general and the faction being very weak right now. Skaven, you need to be really good at positioning monstrous infantry defensively, and that's just not a thing I've practiced much in my career. I never really played Skaven in Warhammer 2 or anything. Are you in the quarterfinals now? No, I'm in top 8. You can see the bracket in the description. Still waiting for people to finish up. Hubba. Oh, jeez. Hubba, hubba. Outer Region and Ulrich Wall. That's the one we're waiting on. Just tuned in. Nice, nice. Are any of the players going to play Dark Elves? I feel like if they play Dark Elves, they're going to lose to the better factions. I don't think we have enough Dark Elf mains to carry the faction into victory. Yeah, they can stack Spell Mastery, but yeah. Haven't started the second game yet, so it'll take a while, by the way. God dang it. Well, I guess we're chilling then. Are you not even in the first game? Or I guess you're building for the second game. Brutal. Dang, 40 minutes for the first game. Maybe one of them showed up late. Rooting for me. Thank you. Unless you're saying you're routing for me. Let's see. Yeah, Dark Elves suffer from just not really having the best roster ever. Everything is okay. And you need something that's really good in your roster to carry it. Like, you need... Like, if you don't have a Hellstrider tier unit in your roster that you are going to take 4 of every game, why are you even playing that faction, right? If you don't have a unit that you're just going to max out into the horizon, what are you doing, right? You know, Beastmen have Centaurs. We have Empire, you know, War Wagons and Spears and such. Got Lizardmen, they got the Shredder of Lustria. Dark Elves have, like, maybe Medusas, and they're kind of counterable. Yeah, good luck, Outer Region. I don't know how to play against Ulrich Wall, so fingers crossed. How do Salamanders do? They're actually not bad if they can get their shots off. A little easy to shut down, though. But their DPS is quite high. They have anti-large missiles. So if you don't shut them down, you're kind of boned. Oh, jeez. So if I was playing Vampire accounts, like, I'd probably have to get Buna on them. Buna on Salamander hunting packs, though, would be pretty jokes. Takes out, like, 2/3 of their HP. If I were playing Vampire accounts, that's probably might be what I go for. Buna and Wind of Death, I guess. Spend all the winds of magic. Who has access to both? What, Manfred? Warhammer 3 beginner here. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bugged do you think the math behind the stats is? Not that bugged. Not that bugged. If we're just talking these values, they generally show what the unit does. The only thing is, like, it doesn't show attack speed, but that's not really a bug. That's just not showing attack speed. But as far as I can tell, they generally show up properly nowadays. Charge bonus is not really bugged. There's just a lot of hidden mechanics. So, like, charge bonus relies on mass and speed of a unit. not just the literal charge bonus. I got a lot of dry eye recently. It's finally warm enough to open up windows though, so that helps. Why don't people cav max? Because it loses to most common play styles. Infantry builds especially annihilate cav max. Single entities do pretty well into cav max too. Cav max, you really just want it to, like, you know, you're there to shut down, basically just trying to rush, right? But yeah, cav max doesn't really do much. Cavalry need other units to support them most of the time. You're having a really hard time reading the units and what they do sometimes, coming from other strategy games. So here's a basic rundown. Armor. Well, I'll start from weapon strength. Weapon strength is split between armor piercing, which does true damage, and base weapon damage, which is negated by armor. You take the armor value, bring it down to 70% of what it is. So if they have 80 armor, right, then that means that they resist 60% of non-armor piercing damage. That's a good enough metric that'll get you by. Leadership, a low amount of leadership is like 60. A high amount of leadership is like 80. That's your general range. Units at 80, you can depend on them. They probably won't route. Units at 60 leadership will route at, like, you know, half HP in the right conditions. Speed, generally, infantry, they're about 30 speed. Cavalry should be about 70 speed. Pretty straightforward. Melee attack. The calculation is melee attack plus 35. Subtract melee defense. That's a chance that a unit has to hit another unit. So, you know, if a Saur Spear was attacking another Saur Spear, we'd be looking at, what, 27% chance to hit? Fairly low. Melee defense, already went over that. And then you got charge bonus, which is a 12-second decreasing buff to melee attack and weapon strength that applies to a unit when they make a charge, which is kind of hard to understand, but generally bigger number means more damage. And most of the time you're using impact damage anyways, so don't really pay attention to charge bonus. That's about it. Didn't see the bracket link before? Yeah, it's in there. Also, yeah, bracing mechanics hurt cavalry a lot. The difference between bracing and not bracing is like 25% of your HP on infantry. Cav is probably more like 80 these days with speed inflation. Let's see, cold ones is still 66. Kislev Cav, what are they looking at? 75. I'd wager 75 more than 80, unless you're talking about like Slaanesh and stuff. You know, like if you get the really fast Cav, you know, Betonia Cav has 84. Yeah, 80 is on the tier of like faster Cav. I think a lot of like the armored Cav is like around 70-ish. Go to Empire, you're looking at 78. Actually, yeah, you know, 75, 78, you know, 80 is not too bad. I'd probably put it at 75 then. The Kislev's winged horsemen have a bonus against infantry. The description mentions it, but there's no icon next to the damage. So Kislev cavalry do not have any innate bonus versus infantry because of weapon strength. This is not really a good indicator of how to understand units. Just don't look at this most of the time. The reason they're good into infantry is because they have glorious charge, which gives them a lot more damage, double charge bonus, and they have a lot of impact damage on infantry because they're armored. So kind of like Dryads, they're a unit that just happens to be good versus infantry because of how their stats are arranged, not because they actually have bonus versus infantry. That's kind of how it works. Kind of wish big things would knock back units a smaller distance. Be interesting. High Elves missile reflect? What do you mean? Like on Sword Masters? Deflecting shots is just they're 30% shielded. Nothing too crazy about that. Unless you mean something else. You know, if, like, yeah. There's no, like, you know, missile reflect other than, like, missile mirror, I guess. But, you know, it's, any shielded unit has a chance to just repel missiles. So this shielded unit will block 55% of small arms. This guy blocks 30%. 'Tis all. 72 charge is still pretty good even without glorious charge. Dude, glorious charge is crazy. Such a big leadership hit on everything you charge into. It says, yeah. So this doesn't actually mean anything. You can ignore this. This area, just stop looking at it, okay? You might as well read the details of the infantry and you will get more information. Look at this. Hoeth Forged Steel cries out as its wielders lunge into battle, cutting down foe after foe with their great swords. Okay, so it says that they're pretty good at doing damage, right? You know, that's way more useful than this, okay? This is 9 times out of 10, you know, 20 times out of 10, not useful, okay? Just, look, all the information you need is here, okay? This is somehow, it's a shielded unit with anti-infantry, okay? You're done. You're done. Flavored text is more fun to read than the bullet points anyways, yeah. The only time is like, there's some weird units that actually have things that matter in those bullet points. But they're super few and far between and like super niche. So don't really count on it. What was it? There's like some units that have something that like doesn't actually show up in game. Was it is it like wood elves? Is it like the woodsman ability? Forest spirit. No. There was a unit that had like a tooltip here that didn't show in here that had an effect on the game. You needed that confirmation. Splash attacks. Splash attacks isn't shown, sadly. You have to go deep into the game files to figure that one out. Let's see here. Kislev, Bear say they're unbreakable when they aren't. Great. But to you, Cafffield felt like they were way more devastating against infantry in older Total War games. Yeah. I played a little bit of Three Kingdoms, and I noticed the cavalry kind of glides through infantry way better. Maybe aquatic. So if you look at the skink cohort, yeah. So aquatic shows up here, and it says that they are better in water. They get a 20% strength boost in water. But it doesn't actually show in here. So there's like I guess no one plays on water maps anyways. Most of the map makers don't make use of aquatics, so yeah. You know, that's one of the things. And that's basically it. While we wait, could you give us a couple tips on how to read spells and especially their damage? Yes. This one. Any AoE damage spell, if it hits the unit, it's dealing this much damage. This much percent of 36 is armor piercing. So that means 18 of your damage is armor piercing. Nice and simple. Ignore this until I get to the part that's important. If you're doing a spell like this, if it says strong versus units with 25 or more entities, it means it does full damage if there are 25 entities. It does half damage if there are 12 entities, and a quarter damage if there are 6 entities. It linearly does less. Otherwise, calculate the duration times the average damage and you'll get the damage that you get. Total War is a bit weird. The damage that you get off of this is going to be slightly lower than the value you calculate. So if you look at the lore of Nehekara, Usirans, you do the math, 2,250 damage. You put it in practice, it does 2,000 damage. There's an off by 1 error for spells that makes them worse. It just makes them worse. So keep that in mind when you're doing your math. You know, best way is to just test it in game. If you see something like this that doesn't have a strong verse unit counter, it means that it's hitting one entity in the unit with each tick. So Spirit Leech is hitting one unit in the entity or one entity in the unit for 50 damage for 13 seconds. You can do the math. It's not really value. You want to use this on single entities. Strong verse characters, ignore that. Ignore strong verse characters. Ignore strong versus single combatant. Ignore causes damage to combatants. Ignore weak versus multiple combatants. All right, ignore all of that. Do the math yourself instead and figure out what it does. Traderkin is not limited. So this is an AoE damage effect that doesn't do less damage when there are more entities. So now you know, because you don't see the 25 or more characters thing. Now you know this is more like Spirit Leech than anything else, right? You can calculate the damage numbers yourself. Berserk beat Hitman Hippo. Spicy indeed. But yeah, that's how you do this. Yeah. Ignore the tooltip and do it yourself. Exactly. Don't pay attention to the tooltip. Good verse armor? No. No, it's not good verse armor. Okay. The spell sucks. That's what you should be doing the math. That's why you do math, right? Look at this. Good verse armor. What does that mean? What does that mean? If you take Lore of Heaven's Wind Blast Overcast, or even better, let's go for Lore of Yang, Dragon Breath Overcast. 42 damage, right? For 9 Winds of Magic. 42 damage against a unit with 50 armor. It's gonna resist like what, 32%, right? So times point, what, 6. Let's say, you know, only 0.63 of the damage goes through. This still does 26 damage to unit with 50 armor, right? You cast a Braze Scream against a unit with 50 armor. It does 24 damage. It does less against 50 armor than the other spell. Not to mention, this has a really small cone of attack. Most armored units tend to have more HP. So, yeah. It's, yeah. Armor, so the amount of armor reduces the damage of non-armor piercing by 0.75 of whatever the armor value is. So 100 armor will reduce 75% of the damage. You lived your life by those tooltips, and he just shattered my worldview. Yeah, no, this is why math is important, because CA, like, or not even CA, Warhammer itself is just a game of spells and units of differing value. All right, they're just different value. They, you know, some are good, some are bad, and it's up to you to figure out what is good and what is bad. Santa isn't real. Let's see here. Yeah, you know, if you actually run tests, so another thing is this: minus melee attack, minus melee defense. If you run this, if you actually use it in battle, your units will take about 1,500 less damage in a high DPS fight. In the AoE, you're gonna affect about 2 units. You're like, hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, right? But no, no, it's about comparative. It's about the comparisons to other spells. This spell, Overcast, costs 5 Winds of Magic and will make your units deal about 1,500 damage more to large units. I don't have to tell you that 5 Winds of Magic is a lot cheaper than 21 Winds of Magic. Plus, you get to spam the faction passive. Plus, if you're in single player, it's going to be even cheaper. You know, so like, yes, this has a lot of debuffs, but like, you just want the better spell. Better spell technology is the way to go. Also, yes, physical resist is ignored by magic attacks. Very important. In terms of missile resistance stuff, it's just it's additive. So you have a Morgar here with like 75% missile resist. You give him an extra, 15 missile resist. He's now resisting 90% of the damage. It does cap at 90 though, so don't expect much more than that. How does charge reflection work? Weirdly. Charge reflection. What does it mean? When bracing, this unit causes additional damage when attacking charging enemies. It's kind of a lie. Well, I think the bracing condition might still be needed, but it might still not be. I don't know if they changed it, but it means that this unit will deal double damage if the unit charging it is under the effects of the charge bonus. Charge bonus lasts for 12 seconds. So for the first 12 seconds of a charge, your Corn Gores are going to do more damage. Double damage even. I did some heavy testing when they first introduced this ability. So unless you changed it, it should be the same. But yeah, it just means they do double damage. Which is why it's a bad idea to charge into halberds. It does not mean that the damage you do to this unit will be reflected back to you, as the name might imply. No, if you want damage reflection, what you want are Nurglings. ROR Nurglings, which do have melee damage reflect 10. That's what. And that is a flat 10 damage dealt back to the unit that hits them. I thought it worked for 15 seconds. I might be off. It was 12 or 15. I don't know. It doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. Gonna do a third game. Dang, out of region. It's a close one. I bet they both won with Slaanesh. What do you guys think? Thank you for the updates, by the way. Very much appreciated. It's 10 armor piercing damage is how melee damage reflect works. It's true damage. Is it resisted by spell resist? Oh god, I don't think so. I don't think so. Here's an easy way to test. Let's see. So we go here. Oh crap. Because a lot of abilities that you might not think get resisted by spell resist do get resisted by spell resist. It's kind of janky. Even if it doesn't do magic damage, spell resist is actually like. Did you know Mortis engines? Mortis engines are affected by spell resist. Did you know that? I didn't know until I tested it. Game doesn't tell you. Let's see here. Ochre Kingdoms. What we got? What was that shrine? Ah, yes. So if I run the Fey Enchantress here. She's pretty notable because she has Silveron, who does give her a million spell resist. So if you go for Nurgle, right? And we get the ROR Nurgling unit. If we charge in with the Fey Enchantress, if she takes 10 damage per hit, then we know it is not negated. Is damage reflect ever worth? Very rarely. In cavalry charges and versus Wrathmongers, it can have a huge effect. Because impact hits do trigger your damage reflect. So if like a chariot charges into damage reflect units, it's pretty spicy. But it's very hard to get working properly a lot of the time. So if we charge Fey Enchantress in here. How much damage did you take? Dang. Is that real? I think it's real. Unless the Nurglings landed a hit on her. Wait, let's see real quick. Let's see. So 4, 5, 3. Oh my god, wait. I think it's true. I think the rumors were true. 4, 4, 6. Yeah, I think she's actually resisting the damage reflect with spell resist. As far as I could tell anyways. Because she's not taking 10 damage per hit, right? 4, 1, 3. Yeah, it looks like she's resisting about 60% of the damage reflect. So this counts as a spell. The game's weird, man. The game's weird. Magic attack bypasses physical resist, not armor. Yeah, it bypasses physical resist. Magic attacks absolutely do not bypass armor. Nor does fire damage give you magic attacks. Interesting. Do you get why casual players get the impression that many mechanics are just bugged? Yeah, I guess it makes sense, right? On the surface, you're just like, why is it so bugged? But no, it's just a bunch of hidden mechanics that once you understand them, I guess it kind of makes sense. It's not even as good against Corn as one might think. Unfortunately not. It's like the only time you might want to use it. But like, you know, it still kind of gets the job done. Game's weird shot. You remember seeing something about Minotaurs charging into a melee reflection peasant mob once? Absolutely destroyed the Minos. Yeah, it's the same with chariots. So every impact hit that you do will cause the damage reflect. So it's kind of nice. At times. It's called spell resist, not ability resist. Well, that's the thing. You just can't trust CA's tooltips. I've been telling everybody for as long as possible. The tooltips lie. Unbreakable? It's not unbreakable, right? You know, this was one that someone brought up earlier. The tooltips are dumb. Never trust them, okay? Never trust any of these tooltips, okay? Strong versus units with 25 or more entities. Have you seen how many times I got Lord Snipes with Pavane of Slaanesh? No, it just means that it does max damage. Why doesn't it say that? I don't know. It should just say, does max damage versus units with 25 or more entities. That'd be fine. You know, I'm giving the feedback right now. I'm getting angry. Let's see. Okay, I'm not like angry, but I should actually... put that in. Tooltip should say, does max damage versus 25 or more entities. There you go. That is yeah, that's way more clear. Way more clear. Telement, yeah, I sent it in. It's my favorite thing, by the way, though. Where's it at? Placeholder, yeah. I think I have a placeholder text in there. It's kind of funny. How much damage does it do versus single target? 25. You know, it divided by 25. It does like basically no damage to single entities. I should add that too. Should say deals 4%. Does 4% damage to one entity. or I could say like, or 4% does 4% more damage per entity in the unit. That's the most clear. Max 100%, right? That actually like explains it in full. You do 4% more damage per entity in the unit. Now, it doesn't like fully track, right? Along those lines, because like then you have to like read this. You know, I'm gonna put in bugs. There is a bug I wanted to report for the longest time. Spells don't do the damage they say they do. It's another very annoying one. I'll use Usirens as an example. Sirens, if you do the math on, yeah, if you do the math on Sirens, it should do about 2,250 damage. Instead, it does 2,000 damage. Probably an off by 1 error. Tool tips should be more clear about this. All right, there you go. There's my bug report. We'll send that one in too. Hopefully they see it. The jank. The jank. What's direct damage versus direct damage area? Yeah, this one's direct damage. So you left click a target and it'll hit 1 unit. Direct damage area is something that will hit in like a bubble. It's an AoE ability that also does direct damage. So it's just like every unit that's hit is hit with this debuff over here. So if you look at let's see here. If you look at like Flensing Ruin, right? Direct damage area. So it just does direct damage to all the units that you hit with it. There's also another weird thing where, did you know in the game's code, wind spells are actually vortex spells? We're not true Warhammer fans unless we nitpick. Gotta do it. Gotta do it for the newbies. Let's see. But yeah, this is actually a vortex that moves. In the way it actually interacts with the world is it's just a moving vortex. They call it a wind spell because it's a moving vortex that goes in a line. Unlike a vortex that is stationary or kind of picks a random direction to go in. But otherwise, they're effectively the same code-wise. So if there's a bug with wind spells, it's probably a bug with vortex spells too. In fact, it was so weird that in Warhammer 2, you could aim vortex spells like you do wind spells. Unfortunately, they patched that one out. I guess it was too powerful. Doesn't direct damage dot spells do an extra tick? I don't know, man. I don't know the nuances on what does more or less ticks. But it doesn't impact things too much. Usually I just look at the raw damage that spells do. Anyways, that's your weird spell shenanigans of the day. Let's see if we can beat out of region. If he wins. I always thought that vortex aiming thing was an urban legend. Nah, I got patched out. And unfortunately, after it got patched, people kept repeating it. So even into Warhammer 3, people are like, did you know you can aim vortex spells when it's not true anymore? Oh, the slow information. The thing is, like, you know, exciting information propagates way faster than true information. Legend of Total War said every spell is 1 second longer than it says. I know it was that way for healing. I think it still is that way for healing. It's why, and spells are abilities, by the way. Just treat them like abilities. Does anyone know if Tyrion still gets a double proc with his thingamajig? So if I put him on a horse and we get him the Heart of Avalorn, he should only heal 25%. But I think he will heal for like 50%. Unless they fixed it. I forget if they fixed this one. But yeah, it's weird because damage spells do less damage than they would otherwise be calculated for. So I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't break the game. It's just makes it really janky. All right, get him, Tyrion. So all going well, at least to my knowledge. And the worst part about this is when CA fixes it, they're not going to balance it. That's the worst thing about giving them bugs. Because sometimes people really rely on, like, quote unquote, like, bugged units. Or, you know, just directly relying on bugs for, like, the faction to be balanced. Because, like, you know, they're like, hey, this faction's weak, CA buffs the faction, right? They're like, hey, you know, the faction's still weak. And then they're like, okay, yeah, we buff the faction. So then they're barely viable. and then they're like, hey, there's a bug, and CA's like, oh, we'll fix the bug. They fixed the bug. Faction sucks now because they were relying on it. Yeah, there's a double proc. So Heart of Avalorn heals 25%. Just kidding, it heals 50% because it lasts for 2 seconds instead of 1. So what, Yuan Bo's execute triggers twice? I don't know, maybe. Probably. The double-edged sword of CA balance. Yeah, you can either get the bug fixed or the faction can stay balanced. You can't have both. So if I told them, here's the thing. If I told CA right now that Heart of Avalorn was bugged, I guarantee you they would fix it and they wouldn't buff Tyrion more. And Tyrion would just go on to suck into the horizon. Because right now people don't run Tyrion. And they would run him even less if Heart of Avalorn only healed 25%. So it's kind of awkward, man. Do I tell them? Do I tell them? Maybe I do. I'll beg them to try and fix it. Let's see here. Yeah, I thought that was fixed a while ago, but apparently not. Here. Spells tick for 1 second longer than they should. Heart of Avalorn ticks twice and heals 50%. If you fix this bug, please also buff Tyrion, because otherwise he will be very weak in multiplayer. All right, we'll get that one reported. I've been told that I don't need to make angry videos for CA to get their fixes in. I just gotta report the bugs and they'll get it fixed when they get it fixed. So we're not gonna turn this into like videos, nor will it be that exciting. It's just a random bug. But I will show it to stream though, because it's jokes. Beg them to also make Tyrion slightly stronger as well, just in general. I wish. But that would be too much. Only one report per case. I am the messenger. I have so like I'm in a luxury position because I can give bug reports to CA and also let them know how important it is for me to see them get fixed. And I've been told that like they look through everything. Whereas like, you know, I think your average Joe won't really know where to go to get seen by CA when they're reporting bugs. But it doesn't mean that I have any special privilege outside of that. Like if I think something's important and they don't think it's important, they're probably not going to fix it. Or it goes really low on the priority list. So don't think that you can just send me bugs and then like it'll guarantee be fixed. Though I do welcome it. I do like hearing about bugs. Has Dwarf River bug been fixed? I sure hope not. I did tell them to get rid of that map though in the multiplayer pool. It's a really bad map. Way too big and like crazy walls everywhere. No, like, you know, it's really bad map. They should just get rid of it. And there's a bug in the community where people complain too much. Definitely there's a lot of that, but I don't think you can fix that one, even if your game's perfect. Tim the Wilder is in semifinals. He beat Boss Toss. Tim the Wilder is a good player. I bet he's gonna play Wood Elves. I should ban his Wood Elves. Is he winning with Bretonia? Out of region and Alec Wall are the last to get into the top 8. There's a bug. Dark Elves are not top tier. Yeah, I did give them a very long list of, so I've been sending them what I call meta reports. I talked with their community manager about it and he said that it's fine and that they'll take a look at it. Hopefully it's useful to them. Where basically I just trying to be, you know, like not just buffing the factions I like, right? Just trying to tell them like what's going on in the meta right now. So be like, hey, these units you never see in tournaments. These units you see way too much in tournaments. These factions are being banned very often, like Slaanesh. Beastmen is still very strong. You know, I've seen people complain about Chaos Dwarf trains. The faction's not strong. Super strong anyways. So if you do nerf the trains, you probably need a slight buff otherwise. High Elves are rocking a 30 whatever % win rate right now. Maybe they could use a little bit more buff than what we saw with Eltharion. You know, and just give them like a little bit of info for each faction. And then I also gave them a list of stuff that people like to see. Like I'm like, hey, Exalted Great Unclean Ones, Greasus, Tretch Craventail, the Changeling, right? Like all these random cool lords that people love to see, or units that people bring up as counters that are weak. You know, those could see buffs. Like every time I say Skaven need a cav counter, people bring up Warp Grinders, but it doesn't work because Warp Grinders are paper hammers. So they're not a good enough tool for the situation, even though they're hammer shaped. So I'm like, hey, you know, Warp Grinders, people think Warp Grinders should counter cavalry. You should buff them to the point where they do, because that's the natural inclination that people in multiplayer are going to go for. Yeah, and then like, you know, it's basically it, right? You know, Purvane Purvane may possibly be a bit too strong in the meta right now. Yeah, that type of stuff. Yeah. Should be good. Grimgore, yeah, Grimgore is on the list. So I can go through the list. 2CA. Yeah, on stuff I think people like to see that could see buffs. Warp Grinders, Greasus, Raponce, Henry Lamassif, Great Unclean Ones, Rogue Idols, Mutilith Beasts, Blood plus Skull Crusher Cavalry, Frost Dragons of the Norskin variety. I gotta add that in. Norskin. Don't you dare buff. Is this why the Kislev Frost Dragon guys are so powerful? Because they keep thinking we're talking about the Kislev ones and not the Norskin ones. They're called Frost Worms, right? But okay, look, Frost Dragon should be clear enough. Hell Pit Abominations, Bloated Corpses, Blue Scribes, and Red Olgor. Okay, those are the big ones. There's a bunch of units too that I brought up in some factions, like Doom Knights are in there, right? Like I'm all about the casting. I want the casting to be goodies. So like, you know, I want to introduce like some new stuff to the meta, you know? None of this like I'm gonna spam Malagor and Centaurs for the next 8 months. I forgot Norska had Frost Dragons. I know, right? Norska has a flying dragon unit with an AoE slow and an extra slowing attack, and like nobody uses it. Yeah, Hydra's see use, but generally they're not strong. I told them to, or at least I asked them to just buff Dark Elves in general because they're doing pretty bad. You know, so I'm doing my best. I'm gonna miss some things, and I may be wrong about other things, but generally, I think if they listen to me, we'll have a more interesting, more exciting multiplayer landscape in the next patch. If they listen to me. If they don't listen to me, kind of like how this patch is a Slaanesh Beastmen Fest, and last patch was a Slaanesh Beastmen Fest, with the same lords you always see every day, right? You know, I want to mix it up a bit by making the super weak guys stronger, you know? Like, if they listen to me, maybe we'll see Warp Grinder Skaven become meta. You know how cool that would be? You know how cool that would be to see Skaven Warp Grinders be good? And then people are like, man, how do you deal with Warp Grinders? They're so OP. And then it's like, hey, they have no HP. Maybe I'll just shoot them. And then the meta's hype, you know? There's some back and forth. They have counters, right? It's great. You know, we could see Doom Knights flying around for Tzeentch. That's like one of the things that make them unique. Maybe Warriors of Chaos won't spam Hellstriders anymore. That'd be right. I think I added that in, that Hellstriders are seen in every faction that can run Hellstriders, which I think is a bad sign. And then I was like, hey, why don't you give Warriors of Chaos better cavalry and nerf Hellstriders? That way you'll actually see them run Chaos Knights, and maybe for once we'll see some Chosen of Core and dual weapons that people love, or Bile Trolls. Maybe they want Knights for Cav, but they don't have to. Maybe they'll bring Doom Knights, you know, something that is more than just a Hellstrider. You know, there's so many cool units here, right? Imagine Warriors of Chaos running a Mutilith Vortex Beast, and you're like, oh god, it's a good thing I bought single entity counters, right? Like, it's so much. There's so many units. So many units, so little used. Imagine a Bloated Corpse Vampire Coast meta. As long as it's still counterable, right? But like, imagine if you just have to pay attention to them, you know? If they cost like 100 or 50 gold, and it's like, oh boy. It's kind of like Banelings in StarCraft, where it's like, if you micro well against them, they're probably not too scary. But then every once in a while, you get that super sick moment for the viewers, where like one bloat gets massive value, and it's like, oh my god. Instead, right now, it's like, well, we got zombie pirate deckhand mobs, and pistols, and everyone's taking 15 of these guys with some bombers, and that's it. There's no bats because they're bugged. You know. The brutality. Also, yes, people crave Chosen great weapons, man. I feel like these guys, they fell off so hard. Give them more HP. Just give them 12,000 HP. That'd be jokes. Or 200 armor. I don't know. Give them 100 melee attack. I don't know, man. Because right now they kind of die to shooting and spells and such. Or more spell resist would be cool. It'd be kind of cool if like the more elite you get, the more spell resist you get. Because like Wrathmongers are cool too, you know. I think they're just too strong, so people kind of got sick of them. 50 gold bloat would be glorious. I know, because then you can actually like control the field. It would definitely be too strong at 50 gold. People would spam them every game, and it might get a bit boring. But then again, it would be so cool. The flavor. At least, like, it would be a faction that plays like no other faction. That's just constantly sending just a tide of bloated corpses. And then you need to use your cavalry or single entities. But then the single entities get countered by the guns. So now you have a little bit of back and forth, right? Tell them to make an ROR stock bloat. Man, asking CA to make RORs feels like too much, man. They barely have the time to fix these bugs. We'll see. But yeah, bloats don't even one-shot cav anymore, man. So you can kill 2 bloats with 1 shaft cav. Or you can just shoot them, 1 volley. I think 100 gold bloats would be pretty scary, still spammable. I would say 150 gold, or 200 if you're really worried, would be like a solid spot to start off with. And then you can adjust off of there in like a mid-balance patch. Hey, we got outer region. Let's go, baby. All right. It's time. Anyways, that was a fun discussion. Time to die. Time to die. So I believe outer region was top bracket. If you look at it, outer region was top bracket and I was top bracket. I feel like it may be top bracket favored, but we will see. So we're doing our blind bans right now. Let's get that out of the way. And then we'll see what we can do. We'll see what he decides to ban. No idea. 200 would be usable. Yeah, 200 is at the point where it's like, oh, okay, you know, if they make contact, they'll pay for themselves. If they don't make contact, then I lose value. So it's like a nice little balance. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna ban outer regions Tomb Kings. He bans my Kislev. Makes sense. Tit for tat. So it's gonna become Slaanesh shenanigans. So no Tomb Kings. No Kislev. He gets first pick, so he's probably gonna pick Slaanesh. I'm gonna pick Beastman. That's pretty clear, right? If he doesn't pick Slaanesh, he's crazy. Given that he's hovering Slaanesh right now, he probably picks Slaanesh. He picks Slaanesh. Who would have guessed? So I'm gonna pick Beastmen and Empire. Beastmen and Empire into Slaanesh both have medium chances. His next faction is Ogre Kingdoms. And now I think we blind pick our last faction. Let's see here. Ogre Kingdoms, eh? Let's see. Ogres. Probably a Warriors of Chaos pick is safe enough. So I have Warriors of Chaos versus Ogre Slaanesh. If I have to play into his Slaanesh, it's at least manageable. But I gotta make sure that like the next round we have an advantage. So like I need either Slaanesh or Beastmen to get played. So if he plays Slaanesh and I don't play Beastmen this round, then I get to pick Beastmen first in the next round. And then Slaanesh. And then he's screwed. He picked Dwarves? That's crazy. He picked Dowie. Alright. Beastmen, Empire, Warriors of Chaos, Slaanesh, Ogre Kingdoms, Dwarves. Alright. I want to give it my best shot. Yeah, I feel like, yeah. I feel like the pick and ban system is really bad for the tiebreaker, but let's see. He bans Beastmen into Dowie. So Outer Region's playing Dowie, which is spooky indeed. Beastmen versus Ogre should be fine for me. Beastmen into Slaanesh is a toss-up. Empire versus Dwarves. Oh god. Do I know how to play Empire into Dwarves? I'm pretty sure I don't. Or do I? Way too risky. You stick with what you know. Empire into Ogres is good, though. So, Dwarves makes you ban one matchup. The thing is, who am I playing into Ogres with Slaanesh? Like, Slaanesh versus Warriors of Chaos is probably bad for me. So I'll ban that one. But yeah, we need one of these factions to get played. The thing is, if I play Beastmen, then next round, he gets Beastmen dibs. So it's a little rough for me. Turin's casting the semis, yes. I think he's probably going to cast the semis that is already ready at this point. Tim the Wilder and Berserk. Oh, he is casting the semis. Hell yeah. Alright. Anyways, if I can just get this first win, I should be fine. I have a lot of chances here. So, I have Warriors of Chaos versus Ogres and Dwarves. He bans Dwarves and Warriors of Chaos. That's good. So, his Dwarf pick made him waste 2 bans, which is definitely in my favor. He bans Ogres into Empire. So, I can lock him in between 2 matchups of Beastmen into Ogres or Slaanesh. Empire into, let's see here. Empire into Slaanesh is a spooky one, but I think it's winnable if I do it just right. If he loses the Slaanesh matchup, we're in a really good position, because I pick Beastmen next. I don't think I fancy Beastmen into Slaanesh, though. I think that's a slightly worse match. Like, it's just, I'm just going to barely lose it, and I lose my Beastmen pick. Beastmen into Ogre Kingdoms, though, is like a toss-up, right? But it's either that or Warriors of Chaos into Ogre Kingdoms, which can also be a little bit spooky. I think I will settle for that, though. Then at least the pick and ban is kind of even. Because I really don't want to play Beastmen into Slaanesh. Yeah, and then that way I'm not playing Beastmen. So it's either Empire into Slaanesh or Warriors of Chaos into Ogres. We'll see which one he decides to go for. It's a tussle indeed. Slaanesh versus Empire. Okay. Okay, so we can effectively lock him out of Beastmen for the next round. And I'll get to play Beastmen. If I win this, my odds go through the roof. If I lose this, I have a pretty decent second and third situation. I have to play Beastmen in the second round, though. Or at least get him to ban all the Beastmen matchups to get me a more favorable situation. Because it's very likely he gets to play Beastmen in the third round. That's the spooky part. I did pre-game this, though. So I have an Empire versus Slaanesh build. You got this for Sigmar. For Sigmar! Yeah, I did pre-game this. So I worked out a build. I have a good amount of solutions for most of the things he may decide to bring. The only thing that must be done is that we close it out without any big throws. Slaanesh is a very, very spooky faction. Absolutely so. They are top dogs, man. Slaanesh is a top dog. But I'm playing Empire, one of my best factions outside of Kislev and the OP factions. So I have a lot of tools here at my disposal. Only thing we gotta do is just play good, right? I've theory crafted all day yesterday on what he could possibly bring. Let's double check the threats of Slaanesh. Slaanesh can bring Rampage, spells, abilities, army abilities, Hellstriders, fast armor with shields, skirmishers, Furies, and Azazel. I think my build has an answer to all of that. They don't have any Seekers. They do have Hellstriders. Don't have any Seekers. Hellstriders are partially manageable depending on the situation. I think I'm ready. Let's hope the pre-gaming is good enough here. This is as good of a map as it gets. I think my entire ability to win may hinge on this. Because if I don't win this, the third round is looking pretty bad for me. Because he's going to get Beastmen. I can, of course, ban Beastmen, but that's 3 out of my 4 bans. Which means I only get to ban 1 matchup out of the rest. If I get any bad matchups there, we're donezo. Copy of Kislev. Wagons incoming. Wagons incoming. It's simple. It's a man-tied wagon build. He has 10 units. Very good. We know Spirit Leech is generally pretty bad for Slaanesh. They're not a huge fan of Spirit Leech. And I got lots of Lord Snipe potential. Triple Archer here is pretty good. And I have Spears for days, Sons of Sigmar, so we don't trigger their passive. And this wizard only costs 350, and he can get so much value. He can get so much value if I control him well. Reserves, free company, and a Sunmaker in case he went super heavy on the infantry. We can trade up there. And I mostly just want to spam Cav, I think. To start off, though, it's probably not a bad idea to have an extra Empire Spearman in here. 350 cast is good. Ah, but he took a Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh. Did my buy? He went for Siggy. Marauder spams Siggy. All right. Interesting. So he's way weaker to wagon spam then. So he's basically said, you know what? I don't want to go the mobility game against Empire. You're just going to be a menace. So I'm just going to give that up instead and go for Sigvald. Thankfully, wagons are really good versus Sigvald. And I brought my super secret tech, the Sunmaker. Already popped Sigvald in the face. So this is going to be a kite game and a half. I'm going to turn off the firing right now so that I can possibly bully Sigvald. He doesn't have his Slaanesh caster in there. Come on, come on. Turn around, I dare you. Turn around. Okay, he's not going to turn around, but it's fine. Pretty decent volley on him. Pretty decent volley. He still doesn't have his caster nearby, though they are coming up very quickly. Definitely gonna need some Demi Knights. Okay, he uses one rampage. That's fine. I have a net to counter it, so it's not too bad. There we go. Archers away. We're just gonna use our spears here. We might lose one wagon to that charge. The net's good though, but it seems like the Forsaken are still getting a lot of deeps in. Kind of unfortunate. Archers are getting the work done though, and the wagons may rally and come back. So it's not the end of the world. I'm just gonna Spirit Leech Siggy. Unfortunately, he does kill one wagon though. It's pretty brutal. Thankfully, my archers are really good versus Forsaken, but he does have a triple cap, and it was a full route. Pretty brutal start, actually. That's a solid paveining he got there. Siggy though. Siggy can only take so much heat before he dies. Dang, those fast casters though. It's a pretty big loss, but he took a lot of Forsaken damage, and I will be able to recapture the point. So it's not too bad. I do have another net here. We'll just push them with our war wagons and use my archers to their maximum effectiveness. Doesn't have too much mobility either, which is pretty comfy. Sigvald's kind of looking low too. He's not the chonkiest of lords. He is bringing in a lot of cav, however. It's a great time for more cav on my end. I think it's too risky to go for the Sunmaker because he can just rush me. Okay. There's a cav catch. Nice. I'm going to shoot his Forsaken because I want my center line to hold. Okay, there we go. It's a cav. I just got to countercharge him now. He's got Marcus on lockdown. I got a net on his infantry though. That's pretty good. And Sigvald himself. Quite nice, quite nice. Now where is he gonna commit to this fight? Demigryph Knights are pretty good here. We got a route on one of his units, and I have a Knight charge in the back. Nice. Cavalry charges are good. Siggy's getting very low. That's solid. That's solid. A little bit more focus fire on him could go a long way. Come on, there's another focus fire. Nice. He has some of his guys on me, but a lot of them are caught up in spears or cav alike. Trading wise, it's not too bad. Sigvald's actually incredibly low now. I think I'm gonna go for the Marcus snipe on him, because one more Spirit Leech and he's probably out of the picture now. There's a cav charge. That's good. My spears hold up fairly well into Forsaken. He went for a pretty big deep dive on me. Okay, we're gonna pull back with our archers. Use the spears here. Wagons are doing their best versus Siggy. Gonna need to pull my caster back. I think a lot of this depends on how quickly we kill Sigvald. Because if he doesn't die, I'm kind of boned, right? I spent a lot of resources into trying to kill him. Come on, Demon Knights. They're doing okay. Okay, we're seeing some routes here too. His cavalry are definitely down for the count. And Sigvald is looking more worse for wear than ever. Nice. All right. Front line is still dealing with like a bunch of Forsaken, but I think Demigryph Knights are decent cleanup here. A lot of my wagons are starting to return too, so they can get into position. It's a decent fight. He didn't manage to take the point either, which is very good for me. I got another Spirit Leech for Siggy. Come on, you darn Siggy. There you go. There's a Spirit Leech. I just need the wagons to shoot him up. It's kind of a big part of the plan here. A lot, like the Sigmar Sons are killing it though. All right, some free company over there. Can they fire? Seems like they're barely not firing. Gotta pull them back just a touch. But most of his cav are down. Trading wise, it says we're doing really good for ourselves. You can't trust it entirely, but this is about as good as you could possibly hope for. Free company militia on them, Forsaken. Sigvald's on his last legs too. Sigvald goes down, we're set. I can net him over here to help out that situation. Free company against the Forsaken. Pretty bad fight. I'll have to pull them back and use Empire Knights instead. But at least the net was pretty good. Thank goodness for Sigmar Sons, man. They're holding the line. I have another Spirit Leech for Siggy. He's getting lower by the second. All right. This is where we use our cav here. I have a fairly good superiority in mobility. The Spirit Leech is definitely getting work done. Oh, Marcus got knocked away. That actually saved his butt. That's a good one. Okay, Sigvald's looking really worse for wear now. He just needs one more Spirit Leech and he's done for. My spears are holding somehow, some way. I have Cav there to clear up that business. And it looks like my free company should be back too. He's spamming basically Cav, so I've just bring in a million archers here. I should be okay. Sigvald's super low. There goes his mobility. Caster's gonna get in on him. And there's the War Wagon focus fire. Come on, these guys need Marcus's leadership actually, but he gets knocked back. Unfortunate. We lose our unit on the far end. Come on. Come on, you darn wagons, just kill him. Hellstriders are kind of spooky. Yeah, I just gotta kill him and then just re-secure the points. That's everything that we gotta do now. Holy crap, he's dead. Siggy's dead. All right, it's just point re-securing time. Everything comes down to this. Can we retake our capture points? Sigvald is now gone. He is a menace no longer. Marcus is providing his leadership, and he's about to lose his caster to some war wagons here. My Empire Knights are doing glorious work, and we have a far capture on the way over there. That's quite nice. There you go. I need the wagons to capture the point. Demogryph Knights is sleeping. Oh god, I had a Demogryph Knight here this whole time. Alright, yeah, we're definitely gonna use that. Okay, I have some spears. A whole Demogryph Knight doing nothing. What the crap? That's crazy. I'm that ahead? Yo, that's crazy. Alright, there you go. And let's see here. Sigmar Sons are really good here. Unfortunately, my Cav does die to that situation, but I do get first capture out of the way. Spirit Leech is donezo. And a full Demogryph Knight just doing nothing. That's crazy. The tactical reserve. All right, there we go. So I can distract some of his Cav on that front. We killed off one of his Hellstriders. The question is, like, can I actually hold points against him in this type of game? Because I don't have that much of a... I have a pretty good lead, but it's not like, you know, it's not like he can't just spam Hellstriders against me. So we gotta actually, we gotta really retake these points quickly. Wizard's on his way. You're a wizard, Harry. Another Cav unit is on its way. I have lots of time. It's all about just bringing in the boys and leaving just a pocket force over here to stop him from capturing too quickly. They are very route prone indeed. Still have some winds of magic. That's kind of cool. I gotta keep my Cav alive. He's gonna try and uptrade here to wear down my forces. Tosses down the net on my Cav, but it looks like we'll be able to secure this point. And the next one is soon to come. Marcus takes the center. And yeah, okay, so he's going hard on over here. That's fine enough. He lost his caster and we're about to triple cap him. I'll take it. I have Demogryph Knights. They should be fine. We have spears. We have Marcus and another Spirit Leech for his chariots. Sigvald kill is so important. All right, there you go. Cav surprise on the skirmishers, maybe. Maybe we can catch him out. Spirit Leech on the chariots, doing fine enough. Marcus and the wizard should be enough here. There you go, there's a capture. They should be enough. We'll go over here. It feels kind of like cheating, reading the chat and then having you guys tell me Tell me that I was missing a unit. But I guess I could have just looked at the bottom anyways. Regardless, he's going to be going for this point, but I think we just up trade into the horizon here. And then I should be fine. My Empire is seemingly good enough versus the forces of Slaanesh this day. Though we have to keep playing it out. There's always a chance that he manages to pull out a miracle and then clear us up. But he doesn't have too many units here. It is basically all cavalry. So just come on in. You'd have seen it, trust. I don't know. We'd see how the rules end up calling that. Yeah, but do I have enough units? Demogryph Knights and War Wagons abound. I should be able to kill off his chariots. There we go. And I have some knights chasing off his skirmishers. He does retake the point, but I have like lots and lots of time to retake it. Spirit Leech on his Hellstriders to get him routed off as soon as I can. And now we just want to start spamming dudes, right? To cover the other points, because he can retake very quickly if I'm not careful here. But he tops out. I guess he didn't have any money left. And that's a win against Slaanesh again. Slaanesh has won 0 times against me. Perfect. It's all the chaff skill carrying it. Barely kept the point. I guess I would have had enough time anyways. That was still pretty decisive, not too close, but god dang though, man. Yeah, despite killing one chariot early, it was just the one. Did you guys know Sigmar's sons are Chads, by the way? Look at their stat line. You know who compares in a stat line against Sigmar's sons? Sigmar's sons are big guns with melee defense. Are you guys seeing this? 41 melee attack, 41 melee defense. I guess they do a bit less damage. GG though, that's a good one. Okay, so now I'm the host. He played Slaanesh, so he can't pick Slaanesh. So this is about as good as it possibly can be for us. If I don't win this next round, the third round is going to be extra difficult for us. So I have to metagame this as hard as possible. He just picks Slaanesh, and I get dibs, which means I get to pick Beastmen and Slaanesh. Which is basically... Well, actually, no, I guess he picks 2, right? Well, no, he can't pick Slaanesh, so I get Beastmen and Slaanesh for this round. It's perfect. And 30 armor even. Yeah, yo, Sigmar's sons are a must-take. They're so good. But yeah, I get to pick Beastmen. And then he can't pick Slaanesh because he just played Slaanesh. He goes Ogre Kingdoms and Empire. I already played Empire though, so it's not really a deny. I can go Slaanesh and then just ban out his Empire matchups. But I'd rather pick something that he might pick. I think my best choice versus Ogre Kingdoms and Empire is probably Warriors of Chaos. It's either that or Dwarves, which are super favored into both of them. And I think he would be crazy not to ban Dwarves into Ogre Kingdoms. But I don't know how to play them. So we're going Warriors of Chaos. And then I get to see his last faction. No, it's a blind pick. Okay. Well, it's fine. So we denied him Warriors of Chaos, and now I get Slaanesh. He went Norska. Okay. So this should be as easy as possible. Empire Norska. I have Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos, and Slaanesh. Now, I don't have to tell you that Beastmen, Warriors of and Slaanesh is way more stacked than Ogre Kingdoms, Empire, and Norska, okay? Even the matchups that I'd be worried about, I think we're fine. So, I'm going to ban... I just gotta ban the matchups that are best for me, right? Like, you know, like Empire into Beastmen, it should be pretty bad. Warriors of Chaos into Ogres, though? I'm going to start with Warriors of Chaos into Ogres because that's a start. That's a good, safe start because it's a matchup I'm not too familiar with. The fact that he's playing Empire, it's not too bad. But he already bans Empire into Beastmen. And he already banned Beastmen into Slaanesh. Wait, what? No, Empire into Beastmen and Empire into Slaanesh. Okay. So I didn't have to waste my bans on that, which is super good for me. If it ends up being Slaanesh or Beastmen into Norska, that should be extremely favored for me. He's going to use most of his bans there, I think. So Warriors of Chaos banning Empire makes sense, which means he's not going to play Empire, which would have been a fairly spooky situation. And then what? It's Slaanesh into Ogres, Beastmen into Ogres, Beastmen into Norska, Warriors of Chaos or Slaanesh into Norska. It's all great. I will ban Beastmen Ogres though, because there's a chance that he can make that one a bad matchup. The Intissi overconfidence is hitting. No! Look, we know we're in a good position. I'm still gonna play my heart out. He bans Norska, Warriors of Chaos, and Slaanesh. So all I have to do now is win Beastmen into Norska on Crystal Lake or Slaanesh into Ogres. Here's the thing. I'm guaranteed a Slaanesh pick in the third round because he already played Slaanesh. So I should save the Slaanesh for the finishing move and play Beastmen here. Like I said earlier, we have to play Beastmen in the second round. Play Beastmen versus Norska. That way I get the Beastmen out of the way because he gets dibs on third round, and he's gonna pick Beastmen because he hasn't played them yet. Which means I get to play Beastmen into Norska, which should be a very favored matchup for Beastmen. The only thing that can go wrong is if he has some forbidden tech and he crushes me. It's a spooky gambit. It means I'm not playing Slaanesh, but yeah, just gotta not throw our Lord, right? Just keep him alive. Watch him Fimir rush. What can he bring that would be spooky against me? So if we look at the Norskin roster list of spooky things that I made a document for myself. They can go Horseman Kite, Mammoths, Fimir, Champions, Werekin, Skin Wolves, and Frost Dogs, Trolls, and Scylla. Okay. Double Frost Dragon. Double Frost Dragon, my god. But yeah, I know what I'm most worried about here. I know what I'm most worried about. So I think we'll be okay. Double Mammoth build against Mantide is pretty scary, but you just shoot it, right? Yeah, you have lots of ways to just shoot it. You can also fight Mammoths. Like, Beastmen have so many strong single entities. They have so many strong single entities. I don't think you have to worry that much. Anyways, this should be very favored for me. I was metagaming these picks in last night. I was super hardcore metagaming. So I think we prepared ourselves for the last round pretty well. Like, I can just play Slaanesh. It's fine. That's already gonna burn 2 of his 4 bans. At least. Maybe 3. Which is perfect, man. It's just perfect. Let's see here. Alright, so yeah, I'll get me one of these. And then I guess one of... I don't know. I guess I'll do this. That's a pretty good one. So he's already ready. And to see the Sweat Lord, dude, I was sweating it up so much. I really wanted to make it to semis, and we're on the warpath. One more win, and we make it into semifinals, which is so perfect. So he's gonna have a lot of Skin Wolves and such. All of those are spooky indeed. But overall, I think I have a fairly strong loadout that's difficult to take out here. I think I have a fairly powerful loadout. Mammoths abound are not the scariest thing in the world. Yeah. Do I need these? Probably not. Probably just want more of this. More of this action. All right. This feels okay. This feels a-okay. Actually, I could take one of these. That's pretty high. Ooh, 2 of them. All right, that's pretty good. All right, so I have a build. We're up against Norska. Last I remember, Norska's a very melee faction. I doubt he's gonna go Manti Javelin spam, though if he does, just pretty weak, right? See, give Norska a Caster Lord, please. Yeah, Fimir Caster Lord would be kind of hype. Sucks that both Canadians match up right from the beginning. Oh, true. All right, so the big spooky here is, can I kite him enough? I brought a lot of range units. I brought the Eye of Morslieb. Norska should get Skull Takers. That'd be interesting. So I think he's going to go for a kite build. So I bought this guy. The net is insane. 12 seconds of not moving is a lot. He can't rush me with mammoths. He can't rush me with mammoths because double Gorble. The scariest thing is, what if he just captures all the points, right? Now I got reinforcements with a lot of infantry clear. Perfect. He played right into my hand. Where are the horse masters? Very spread out. Okay, makes sense. So I just got to be super careful here. We're gonna rock chuck them. Just gonna try and maneuver our guys for a little bit. We gotta get the Eye of Morslieb a little bit closer. And this is a mobility game. Both sides are super incentivized to go hard on the mobility. We already got our first rock chuck on his horse masters, so they're already taking a bit of damage. By using Malagor here with his insane speed, he can kind of burn ammunition, though it did somehow give them extra range and let them hit my dudes, which is a little unfortunate. But already getting a little bit of value. A couple of Marauder horsemen, not too bad. Malagor is just, you know, he's just kind of dancing around, right? But he has more skirmishers than me. However, we have a big ol' Eye of Morslieb chucking Vox at him. Malagor is fairly safe and fine. He can cause a few issues here. Takes a little bit of skirmish damage, but it's okay. I'm kind of just trying to get the Eye of Morslieb to get its net down. Just like that. Just like that. So that means I get a free charge on his Marauder horsemen. So they are more or less gonzo. That's a brutal, brutal charge. Savage indeed. And that's going to give me some advantage. He does use a boat, however. Will they rout off, though? Can I kill Wolfric? I don't know. TBD. You get another rock chuck out. It's pretty nice. So far, the trading's going okay, I'd say. There's nothing too crazy going on. We're kind of just, you know, skirmishing versus each other. Flock of Dooms are fine. Eye of Morslieb is fine. You know, he's getting a lot of work in. Definitely Gorbals on Skin Wolves is a plus for me, even if he does get a bit of skirmish damage in. I think my skirmishers are slightly healthier than his, but yeah, very TBD. There's a rock chuck right into the Skin Wolves. Kind of whiffs, though. Unfortunate for me. We do kill another skirmisher, though. Very hype. He gets a burning head. But I get a Flock of Doom over here. How does the Eye of Morslieb fare in this situation? This is a really awkward one. I should be able to chase down his horsemen at least, but definitely an awkward one. Start tussling on the far point. Okay, so I routed off the Skin Wolves. That's good. Eye of Morslieb is a brutal beast indeed. And he goes for the Manticore summon. Interesting. Value-wise, though, we're kind of behind, and I don't have points. So we'll have to see how it pans out. Double Minotaur is still good, though. And I have a net for... I can net down Wolfric. Maybe. And hit him up. We'll see how that one goes. Not entirely sure about that, but TBD on whether or not we beat him up. Wolfric is not super keen on getting massacred there, and he did whiff his second boat. Second boat was actually fairly important for him. There you go. Net wears off, but not before Wolfric takes some massive damage. I should be able to kill off those basic dudes over there, no problem. We do see some routes on the far side with oh, he whiffed. Got a burning head on his own dudes. Brutality. All right, that's not too bad. Gorbals are here. Eye of Slaanesh gets another rock chuck. Potentially okay, especially if I can get my archers here to support this fight. I could definitely have more cav here. And then his skin wolves are going down pretty well. Eye of Slaanesh rock chucks are spooky indeed. And there's a huge flock of doom on all of his guys. Archers are firing away. All right, you know, maybe it's not too bad. Got a little bit of cav back there. Maybe we recapture the point. Maybe Malagor gets murdered. TBD. But the Minotaurs are doing really well. And with Wolfric so aggressively positioned, maybe we have a chance here. A Lord Snipe would definitely be the best thing for me. Though we don't know if we can actually secure it. What am I summoning? I probably want more cav, right? I think the cavalry is what's going to win it for us. Wolfric's taking a lot of heat. I'm going to net him. I'm just going to net him and just take him out, right? Sure, the Manticore is going to get a bit of working, but without Wolfric, he's basically doomed. I do still have all my archers. Dang it, another boat. Come on, Lord Snipe action. The net did good. Net did good indeed, but remember, we're still triple capped here. It's not the prettiest of situations. But Wolfric is on his way out. Okay. Norse go without their lord. We'll see how this one pans out. So I can chase him off the map. He's a done deal. Eye of Slaanesh is now just fighting. Wolfric is completely gone. So that's quite nice. And I do have double Minotaur here. I'm just going to need to clear up his infantry, right? Oh, this one's a spooky one. This one's a spooky one indeed. The triple cap while we're kiting is rough. Wolfric's gone. Eye of Slaanesh is grinding. Ooh, that burning head though is brutal. Okay, so next we're going for this Chaos Sorcerer of Fire. We route off his dogs, and once Wolfric's gone, we should see some big fat routes, right? We should see some very big fat routes. Rear charge on these guys, maybe. Could do well. Dang it. Routed off my dudes on the far side, though. It's going to be a close one, indeed. It's going to be a very close one. We'll see how well our flocks of doom go here. I have a little bit of cav, a little bit of infantry. He has skin wolves, though. I have another flock of doom coming in. That's going to be big. Is he going to full commit? Probably not, right? So I might as well use the flock of doom now. It's going hard on the Cygor, but it does give terror. And Wolfric just routed at the perfect time. Wolfric just routed. Okay. All right. So now it's just the recaptures I got to worry about. It's just them recaptures. Wolfric routing off here is perfect. Because the Eye of Slaanesh just terror routed all his skin wolves. That's good. He loses another skin wolf unit. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't do much to chase him off. Burning Head's pretty nice too. Corn Gores are in. And now the clock is ticking. He has 1,000 tickets. Hits the Corn Gores. Actually, not too much damage though. Yeah, he has 1,000 tickets. Eye of Slaanesh may even rally if I'm lucky. And he has skirmishers, which aren't going to do too well. His skin wolves are like full gone, right? Even his Manticore probably dies to Malagor. Oh, it's gonna be a slow recapture though. I don't fancy this recapture being too quick. Korngor's got to get on the point. Minotaurs knock his sky off at least. Okay. Okay, here we go. So we got Flock of Doom. We got Chase Down on the Skin Wolves. All fine, but like, can I retake fast enough? The retake is going to be slow and painful with him summoning so many dudes. And I just straight up lose my Centigores off the get-go. I do get the Eye of Slaanesh back though. which is kind of jokes, but I think he's just dead. Yeah, poor guy just got mulched. I need Cav. Yeah, I need Cav to just pile in here. It's gonna be a close one. I don't know if we win this though. Him having no leadership is rough and all, but will it be enough? Double Doom Bowls on here. I have my cavalry to chase off his mobility. Centaurs kind of getting murdered, man. I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of getting mulched. His skin wolves are really good versus my poor dudes. Maybe I should play Norska. Dang, I think he did it. I think we're dead. Unless I can stall him capturing this point. I think we're donezo. His horsemen. His horsemen were too spooky. Even with the Eye of Morsliev, which I was banking on to hard carry. Seems like it's gonna be a tussle indeed. Corngors are doing their best. They're braced decently at least. I do have more Minotaurs here, but like I'm not capturing this point. Dang. I think his magic was just slightly better. Now here's the thing. I got Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos and Norska and the like in the finals. But I don't faint. Like, his Beastmen could be scary. I think we can still probably beat it. We'll see. Yeah, they called me overconfident. Let's see, can I ride off his horsemen? Like, it's still not completely over. Maybe Malagor gives his leadership back over here. And then somehow I stop his horsemen from stopping me here on this side. His horsemen are probably going to kill on my Minotaurs, though. I don't like that too much. Our poor archers here just aren't doing enough. Can these guys even capture this in time? Questionable. Though we do have a mini route here. It doesn't look like it's getting recaptured. I will scrap it out till the end, though. Might as well. Gets another solid burning head on me. Ooh. Brutal. All right. So he wins with Beastmen. But he's down Beastmen and Slaanesh. GG's. He is down Beastmen and Slaanesh. The 3-1. The dreaded 3-1. These guys did great. Like, killing Wolfic was great. If anything, I think the Eye of Morsliev just wasn't a good enough counter to his skirmishers. I think if I took more Ungor bowmen, I probably would have been fine there. Such is life, though. Eye of Morsliev did its best. Okay, so I can save Slaanesh for last. We'll see what his first pick is. And then I'll just start hard countering it. Ogre Kingdoms, makes sense. So I don't have any Kislev. Warriors of Chaos is like another spooky faction he could run. So I think Warriors of Chaos is the best starter for me. Because he just... Oh, I played Beastmen, crap. You know what? Yeah, I'll go Warriors of Chaos. And I just played Beastmen. He doesn't have Norska. Norska versus Ogre Kingdoms is a toss-up that I don't really feel too comfortable with. Don't really want to play Dwarves. I don't have Empire. I do have the Rogue Wood Elves, though, which are decent into many matchups that he might go for. I should save that for my last pick. So I'll just gonna go for Slaanesh to buy time and see what he's gonna pick. Yeah, Ungors and yeah, I think the Eye of Morsliev. I should have just spammed infantry. Should have just spammed infantry. Eye of Morslev's cute, but it didn't actually trade fast enough or well enough. He goes Empire. Okay. So what's my best option there? You know, Wood Elves into Empire is not bad. Petonia into Empire is not bad. I could go Norska for if he goes for Beastmen, which I think it's fairly likely that he's going to want to go for Beastmen. And then that way I have just a full list of Beastmen counters. What if he goes for, like, I don't know, a kite faction, though? You know what? I'm going Norska. He goes Beastmen. Okay, all right. Beastmen, Empire, Ogres versus Warriors of Chaos, Slaanesh, Norska. This is fairly manageable. I mean, yeah. I have Slaanesh, Norska, Warriors of Chaos, man. Slaanesh is gonna hard carry here. Play the same build against him, yeah. Though he might just try and hard counter it, right? With mass infantry. So he bans Norska and Ogres. Okay. So we just gotta go for the win now. So it's good that he's banning the Ogre matchups. He looked like he was pretty confident Slaanesh into Ogres. I'm gonna ban Warriors of Chaos versus Beastmen and Warriors of Chaos versus Empire. I think they're too sus. Which means we have Slaanesh with all his matchups. Maybe he thinks he can beat Slaanesh with Beastmen. That would be crazy. We have Slaanesh into his Empire or Ogres, which is a bit of a toss-up. Kind of depends on how things play out. Let's see what he goes for. Slaanesh. I think I have a lot of good matchups, but yeah, we'll see. He bans Beastmen and Norska. Makes sense. If I can force Slaanesh into Beastmen, that's probably my best case scenario. Ooh, man, yeah, if I just went wide there, I totally would have beat his Beastmen. I mean, his Norska. I would have won with Beastmen there. Why is Slaanesh so strong? Very fast. And they have a lot of spells that can delete units. And he bans Beastmen Slaanesh. Okay. So I can force him into a Slaanesh matchup, but it's Slaanesh versus Empire or Ogres. Both are kind of awkward. I think I will ban Warriors of Chaos Ogres. And then it's Slaanesh into Empire? Okay, you know what? I'd rather play Slaanesh into Ogres or Warriors of Chaos into Ogres. So I'm going to go for that. And we'll see how good his Ogre Kingdoms is. Oh, God. All right. Losing that round was pretty bad. Then again, him losing Slaanesh is pretty good. He wants to play Slaanesh into Ogres. Okay. So he's been trying to force this matchup for the last while. If he beat my Slaanesh and I beat his Slaanesh, then he's the better player. He won the non-Slaanesh matchup. Against Beastmen, too. So we're gonna have to pull out all the stops here. Slaanesh into Ogres is an interesting one. Ogre matchup sounds horrible for Slaanesh. There's a lot of units that route very easily. So I feel like that's definitely really nice. A Lord Snipe is the best case scenario we can work ourselves towards. Got some chips because you don't have popcorn. This is hype. This is the big match. If we lose this, stream over. We move on with the rest of our day. Here we go. Yeah, I do suspect he will have a lot of Noblars. Noblars is spooky, but not the end of the world. Definitely manageable. The big thing is like, you know, make sure I don't get my Lord sniped. And then we'll be goodies. Ogres do have a lot of snipe tools. Slaanesh is a very fast faction, though. So, big old toss-up on that front. We're on Jade Tomb, which does have a big forest for me. That can be good. Hellstriders is really good, too, yeah. So, if we look at the Ogre threats here, and here's the thing. Remember, he's been preparing for this, right? He's been ultra preparing for this. So, there has to be some sort of forbidden tech, or he thinks he can just crush it with Ogres. Gold Man-Eaters, Iron Blasters, Lead Belchers. Cheap Ogre spam. Noblard Tide. Saber Tusks, Carrion. Stonehorn Thundertusk, Spirit Leech, Sniping. Burning Head, Pigbacks, Man-Eater Pistols. Those are the big threats that I must be wary of. I can't bring Seekers. Unfortunately, they banned. A million Noblars could be spooky too. double iron blasters to kill greater demons. It would be a pretty crazy tech, but I feel like on this map, double iron blaster doesn't do nearly as well as usual. Anyways, we just gotta carry it out. Just gotta play good. And I should be mostly okay. Pigback riders are definitely a menace, though. Definitely a menace. I'm ready to see his forbidden tech too. Is he gonna have like 1,000,000 slingers? Just a fat Noblar tide? That would be rather crazy. I think I have a good enough army though to handle most situations. I got my right spells, we have the right abilities. And Noblars are really good for feeding Slaanesh's army ability. This is Slaanesh. This is like one of the most banned factions in the world right now. So if I can't win here, then I just suck, right? I guess he also didn't win with Slaanesh, but it is Slaanesh. Slaanesh is supposed to be easy mode. I've always crushed it with them. But we'll see. Satang. Alright, here we go. So just gotta play good. Yeah, we did beat Slaanesh twice. We've won with Slaanesh. I do have my reps with them. But the question is, what in the world is he gonna bring? Is it gonna be single entity max? Is it gonna be Lord Snipe or what? I went Man-Tide, which I think is the counter to Noblar spam. I went Man-Tide. I have my Skirmishers, my Fiends. If we just route off a bunch of Noblars and build this up a ton, I think we'll probably be in the clear. So I went hella Man-Tide. He's ready, and I have a Pavane Lord. Man-Tide v Man-Tide, who did it better? He has the Powder Guts and just Ogre Bulls. And a lot of Trappers. So, okay. That should be pretty good for me. Trappers I have to be a little wary of. But, I have Hellstriders. Powder Guts, I can't afford to take any damage from them. And he does have Spirit Leech Buna. He has a Butcher of Death. At least he doesn't have a lot to deal with my Man-Tidiness. So I should just be able to envelop him then. And maybe get some picks on his summons. Interesting that he goes for Lead Belchers. I think that's probably the craziest thing that we could have witnessed here. Because I feel like they're just so snipeable. And I'm just going to get into position. Maybe steal this point if we can. And then we'll go from there. You can see he really wants to get that Spirit Leech going. So we have to be super careful. His Lord is an Ogre Paymaster. We just want to play this super safe and get a clean engagement. It's all about that fat surround and killing the Lead Belchers. Overall, my Forsaken should win against his front line. It should win in theory. He summons some Carrion. Okay, so he really wants to defend his guys. But yeah, if I just take a strong fight here, I think we're good. Reforming ranks. Carrion are not especially strong. I'm not too worried about them. I'm basically just going to ignore his front here. And just go for... yeah, just go for more Hellstriders, man. The Hellstriders is sick. His Lead Belchers are out of position to stop this from going down. And the question is, when do we pull the trigger? I can definitely steal the point before he gets too much value. So that's not too bad. And maybe bait a Pavane out if I'm lucky. I need him to go a little bit wider and try and capture this point. It is technically a value down trade, but the Powder Guts are not the best clear in the game. He does get one solid volley on my Forsaken though, and I think we're gonna have to pull the trigger. Okay, so Lord's gonna go and deal with the Lead Belchers. And now we're pulling the trigger. We're flanking with our spears and sending in the Forsaken against pigbacks. Forsaken are king against pigback riders. So that should be okay. Here come the spears. Here comes the trigger pull. I have a sweet pavane for his guy over there. There's the Lord snipe coming on in. But the spears are in the back. Pigback riders are in. Spears are here. Here's a big old capture. There we go. And there's the pavane. Nice. So I need to bait his carrion into landing on my Lord. If I do that, I should be okay. There we go. Nice. Unfortunately, I only hit some of the carrion, but that's still a really nice engagement for me. Now I have Furies on him. His super expensive range units are down the drain. His Paymaster's using his abilities, but it's a pretty nice pick overall. Value trading's okay. Nice. His carrion certainly took a lot of damage. His ogres on that flank are getting massacred. Spears are doing fairly well. Now it's just farming my army abilities that I want. So just chase them off. It's a pretty good fight. It's a pretty good fight. I probably need more dudes though in a second. Nice. So these guys are just dead. His lead belchers. And now he's spamming flingers. But I have Forsaken already running him down. This should be over. This should absolutely be over. We'll pavane them. Get my Lord in here. Yeah, Forsaken are doing good. Yeah, it's just a mass route, man. It's just a mass route. Let's not call it just yet, though. I'm a terrified person. I'm terrified. And who knows, maybe he has some secret tech, but that huge carrion pick was crazy. That collapse was really good, too, for me. There goes his little carrion swarm. His flingers are on the run. This is about as good as it gets, but we're still going all out, okay? We gotta wait till the best of fives before I can really start to relax. Nice. Lord's doing fine. Alright, I got spears on his ogre bowls. All of his flingers are absolutely gone. And then I can start chasing off his expensive units and he taps out. Whoo! Slaanesh is still good. It turns out Slaanesh is still good. I beat Slaanesh. I won as Slaanesh. Beautiful. Holy crap. Message Turin. 1 against Outer. 2-1. Huge. Yeah, it turns out ogres were not scary into Slaanesh. That was crazy. The spear flank was crazy. And the Forsaken mulch Noblars. We already knew that. GG Outer Region. He gave me a run for my money. I was terrified. The Powder Guts was definitely the weak end. And summoning in the the lead belchers was also bad. You can see how little the carrion did too. Like, I think his summons were really weak. Had he brought Golg's Man-Eaters to start, I think I would have been way more worried. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. Oh, God. Ash just pulled an amazing win to make it 1-1 against Oishi. God dang. Semifinals have arrived. Yo, where's Turin stream at? You guys said Turin was streaming the semis? Oh, my gosh. I want to puke. All right, let's see. Let's see our browser source. Do that.
That was hard.
Oh, sorry if it's loud.
Oh.
Okay. He's just starting. Okay, that's good. Oh boy. All right. I do have permission from him to restream. Whew. Good thing you listened to Pass and Tissy saying not to try new things. Yeah. God dang, that was a spicy run. It's a very spicy run. If I lost to Slaanesh, like it so easily could have been I lost to Slaanesh and then I lose the Beastman game. So easily. The 3-1 curse is broken. We're in the 4-1 now. Also, yeah, that was probably one of the best engages I could have gone. It's a very clean engagement. He's starting. Oh, Nelly. Navigator and Berserk are still fighting to see who faces Tim the Wilder. Yeah, new haircut carrying. I've unlocked the Sweat Lord with the haircut. God, that was a solid engage. That was a solid surround. Thank goodness Forsaken are bonkers. You wondering if he tapped out too early? All of his Noblar Flingers were shut down. That was the big problem. So he had about 1,500 gold worth of Noblar Flingers that weren't going to trade up because they were getting chased. And his Lord was in a really scary position. I probably could have Lord sniped him. And all of his range tools were gone. So in a melee fest, you're probably just trading evenly. You were playing the tournament all along? I thought it was just a warm-up. Dude, what you mean just a warm-up? I've been sweating so hard, are you kidding me? Warm-up for the semis, I guess. So we're the second person to make it to the semifinals. The final round now? No, it's semis. It's best of 5 semis. I have to win a best of 5 versus either Oishi or Ash. I need an upset. Because Oishi is a scary player to go up against. Yeah, if Oishi loses and we're up against Ash, I'm sitting comfortable. Yeah, him playing Slaanesh and I needed 1,000 tickets. Or he was at 1,000 tickets. That Slaanesh game was very close. That Slaanesh vs Empire game, he overcommitted onto my spears in the back line. If he played way more carefully and just never went into the back line, I think he would have won it. Because the archers were shooting anyways. And if he keeps his cav alive, he probably maintains the capture. Oh, God. Outer Region's a scary player. When I first got back into multiplayer, he was stomping me, man. He was my nemesis. So the fact that we beat him in semifinals of the season where he was stomping me means that we have come a long way indeed. Navigator 1 versus Berserk. Challenge is basically the app you're working on. Hell yeah, Anchor Standard. But your app will be specific to Total War tournaments. Dude, so hype. Welcome to the semis. Thank you very much, Grimbart, for the €5. I appreciate it a lot, man.
Welcome to
I would love to make it to the finals. You know, if I make it to the finals and I lose to Tim the Wilder, so be it. Tim the Wilder is an amazing player. If I lose to Oishi, so be it. If I lose to Ash, who beats Oishi, so be it. But I'm going to Sweat Lord it up. We have almost all the good factions here, vampire counts included. We're definitely going to have to whip out vampire counts towards the later rounds if they go for something like Empire or what have you. Because usually against the melee factions, like Slaanesh, Beastmen, and the like, they run into issues against like War Wagons. But if I whip out vampire counts, they have enough stuffing power to essentially stall those factions into oblivion. And without them, no problem. Answering a Discord message. Oh boy. I'm sweating. Is Solisora playing? No, it doesn't look like they were playing much in the last season. Navigator versus Tim the Wilder, though. Insane. Oh, yeah, sure. Two and 0 win. 2-1. 0-0. There you go. There's a little bit more clarity on that tournament tracker thingy. Let's move a little bit right. Okay. So we're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Solisaur is a really good player. I think the new blood though. Man, Oishi and Ash, who's gonna win it? Here's the thing though, right? The most volatile rounds were rounds 1 and 2. So now that I've made it to semis, I win purely based off of my own skill as a player. Everything comes down to this. Because, you know, like very likely it's not going to come down to matchups. And like the meta picking and like, you know, rogue losses against Slaanesh or whatever. It's going to come down to who has mastery over many factions. It's going to come down to who can sweat it out and keep the endurance going. Turin just going over how the pick and ban system works. Okay. Oh man, the outer region win though is good. Outer region win. Outer region was one of the scariest players for me. I think outer region was solidly likely going to make it to top 4 if it wasn't for that best of 3. Here we go. Tim the Wilder versus Navigator. Who wins it? The sweat must flow. At least I get a nice break while they play this best of 5. We have a really long break ahead of us, guys. A solid break. Ah. Oh boy, and I get to analyze my opponents. Even the guide the Turin made, the pick and ban, is kind of hard to follow. It's straightforward if you've been in the community long enough. We've seen it a couple times. But essentially, you both get you both pick 3 factions. It makes a 3x3 grid of matchups, and then you take turns banning matchups until you have the one in the middle that's the most even. Yeah, that's the whole system. You don't have to worry about it too much. You know, basically, it's a way to generate 9 matchups, and then both players ban 4 of those matchups, right? To simplify it even further, you have 9 matchups generated. Both players ban 4. In theory, you get something fairly even at the end. If you guys want to watch Turin, by the way, and listen to his audio, here's the link. We have a little while. There's a whole best of 5 that's going to get played before I get in on the action. But you get to see me panic and sweat over here. Or you can watch both. You can watch both. It's a cool concept. Yeah, just a little complicated, but most people tend to pick it up decently fast. This matchup's not good for ranged, by the way. It's only okay for it. Do we know who's in my thing yet? Oishi or Ash? We don't know. Oh god. Oh god, please be Ash. Please be Ash. Just not Oishi. Then again, I can kite Oishi a lot. Oishi is a very kiteable player with the factions he likes. But some of the maps are really bad for a kite game. Like dried floodplain, are you kidding me? How am I supposed to kite Oishi on that map? There's just a whacking giant forest in the middle. Let's see here. What's the other map? Crystal Lake? No. Oh wait, no. Semis. It's different. Top side and bottom side. So I get Edge of the Dark Ward, Skjaldnir's Cave, Itza. Oh. I got the kite maps. The top side maps are kite maps. Let's go. Turns are rigging the election for me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Edge of the Dark Ward. Oh, it's all kite. Give me Oishi. Give me Oishi. All right, these are the best maps ever. Turin, thank you so much, man. Oh my gosh. Intensity left headphone, Turin right headphone. No ladder warm up. I did that earlier. Right now, I just need a breather. Okay, so we have good maps. We have good maps for us. Oh, God. We know Norska can somehow beat Beastman. Norska's really easy to play, so I can whip them out if I really need to. I'm going to add that to my list of factions. So, like, Norska is actually pretty good, as we saw. I wonder where I'm gonna whip out vampire counts though. Like we need some hella. Like he needs to pick like I don't know Empire. Does vampire counts beat dwarves? Probably, with their black coaches and such. My black coach micro kind of sucks though. Maybe vampire coast, but like, I don't think they're giving me matchups where coast is good. Coast is more of a pub stomper for the lower tier factions. There's some weird Zinch shenanigans we can pull. Turin low-key wants a Kraken King to win. Yeah, Tim the Wilder's spooky though. I feel like Tim has a pretty good chance of winning. He's gonna Bretonia me, isn't he? Tim the Wilder's absolutely gonna Bretonia me. Should I ban Bretonia for Tim the Wilder? Let me take a quick look. Assuming he wins this, we don't know if he is. But if we just go to the SFT declaration at, let's see, from Tim the Wilder. He's been playing a lot of Beastmen. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, has he not signed up for a lot of SFTs? Let's see. Norska. He's gonna play Wood Elves. I actually don't really know what he's gonna play. Recently, he's been grinding Beastmen, but that's about it. I think banning Beastmen is probably a fine choice then if he's been grinding them. I think his Beastmen will be better than mine. Because, like, my Beastmen is like, you know, it's not like Slaanesh tier. It's not like a free win, right? What's it gonna be? Is it Bretonia versus Chaos Dwarves? You're kidding me. There's no way. I think you have to let your opponents play the good factions at the beginning. Otherwise, every time they give their 3 factions, they're probably going to just keep selecting that super OP faction, right? So yeah, like you need Slaanesh to eat bans for the whole best of 5. I think that's what you're supposed to do. So you just keep picking Slaanesh, or you keep not picking Slaanesh as much as possible and hope that they ban it. And you want them to play Slaanesh as fast as possible. Otherwise, it can just save it for, you know, the late game. And then you're boned. Can't be having that happen. I will eat before their best of 5 is over, by the way. I can feel the need for sustenance coming in. Still wish Chaos Dwarves had halberds. Chaos Dwarf great weapons are good enough-ish. Anyway, Slaanesh is bonkers. You can see Turin showing it off right now. Slaanesh is bonkers, so basically a free win. Man, I wonder if Beastmen win it with a wide army. I think they probably do with how that game was going against Outer Region. I don't think I should confidently run Norska into Beastmen unless I'm feeling real confident. Because you can have so much more infantry, and then your skirmishers just can't really do much. Who's the best counter to Slaanesh? I like Empire. I like Kislev. Let's be real, they're gonna ban my Kislev into oblivion, right? I've been getting way too many sick Kislev games recently. So I think they're just gonna ban Kislev. But yeah, I think Empire, Kislev, it's real man-tidy factions. Maybe Vampire Coast. Hard maybe on Vampire Coast. The crumbling's really nice, but Slaanesh has A tier infantry. A plus tier infantry. Anything else? Batonia if you're Charix? I think Charix would take Batonia to Slaanesh. He did lose it once though. Maybe Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings is a solid. Tomb Kings means that you have the mass crumbling. Yeah, I would say Tomb Kings are a good one. So like my first picks, I might have Tomb Kings in there. And then we can try and force the Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh game. But like we really want them to play as Slaanesh early on though. He gets first dibs, I think? No, I'm top bracket. No, I'm bottom bracket. Dang it, bottom bracket again. It's fine though. There's enough alterings where it's fine. As bottom bracket, so he's gonna pick Slaanesh first, right? And all my factions should be light counters to Slaanesh that he might be tempted to play against. So we're talking like our empires, right? That type of deal. Empire and all those shenanigans. I definitely need something to kill Forsaken. But yeah, I think if you have like, you know, what are we looking at here? Empire, Tomb Kings, Beastmen. The thing is, I'm gonna have to ban the Beastmen versus Slaanesh matchup. It's just a waste of Beastmen. So it doesn't feel that great. Like maybe I just skip the Beastmen and run them later. That way, like, you know, we get to save bans. Because Beastmen's only good after Slaanesh is gone. Even then, Beastmen isn't like... Beastmen's like A plus tier, but they're not like broken like Slaanesh. I think Slaanesh is a free win a lot of the time. Then again, I've been winning against every Slaanesh player. But we'll see. Interesting to see some Wood Elves into Azazel. It's a very melee Wood Elf army. Interesting. Is this man-tied Wood Elves into... He got the good counter pick, like Tim the Wilder. That's some classy play right there. So he knew that Slaanesh knew that he had access to shooting. So he bought a melee build to counter Slaanesh. Slaanesh is asleep, bring out the Beastman. Let's see. Interesting. I think Tim the Wilder might win this. Slaanesh can fight in the forest, of course. But that infantry fight doesn't look too good. And their cav isn't like... They don't delete Wood Elf infantry. Maybe we'll see something there. I don't know. Man, do I steal this Wood Elf build? Do I dare steal the Wood Elf build from my anti-Slaanesh pick? But yeah, like I think you shouldn't try and play Slaanesh round 1. I think you gotta save them to burn bans. And then just take the free matchups, you know? Just take as many free matchups as you can. Maybe I'm advantaged as a second pick, because then I don't pick Slaanesh. But what if he doesn't pick Slaanesh? Then I have to pick Slaanesh? What if we never pick Slaanesh? What if we both just want to use Slaanesh for bans and then we never play them? You can force a Slaanesh matchup though, but... No changes at the last minute? Yeah, it's true. I'm not practiced enough with Wood Elves. Thank you, chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, I should play Wood Elves into a faction that I'm like very comfortable against. I think Wood Elves versus most ranged factions is fine. But honestly, like I don't have that many factions that I'm just like itching to play Wood Elves on against. Unless, I don't know, if they pick like a Norska or something, maybe like super kiteable factions. Maybe a Khorne. Khorne could be good. Yeah, follow the cheat sheet. But yeah, okay. So battle's begun, right? I think Wood Elves just want to capture the points. Let's see if we're right about that analysis. Because Wood Elves should have a lot of pushing power into Slaanesh here. Because they have the superior army in my head. The biggest downside is magic-wise. I think Azazel is slightly better at the long trade game. So the thing about Azazel is that he's probably gonna crush face with Pavane, right? Pavane spam into the horizon, just get hella value against such expensive Wood Elf infantry. Though he did take a bit of a beating. Is there a Waystalker in there? Arrows of Kurnos is limited to 1. I deal with Wrathmongers as Warriors of Chaos. You need Marauder Horseman spam. Though I will say Marauder Horseman spam is crazy good. Warriors of Chaos seems good versus Slaanesh. You both have Hellstriders, but Slaanesh has better magic. So I'm not the biggest fan of it. Like, I can tussle, but against an evenly skilled opponent, I'd rather be Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos. Arrows of Kurnos are restricted to 1. Pavane, surprisingly, is not restricted. And as you can see, it's pretty good. Just killed a 600 gold unit for free. Doesn't matter if the front line annihilates, though. I think the Wood Elf infantry delete the Slaanesh infantry. Slaanesh has fast infantry. They have decent infantry. But they don't have S-tier infantry. Wood Elves have S-tier infantry. So if this keeps going completely uncontested, I think Slaanesh absolutely dominates. I mean, Slaanesh gets dominated by the Wood Elf infantry. You can see the warriors are already dying, man. Slaanesh warriors are not the best of the best. It's already looking pretty bad for Navigator. There's the Flock of Doom. So, like, Flock of Doom is... Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. I'm a little bit ahead right now. I'm sorry, guys. Here, I'll just sync this up. Okay, there we go. Now we're synced up. Yeah, there's the Flock of Doom. Which is just value, right? So the Wood Elves are playing hard value and trying to army wipe Slaanesh. This is how you win against them. You basically try and get them to overcommit, and then you army wipe them. Some good Cav in the back line, but I assume Tim the Wilder's just going to summon Cav and kill them. There's the Wild Rider summon. Yeah, so like backline Cav is not great, even if you're playing as Slaanesh. That's why in my Ogre Kingdoms game I didn't commit super hard. So that's a huge blunder. That's like losing your bishop in chess for free, all right? That's really, really bad. The pawn structure is looking good for Tim the Wilder. His king is still very safely positioned, I think. The Dryad's even evenly traded into the warriors here. And yeah, the battle's gonna be over before capture points matter. Yeah, the ticket lead is there, but like it's not enough to matter. When you're losing your first point at 537 tickets, it's not close. You want ticket advantage. Oh my gosh, Azazel's dead. Yeah, you want ticket advantages of roughly. You want to be at like the 1,000 mark, if or 900, and you're trading pretty evenly. If you're down trading, you want like at least 1,100 to be safe. 600 ain't gonna cut it, man. Who's the queen? Probably I don't know, the Waystalker spamming arrows of Kurnos. Dude, that was crazy, man. Tim the Wilder, what a beast. Tim the Wilder beast mode in it with Wood Elves. Maybe I ban his Wood Elves. Maybe I ban his Wood Elves. That was kind of spooky, man. And I can't play Wood Elves very good. Probably ban his Wood Elves after a show like that. Dang, yo, good showcase for Slaanesh, man. Slaanesh is good, but you do have to tussle a bit. The thing is, if you don't throw away your Cav, though, I think that's, weirdly enough, the biggest problem for Slaanesh, looking at the roster right now, is probably winning an infantry fight. Weirdly enough. Slaanesh is really bad at just pulverizing an infantry fight. Because if you're spamming Pavane, it's not really doing that much. So a mostly melee army of solid fighters with a couple archers in the back to force a cav to circle around seems to be the meta for defeating this faction. Like, let's take a look. What do they have, right? That isn't going to get shot up by archers. You're really just spamming Chaos Warriors or Forsaken. Exalted Demonettes are going to get pincushioned. So I guess that's a secret. Decent front line and a million spears. Because Slaanesh is locked in to spamming cavalry for the late game. Forsaken would be good, but not against Wood Elf infantry. Like, you need that elite mid-tier infantry, which Wood Elves have in spades. I guess that makes sense. Forsaken don't have armor piercing, but like, you don't really need it. But yeah, interesting. Can you do that with Cathay? Can you beat Slaanesh's Cathay with a million peasant long spearmen? The only threat is like, what if Slaanesh captures all your points and uses skirmishers to get value? Kind of like what I did against Greenskins. But if you have enough anti-skirmish, it's probably fine. Weird. It's interesting to see Slaanesh struggle so much at shutting down that infantry front line. This is why I think my Tomb Guard build with Tomb Kings was really good. Because Tomb Guard can tussle into Forsaken and Chaos Warriors alike. And then they just have their Cav, which dive your backline and get murdered. Yeah, you know, I fancy Tomb Kings into Slaanesh now. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. Ash and Oishi still haven't progressed yet. Interesting. Slaanesh infantry have too much armor for Cathay? Quite possibly. You'd have to get the super elite guys, and that's when it gets sus. This is when they take Pit of Shades, though, to kill your infantry, but... Interesting. Yeah, Slaanesh doesn't really have the infantry clear. No Burning Head, Pendulum's nerfed. It's Cathay's anti-skirmish. Cannons, crossbows, archers. Why do you love Pavane of Slaanesh so much? It doesn't seem like it does much. Okay, let's run the math. 62 plus 125 divided by 2 times 17. It does 1,600 damage to the unit it hits. See this unit of Cav? 1,600 brings it down to 400 HP. It also rampages them, so it sends them straight to their deaths. It's basically I will delete like an 800 gold Cav button. 800 gold of cavalry. So for 14 Winds of Magic, if you treat it like that, imagine you had a spell that could just delete a unit of Forsaken. That could possibly Lord Snipe instantly. You don't see anything? Crap. Whatever, I'm still explaining. Whatever, it's fine. Let's see. Oh crap, browser's advertising now. There you go. But yeah, it deletes cavalry. And cavalry is one of the big winners in most multiplayer games. It does 1 million damage, and it can pull lords forward. Yeah, don't use it versus infantry. You use it to snipe targets. Also think about it, right? Net of Amantok, right? Imagine a net of Amantok, but also it makes them run towards you and silences for 17 seconds. How much money would you pay for a net of Amantok that silences their lord and makes them YOLO into your front line? 14 Winds of Magic seems pretty cheap. So yeah. You do have to finagle a bit to maximize its value, but when you do, it's super value. No other 14 Winds of Magic spell can get you so much. Also, it does damage to cavalry. Also, it's like basically Fate of Buna for Cav. You can also completely shut down a range unit with it. Okay, so what's the next matchup? Tim the Wilder takes a strong lead with the Slaanesh victory. I think if you're gonna whip out Slaanesh, you have to win with them. I would be quite fearful taking Slaanesh against someone's like faction main. Also prevents archers from shooting. Yeah, it's great. But yeah, I don't know if I want to. So I think Tim the Wilder's probably going to play Beastmen next. He's probably going to play Beastmen next because that's what he's been training. So we're going to analyze to see what's scarier, his Wood Elves or his Beastmen. But yeah, weirdly enough, I really feel like I just want to use Slaanesh as a counter pick. And I can do that if I let them play Slaanesh round 1. Even better if I can win against Slaanesh. So far, my track record's been pretty good. Having played a lot of Slaanesh, I have a decent grasp of their weaknesses. And it seems like it's just getting their cav to run into your backline and die. That's exactly how we won versus Outer Region, man. It's exactly how we won versus them. Is Oishi and Ash going best of 5? My theory is they finished a long time ago and they messaged Turin, but he didn't update it yet. But yeah, so assuming Tim the Wilder takes a favorable... Losing with Slaanesh round 1 is probably the worst thing that can happen to you. Because Tim the Wilder can just run Slaanesh every round now as a counter pick when he feels comfortable. Tim the Wilder is like super in the lead now. And he can use Slaanesh to get a free win, which makes him 2-0 with an advantage matchup picking system. This is about as bad as possible for Navigator. I'd be sweating if I was Navigator here. I'd be sweating up a storm. This is not a comfortable place to be. Right? You're like, man, I lost against Wood Elves as Slaanesh. Wood Elves? Like, they're an A-tier faction, but they're not like a world beater. I'll probably ban Wood Elves if I play against him. Still don't know how I feel about Beastmen. By the way. Still don't really know how I feel about them versus like Empire and the like. You can't be that bad though, right? Is he still doing the build-up style where he waits to attack? It's only really useful as Dark Elves. And you can counter it by just triple capping. It's a specific set of factions that you want to build up against and on a very specific set of maps where you have a defensive home point. That way you can stall for as long as possible. And you really only want to play it as Dark Elves or against factions that are really bad at recapturing points. So you take it against Cathay, maybe Empire, the likes of those. But it's not an everyday style. Tim the Wild is good enough to know that you don't just run it every single battle. It's too bad I probably won't be able to play much Kislev today. They're gonna ban my Kislev, guys. They're gonna ban my Kislev. I'm surprised greenskins aren't capable of it with the Wa. Well, that's because the Wa doesn't really last very long. I guess you can build it up really quickly for the second Wa, but it doesn't last really long and it's not that impactful. The Dark Elf passive lasts like a minute and a half, man. It's like, what, 90 seconds? That's enough to last basically the whole fight. It's great. Same with Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings benefit a lot from it. Which is actually why I think Tomb Kings is a fairly spooky faction here. Greenskins versus Warriors of Chaos. Interesting. So this tells me Tim the Wilder probably knows how to meta pick. He knows how to meta game the pick ban system. By going for greenskins, Tim the Wilder has indeed reserved his Slaanesh to be banned another day. Oh, who? Oishi made it. Oishi, we're up against Oishi. Oh, Nelly. Anyways, yeah. That's pretty spooky. It's pretty spooky indeed. It's fine though. I can kite Oishi. We got good maps for it. What page is that? It's in the description. It's challenge. But yeah, so Tim the Wilder's probably reserving his Slaanesh now to just get banned out for the next 4 matchups. And if your opponent is banning 3 factions for Slaanesh, Tim the Wilder can set up some of the best matchups for himself. I think Navigator's cooked. In this position, Navigator's cooked, with the only exception being that Tim the Wilder somehow got greenskins into Warriors of Chaos. Now, if he wins with greenskins, alright, color me very incorrect here. I'm just saying, I think it's a terrible matchup. Like, Tim the Wilder is stuff, man. He's the sauce, but like, come on, man. After all that metagaming, you get greenskins? Dude, what are you doing, man? They're like it's a B, C tier faction. Oh, boy. Like, I think Navigator still has an advantage even if he loses this, but if he has secret tech, he's showing it to the world for the semis. Catching strays for no reason. Have you seen greenskins? A B tier faction you're good with is better than S tier faction you're not. I guess Beastmen would be like an S minus tier faction that I'm not good with, and I lost against Norska, which I think is a B tier faction, so I guess. But then, like, it's Warriors of Chaos. Navigator has to be used to playing Warriors of Chaos. So I don't know. Is a B tier faction you're good with gonna beat an A minus tier faction that they're good with? Okay, microwave me some comfort food to get me through the rest of the day here. Some good old rice and meat. Energizing. Tim the Wilder's army. What, he has a 14 stack? A Ragnarok Spider? Interesting. A Ragnarok Spider is good if he stays alive. Look at that. Vindictive Glare. Oh, for Azazel. Did he bring Archaon? No, he brought Festus. So not too glareable. The Giant. Dude, he's addicted to Giants, man. I swear. The Giants are going to be the end of him one day. One day, someone's not going to YOLO into his Giants. Though, I don't know. 1,400 for like an unkillable single entity. Maybe it's hype. I don't know. Maybe he gets pincushioned by Marauder Horseman. Yeah, there's a Marauder Horseman summon. Navigator. Didn't start with a lot of Marauder Horsemen, but... yeah, Giant is spooky indeed. Or she gave me his lobby code. Oh, lordy. Turn wants us to prep for game 1. All right. Hmm. Who's Oishi playing right now? Vampire counts, ogres, dark elves, demons of chaos, Khorne, demons of chaos, dwarf Tzeentch, Norska, warriors of chaos, demons of chaos, greenskin coast, beastmen, ogre kingdoms, ogres, warriors of chaos, demons of chaos. Guy likes warriors of chaos. I also like warriors of chaos, though. I think I have a good matchup versus demons. Maybe I ban his ogres. Seems fine enough as a global ban. Should be fine. Yeah, how's this game going? I'm busy here setting up against Oishi. Need my army blocker. Kind of want my warriors of chaos, though. I'll probably ban his ogres. I think ogres are not like super duper strong, but they're scary enough versus like the lower tier factions. Where, and you know, I'm not that used to facing ogres, he's used to playing them. So I'll probably just say screw that. Is Tim the Wilder winning? Turin's blocking the who has more tickets. Oh no, my thing's just too high. My bad. I'm blocking who has the tickets. Silly me. There you go. My bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm a silly goose. And I was here blaming Turin, the actual professional caster. All right. So let's do our bans against Oishi first. Oishi banned my Kislev. So Oishi will have dibs on Slaanesh. He banned my Kislev, because of course he did. Tim is scary right now? Very scary. I didn't like the Warriors of Chaos build that much, though. It doesn't have a lot to deal with the artillery piece. Went very heavy on the Aspiring Champions. You need to get a Burning Head on the artillery. to route them off instantly. Otherwise, it's kind of sus. No defense for the Forsaken either. Okay, so let's see what Oishi decides to pick faction-wise. I assume Slaanesh to start off. Mad Lad has dibs on Slaanesh. Alright, so I definitely want to have Empire. What else is good into Beastmen? I don't think I want to go Norska. Warriors of Chaos is a big toss-up that's probably not in my favor. Oh yeah, I have Tomb Kings. Empire Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh if he goes Beastman. So he's very disincentivized to pick Beastmen now. Yes, Slaanesh, I have Empire Tomb Kings. Not bad. Is Tim the Wilder crushing it? I think he is. So much undefended infantry. Kind of brutal. Greenskins, huh? Oh, Beastmen into Greenskin should be good for me, right? And then what? Then he's gonna go Demons of Chaos? Vampire counts as counterpicking myself. Sure, we'll take Beastmen. So factions are Empire, Tomb Kings, Beastmen. His factions are Slaanesh, Greenskins, Beastmen. We may get a Beastman mirror. Do I fancy myself in a Beastman mirror against him? Oh boy, alright. 4.5k lead. God dang. I think I wasn't a big fan of the Warriors of Chaos build though. Festus is way worse than Archaon. You need to have Burning Head for the artillery, and you need to have Hellstriders to defend your infantry. He brought Rot Knights, which can only be at one place at one time. I think Navigator just didn't have the chops, he didn't have the build to win it. I didn't catch most of it though, but like everything in the Greenskin army looks like he should be able to beat it. Archaon especially is just such a world beater. Like, what did Festus do, right? Festus kind of just healing. You know? He's getting clubbed by a giant, man. Like, Festus is not it. Archaon or bust. Oishi banned the Beastmen matchup. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll almost play anyone against Greenskins. Let's see. This seems like a pretty good matchup layout for me. I'll ban Beastmen Slaanesh, because I think that's a terrible idea. And then what? Greenskins versus Empire. I could get rid of his Greenskin matchups, and then he has to play Beastmen or Slaanesh into my Empire or Tomb Kings, which should be fairly favored for me across the board, presumably. Sad moves abound. Sad moves, people. There's only 3 more Beastmen matchups, if you like your Beastmen. Dude, Festus got clobbered, bro. Festus got so clobbered. Okay, now remember, the longer we stall, the later it gets for Oishi, so then I can win by him passing out from exhaustion. Pro strat. I'll see if I can get my things picked sooner rather than later. Yeah, you saw the Chaos VOD yesterday? Yeah, Archaon's the only thing that you should run. There's triple cap. Dude, Navigator's dead, man. Tim the Wilder will get to play an advantaged. He's gonna get to play an advantaged matchup for Slaanesh into Navigator. It's over, man. Tim the Wilder can run Slaanesh in his top 3 every single time now until Navigator takes the bait and he has to try and beat Slaanesh. Oishi banned all my Empire matchups, by the way. So, I could ban his greenskin matchups and play Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh. Or a Beastman. Both of which I think we are exceptionally favored in. And it makes it where he can't play one of those factions. Metagaming wise, I think I'm doing pretty good on the picks and bans by restricting his future factions. The downside is we'll have to play Tomb Kings versus either Slaanesh or Beastman. But I've had a pretty decent track record of that in the past. That Tomb Kings day is gonna carry me. For sure, for sure. He wants to play Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings, baby, indeed. Tomb Kings is a comfort faction. Tomb Kings is a very, very comfortable faction to play against Slaanesh with. I think I more or less have every tool I need here. GG, by the way, for Navigator and Tim the Wilder. I think Tim's crushing it. Tim is at peak performance right now. Oh, are we playing this matchup? Turin just joined. Turin just joined? What the crap? Prep for game 1 and wait for me. We will alternate between series. Oh god, I'm up. I wasn't ready to be up so soon. That's kind of spoopy. Edge of the Darkwood. We're playing Tomb Kings. Interesting. Well, all right. Very interesting. I was not ready. I didn't get my game face on. I'm sure it's fine though. Go get him, champ. So it's Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh. This is about as good of a matchup as I can possibly get against Slaanesh. So a lot of this hinges on how we'll do. A lot of this hinges on, let's see, what does Slaanesh have? Rampage, you have Azazel, Hellstriders, fast armor with shield, skirmishers, furies. I think I have the secret sauce though. I think Slaanesh has a hard time versus Tomb Kings. I got the Bone Zone. The map's kind of big. So it's like a little uncomfortable, but like, I think we're mostly fine. I think we're mostly fine here. Oh boy. It begins. Why don't people go mass Chaos Warrior in this matchup anymore? You're asking to get eaten alive by chariots in Ushabti. Ever since they've been buffed, Tomb Kings are way better against Mass Warrior. I'm not saying it ain't spooky. This is Slaanesh after all, but that's the rough gist of it. Bone zone time. Here we go. Gotta get the last of my sustenance in me. Yes, consume. Ah, God. Being forced into squishy lords as Tomb Kings is the main sus for me. You're not forced. You can kind of manage it. Unfortunately, this map is not as good for me. Oh, you meant versus greenskins? Yeah, I feel like an armor rush into greenskins could go pretty well. The giant's a little spooky though. They have ways to bust armor. You could walk into a wall of black orcs. You could get kited into oblivion. So I'd say it's not the most comfortable strategy to go for. I don't think it's a free win by any means. But yeah. Here we go. If I can just win against Oishi-kun's Slaanesh, we're set. That's all I gotta do. Just beat Slaanesh with Tomb Kings. This is as good as it gets, man. Do you like the pressure? No. It was way too stressful, man. What you eating? Just some like fried, kind of like bacon. Think if bacon was Vietnamese, that's what I'm eating. With rice. Just beat the #1 faction with the #1 faction. Impossible. Nearly empty bowl ASMR. Yeah, I'll be back in a second while we wait for Oishi. Oh boy, we're in. So I brought Old Faithful. The Tomb King's build from Legend. Not Legend of Total War. From a while back. This build's a good one. It basically sets me up to have pretty good fights into a faction like Slaanesh. I think the scariest thing is like, what if he just avoids me the whole game? But like, these archers are never gonna get shut down. We have Horse Cetra over here. He's a Chad, right? Ready, good luck, have fun. This is what I beat Slaanesh with as Tomb Kings previously. He's about a fairly small unit count too, which suggests some elite units. Maybe I can Usiren's Kite, we'll see. And yeah, only 2 archers is probably the spiciest part. I do have skeleton horse archers, and if he does go mass armor, I have Ushapti. And as long as he's never able to jump my back line, basically all of his cav are useless. I have a huge cav advantage to start off with too. So we'll see how it goes. He went 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nakari. Some Marauders, some Forsaken. Seems pretty simple to me. So, as expected, he did go for the works. He did go for the works. So he's gonna try and split me up. So we actually want to move our army here. And because he has so much infantry, Ushapti are gonna crush it. So he has very, very few ways to deal with Ushapti. That's our secret power we got here. You got this in the bag. No overconfidence. Yeah, this is fairly good. I prepped hard against this. We know the weakness of Slaanesh is their inability to win an infantry fight without first winning the cavalry fight. But me on a hyper defended cav fight, I'm pretty comfy. It's all about just assembling the army that's gonna win it for me. Nakari has Pavane and Acquiescence, but I gave him essentially no targets. That's pretty comfy. And I just gotta, yeah, just, you know, I just gotta be like a little careful, right? Just take it slow, make it happen. Frederick, thank you very much. Welcome to the crew. I'm terrified. Fiends are not too scary though. I got so much cav. I got so much width, man. His infantry is just devoted marauders. If he does a full surround, I get my passives to trigger, and I get infinite monies. We have a double cap, which is great. I can even steal this point if I really wanted to. Get Nakari to pull back. Go somewhere else. A couple devoted marauders there. Yeah, you see that pullback? So I just want to keep formation. Just maintain formation. Interesting that he's still pulling Nakari this way, though. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. This is definitely time to start spamming out skirmishers, by the way. Skirmishers are good against his cav when he has so much infantry. So that should do pretty well. Most of his infantry's in the woods here. I think he's trying to go for like a fat surround. I think he's actually just trying to go for the fattest surround ever. So I gotta get the pressure on by getting my skirmishers in. They're very good versus fiends. And if he wants to take one fat fight, should be okay. There's a Hellstrider unit there. We have Cetra, we have his skirmishers, we got Ushapti, so he's never gonna break into this line. And he's just waiting. He's just waiting. How interesting. Okay. Well, I want another skirmisher. Like, he's been bringing a lot of infantry. The skirms will do great here. Get him, Cetra. Very passive game from Slaanesh. You usually don't see them so afraid of taking a big fight, but a lot of his units are in the woods, not really doing anything too useful right now. We're just kind of jockeying for position. I don't want too many of these guys because he will have a lot of Hellstriders soon. I want to start summoning in my Nehekar Horseman. He's probably going to catch those guys, unfortunately. He gets it on Cetra. Okay. All right. So that's okay. We have our Cav here to support, so it's not too spooky. We have our Cav. We have our Horseman. Cetra is mostly pushed out of the situation too. We do get a brutal fight with the Cav there. A lot of my Cav went down. But such is life. Such is life. That's a pretty big pick though. A scary pick indeed. I just wanted to get some skirmish, but he got that big old fat surround very quickly. That's a minor loss for me. It's still gonna come down to the big infantry fight, mostly. But I gotta be a little wary about that one. We lost our Cavs so fast with that Nakari. And Nakari heals too when my units die, which is not the prettiest thing in the world. We get a little bit of a nice charge here though. He's gonna want the second fight against Cetra, I think. We'll just use our skirmishers here to do okay. Crap, he triggered my heal. He triggered heal number 1. Okay, that's actually pretty bad. I should not be triggering my heals before the big engagement. Let's bring our archers over here. I think that's fine. Pretty bad first engagement. I could have done better. I could have done better. I will be able to secure this point at least, and we do have more Cav on the way. Cetra can start patching up what remnants of cavalry we have left. But he definitely got one on me with that engagement. Okay, halberds and Ushapti over here on the flank side. That should be good enough for me. I think I can just take that fight too. It's like not that bad. Look at them Ushapti getting ready to crush them some from Forsaken. All right, there you go. He's going for the center line with these Forsaken. Okay, so he's really committing to the fight now. I just gotta leave as much cavalry in the back line as I can, and I'll probably be okay. This fight over here, I should be able to win with Ushapti. Yeah, it's just Marauder, so we'll bring our Ushapti over on this side. Yeah, we're just gonna play super careful. We're just gonna play super careful. Get our spell cast here. Get some Hellstriders on my dudes, but that's actually just a down trade for the Hellstriders. And now we can make use of our passive triggers. Nakari's coming in hot though, that's terrifying. We got more Nehekar Horsemen at least. All right, there you go. There's the trigger. Okay, so that's pretty good. That's a pretty good trigger. So we're gonna get most of our heals up. Our Ushapti are doing great, and I got spears down the center line. They're going ham. Cetra's doing fine. We got one of his Forsaken about to rout. I'll get more skeleton spears here. Like I said, it's mostly gonna come down to this big fight, right? Who's able to win it? There's the second passive trigger. So we already got a pretty good route on his Forsaken there. His Hellstriders are super caught up. And my skirmishers are doing great. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. It could be worse, definitely. His fiends are definitely super scary and annoying to deal with. But having so many archers on them is such a blessing. Then we can get our spell over here, and then an overcast. Remember, Slaanesh's great weakness is that they don't have a lot of infantry clearing. So as long as Cetra doesn't die here, I'm okay. He netted him down though, so he really wants to kill Cetra. Makes sense considering the circumstances. Oh, Nelly. That's a net. We killed off most of his infantry though. So maybe if Cetra dies, it's okay, you know? Maybe who cares if Cetra dies? I care. I care a lot. We really don't want him to die here. Run, little Cetra, run! The little Cetra that can run for his life. Here we go. We have a couple of Ushapti in there. Not the trees. Definitely not the trees. Is the little Cetra that good? Alright, so Cetra's definitely dead. But overall, the rest of the fighting is going pretty well. I should be able to retake the center point soon. One last damage ability on these guys. And you know what? If I can just hold this point, I think we're okay. Value trading's not looking too great, but I have a lot of units. Like, I got that big heal. Cetra is dead, however. I guess we just spam Ushopti. Can his Cav spam really win it? I guess that's the big question, right? Because with just Nakari, you really don't have that much pushing power. Like, Nakari's spooky and all, but... No, I still have my double cap here. We have whack loads of Cav. We still have decent amounts of infantry, and we are undead. So, I wouldn't call it quits just yet. Though I will say losing Cetra sucks. But at least he comes back at a decent pace. We did get a mass route over here. That's good. He does still have fiends, though. He does still have fiends. Kepagard are doing fine, at least. Kepagard heal. It's a little inefficient in the early game. I think that might be what dooms us here. Though we'll have to see. Cavalry are doing fine. We got a lot of skirmishers. The middle area could go our way if I'm lucky. I have a couple more skeletons coming on in. And then we just start saving up for Cetra. Capture weight is starting to go my way. That's a plus. Does rampage one of my skeleton horsies though, but with the Ushopti coming on in and his Forsaken getting routed off, I think it's not the end of the world, especially if we are able to bring Cetra back. We got a 6 surround on his Cav over here. Nakari can kill infantry only so quickly. The Kepler Guard, unfortunately, are super dead. There's not much I can do about that, sadly. But other than that, you know, his Hellstriders are kind of looking rough. Another rampage, bro. The rampages are truly endless. But I almost have my Ushopti in here. And now the time is, yeah, it's such a time. Or maybe it's not such a time. Nah, it's probably such a time. All right, come on, just bog them down. Just bog them down with your infinite capture weight, Tomb Kings. This is what you were made to do. Tomb Kings are capture weight gods. They're great. Really, another rampage? How many army abilities does this guy have, man? Yet another rampage. I do get the point capture, though. Barely. Barely. Should be able to charge down his cavalry. A mass crumbling would be really bad, but it seems like my infantry are just barely holding. They're tussling their bestest. Cetra is almost back. Papa Cetra is almost back. Yeah, he's spamming Cav. Okay, there you go. My spears are kings, man. These spears are so good. All right, he's back. All right, there you go. Leadership is restored. Papa Cetra's here. He's here. Good God. All right, now the question is, do Hellstriders kill things fast enough, or do Tomb Kings crush it? It's gonna be a long and hard fought battle. But if I maintain this double cap, we'll be fine. There's a big surround over here. I have Ushopti. I have skeletons for days. He might go for this point though, so we'll have to be wary of that. Big rear charge, however, in the pocket. There you go. It's pretty good. Capture weight's not looking too good with his fiends getting crumbled. There you go. There's an anti-large bonus over there, along with sirens to get him killed. You can see he's starting to spam infantry, which are not too great with this particular situation. Papa Cetra's back. He's back. All right, there you go. Spear spam for the win. Spear spam for the win. Now he's gonna kill Cetra again. Is he gonna go for a flank point capture? If I just spam skeleton horsemen, we know they're a pain in the butt to kill. Skeleton horsemen never ever get off the battlefield. They will just sit there and grind forever. Cetra brings in the capture weight. Hell yeah. Okay. We have our Ushopti on his devoted marauders, so they should just get routed off. Double hell yeah. We got our skirms over here crushing it. A little bit of crumbling, but it's okay. Get him, spears. He netted me again. Horsemen into the horizon. I just have to hold for a few minutes. We hold here for a couple minutes, and then it's super over for him, okay? That one Hellstrider, gonzo, for sure. All right, I got Horsemen into the horizon. Nakari's not even on the point right now. Trade-wise, it could be a bit better, but, you know, it's going fine enough. Like, it's not capturing this far point, that's for sure. Tomb Kings are the ultimate in stalling. Though his army abilities are through the roof. I do route the Marauders, though, which is a massive amount of capture weight off the table. So I don't have to worry about them anymore. Then we can sandwich his Hellstriders, so that we don't have to worry about them either. I have lots of cav, and you're never taking this point from me alive. I'll never give it to you. It's gonna be mine forever. Get the skirmish cav in there. Get him, Ushopti. All right, we're gonna need more cav. So that's another spear unit on the point once again. Another net. Bro has so many army abilities, it's disgusting. Come on. Can he take the last point though? Can he take the last point? There's a big charge, but he might barely be able to steal it with the Marauder, with the Maraudin. Did I hold it out long enough though? Did I hold it long enough? That's the big question. Cetra's just running for his life. Did I hold it long enough? 100. I think I barely held it long enough. Holy crap. Holy crap, the capture weight went my way. Okay, all right, here we go. We have it just barely. Just barely. If I can recapture the point, even better, though I think the odds are unlikely. I just gotta hunker down on 1 point. Tomb King attrition tactics are good though. The spears will delete his cav and make it a little sus for him. I just gotta hold this last home point with the Cetra while my spears grind out his boys. I got a 2-minute hold. He's gonna be spamming cav, and he's gonna have 2 units of cav here. Okay. Get him, boys. Just spam cheap cavalry. I can hold for a minute. That's totally doable. The spears are doing their best. Here we go. The sick attrition tactics have begun. Cetra's in here. He has Nakari, but he doesn't have much. He doesn't have much. I got a pretty good cavalry swap arena over there. And I have another unit of cav that can pile driver in. I have another unit of cav here. He's rushing in with Forsaken, but they're gonna need like a whole minute. 1 minute to capture. Oh god, okay. Yeah, so he's really tussling. He can't kill Cetra at least, but it's gonna be a close one, right? It's gonna be a close one. I just gotta park my cav over here. Keep the Cetra online and operational. Maybe get a couple cycle charges. Maybe you can route off this one Hellstrider. Come on, boys. Hold, hold, dang it, hold. 30 seconds is a good amount of time. Oh, he netted my dudes. How many army abilities does he have? 25 seconds. 1 unit of Forsaken will take a while to capture the point. It takes about 20 seconds. Oh, come on, Cav. Just get there. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Just get there. Get there, baby. Get in there. Come on. 7 seconds. 5 seconds. There's nothing left to do other than march in. 2 seconds. I win. Easiest game of my life. I wasn't even worried. I wasn't worried. That was so easy. Oh my gosh. What a scrub lord. This Oishi. Holy crap, man. I can't believe it. Not even close. Aye, let's go. God, that's so exciting. I did the impossible. I won with Tomb Kings into Slaanesh on a couple seconds. Photo finish. Good God, man. Good God. Oh, God. What the crap was that? Yeah, this game is so easy. Totally. God, the Cetra snipe and the early cav kill almost screwed me over, man. He deleted so much cav. Tomb Kings, the king of the tomb. We hunkered it down. He brought so many Hellstriders. Mad Lad took 8 Hellstriders. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Oh god. Ah. Oh. Slaanesh too weak. CA, please buff. Well, I have a 100% win rate against Slaanesh, you know. That was clutch, thank you. God dang. Played my heart out to capture that, to hunker down on that 1 point. I had to pull out all the stops, man. Literally, it was a couple seconds. If either of us made any slight difference in plays, it could have shifted it either way. That was insanely close. Holy crap. That's gotta feel rough, though. That's gotta feel rough. That's like a top tier faction against Tomb Kings. To lose that one is to fall very far behind. Metagaming wise, I have a massive lead. Okay. Ogre Kingdoms versus Vampire Counts. I wonder who wins that. God. Oh, man. The takeaway is if Slaanesh is there and wins, he could have won it, man. He could have won it. Like, literally 2 seconds more points. If he got his first capture point, like 10 seconds earlier, I lose that. Like, it's so close. It's so close. I did make a one big throw at the beginning, but like he also lost a lot of cav to the big fight. I think you can probably win it just by spamming infantry now that I think about it, but good God, man. Good God. I still can't believe I won it. I still can't even fathom, man. I still can't fathom that we actually won that. Holy crap. Oishi's a beast, man. Tim the Wilder's also a beast, though. He's gonna win his thing after this game. I think Tim the Wilder very likely wins this. So, here's the thing. I can force Oishi to have to ban Slaanesh for the next 4 games. So if I threaten Slaanesh but never take them, I'm in a pretty good position. Oh, that was such a good game. That was a crazy good game, Tomb King's Enjoyer. I hope you took notes. Cetra never loses. He came back from the dead. Holy crap, man. He easily could have won that. With like the minorest of plays, he could have won that. He had so many army abilities at the end there. It was so dumb, man. I felt like my cavalry was constantly getting netted and rampaged. It's like free pavane across the roof. Though, like, my big misplays at the beginning, I did lose like 800 gold and an army-wide heal. I should have played way more passively. Tomb Kings do so good when you farm their heal. If I ever play against Tomb Kings, I need to kill like a couple of units of infantry just to proc it. And then go for fighting. Otherwise, you start trading down a lot. I got a massive heal on my infantry in the big fight. And that kind of screwed him over. Oh, God. After all this stress, I have to fight Tim the Wilder, who's just having like a jolly old time, you know, just easy stomping. Oh, man. Cetra the parrot, the sometimes perishable, but he comes back. 'Tis but a flesh wound. The realization that I win on 1 point at the end there was insane. I had to do some quick math to figure out if I won on 1 point. So close. This is why you want to move your army at the beginning of the game, by the way. You wanna get some quick situations going. Alright. So Oishi's in. I get first dibs. So I get to pick Beastmen if I want. But then he's probably gonna hard counter pick Beastmen. Let's see here. His options are few and far between. I think his Demons of Chaos is fairly likely. I have Slaanesh though in the back pocket. So if I ever find that 2 matchups are really favored for Slaanesh, I just pick Slaanesh and he's screwed. He can't do anything to stop it. A second win against Oishi would be a godsend. Because he's pretty good, but we have a decent track record into him. Oh god. The Kalita campaign paying dividends. Oh man. That could have been a finals match and we ain't even there yet. I'm so happy I got cast. That was so close, brother. It was so close, man. Anyway, so he banned my Kislev. I banned his Ogre Kingdoms. So Ogre Kingdoms and Kislev are out. That is pretty good for me. I think Oishi is limited to like Corn and the likes now. So if I go for Beastman, I don't think he has that many hard counters. But I don't want him to steal my Empire. So I'm just going to go Empire first like a mad lad. And just let him pick Beastman. Worst case scenario, no more Beastman bans for the rest of the tournament. What's he gonna do to counterpick Empire though? Empire is kind of counterable, but most of the factions he likes aren't super great against them. He could go Norska or Warriors of Chaos. I think those are quite likely to see Warriors of Chaos and Norska. It could just be both, but then I have the Rogue Beastman pick to handle that. The quick maths is nice, yeah. I've been training my thing for a long time. Corn and Beastman. Okay, so he's asking to get kited into Oblivion, which means Warriors of Chaos is absolutely the pick here. Warriors of Chaos versus Beastman and Corn is both manageable. Beastman a little bit less so. Empire Chaos against Beastman Corn, I feel like it's peak intensity. At least comfort level wise. Then we do our blind picks, which I imagine might be Demons of Chaos. I took away his Ogre Kingdoms. No Tomb Kings for me. Could go Norska into Beastman Corn, which is like basically Warriors of Chaos, but less. The other option is Wood Elves, which is generally a bad idea versus most of these guys. I guess Norska? Oh boy. Beastmen, Corn, Greenskins. Norska, Warriors of Chaos, Empire. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I'll ban Empire Greenskins because I think that's a terrible matchup. Is this third game or second versus Oishi? You can see in the tournament score down below. Right there. Right here. We are one game up against them. Navigators so far tussling against the Ogre Kingdoms. You guys think Ogre Kingdoms can beat Vampire counts? I guess they have the capture weight and the DPS maybe? Maybe? I don't know though. I don't fancy Ogre Kingdoms into counts most of the time, but it's a matchup I don't really see a lot of. Skin Wolf time. Empire, Chaos, Norska, all of them I will fight Corn with. Corn is very much beatable with all three of them. So I think I can force that matchup. Greenskins, my Warriors of Chaos, last I played against Greenskins, it was a one-sided stomp. It also means I don't have to burn any of the good factions to do so. Warriors, Norska is solid here. No, it's so solid. It's so solid. The only one that's a little sus is Empire into Greenskins. Other than that, we're mostly fine. Oishi's a Corn player. He loves Corn and Rush factions. So he plays Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos, Corn, Greenskins, Slaanesh, like Ogres. He loves his Rush. Oishi is a Rush fanatic. But I'm a Kite fanatic, which counters Rush fanatics. I'm way worse against people like Charix because Cavalry Micro kind of wrecks me. But yeah, I fancy my odds into Oishi. I also am a filthy hardcore Sweat Lord, so I'm probably going to have better matchups in general. Is there a reason to take Swords Chaff if Spears are an option? You know, it's slightly cheaper. They're basically the same unit. He went build up Ogre Kingdoms was rough. Yeah, I'm happy I banned it. So he bans Warriors of Chaos and Corn. and Empire versus Corn. As expected, we managed to get Oishi to ban 2 Corn matchups because they suck. Because they're really bad in general. So it's probably going to be a match into his Beastmen or his Greenskins. Interesting. Norska into Corn's questionable, but I think it's still good for them. Norska into Beastmen, though, is one that we fought. It went okay for Norska. Warriors of Chaos into Beastmen is fine. Norska versus Greenskins, I question, though, as it's just not a matchup I've played a lot of. Chaos versus Greenskins, we've done great. But yeah, Norska versus Greenskins, I'll cut. Warriors of Chaos, Norska. Honestly, all these matchups are starting to look really good for me. I just have to pick which one I want. Do I ban Warriors of Chaos Greenskins? No. Greenskins, I think I have a really good time against. I'm also really trained with Chaos. I think Empire Beastmen is probably the one I want to cut. Empire is one of my better factions. I can save it for the 3rd round, where I go like Slaanesh, Empire, and like something else disgusting, right? Slaanesh, Empire, Beastmen can be my 3rd round against him if he doesn't pick any of them. So I think we're good on that front. Feels like a dandy good time. Are we in the finals already? We're trying to get there. We're 1 up in the semis. Tim the Wilder right now is trying to win with vampire counts. He's kind of getting bullied a bit by the ogres. Trading is actually super close, huh? Interesting. He has a big old blob fight. Gold's Maneater is probably hard carry this matchup, don't they? Yeah, what are the builds even? Yeah, what are the builds? My ranged Savage Orc build lives rent-free in your mind. It's not that good, though. Okay, wait. So, what's going on in this game? I gotta analyze this, because Vampire counts as a matchup I don't know much about. We're seeing a bit of a tussle. Ogres definitely are really fast. They're one of the fastest capture factions in the game. Norska versus Greenskins. Is Greenskin favored, really? So he bans Corn versus Norska. Nice. So Oishi counterpicked himself by going Corn. That's a really good sign for me. By going Corn, he's fearing the kite. He's respecting it. But it means that he wasted 3 of his bans, which means I get to pick basically whatever matchup I want into either his Beastmen or Greenskins. Both of which are just immaculate situations for me. We're looking at Warriors of Chaos versus Beastmen. He just banned it. So we're looking at Norska versus Beastmen or Warriors of Chaos versus Greenskins. I'm going Warriors of Chaos. You can't tell him a no. Warriors of Chaos. I cooked up a build in ages past. It's not too bad. Now, we did see Chaos lose to Greenskins earlier. So there is that. That does make a man shiver a little bit. But other than that, we should be fine. Where do you think single entities fit in that equation? Which equation? Let's see. So Greenskins, they have the giant squigs. They got the rock lobbers and all that biz. Let's see here. So he could go hella wide if he wants to. Greenskin wide with archers is always a little sus, and then they use their chariots to just like kill all your infantry. That's typically how it goes. It's typically how it goes. Advertisements. Are new goblin slingers any good? They're fine. Vampire counts win it. That's a 3-0 for Tim the Wilder. God dang, man. Tim the Wilder kind of spooky. Alright, so Warriors of Chaos versus Greenskins. I was judging the last Warriors of Chaos build a lot. So if I lose here, then I just look bad. But if I lose, you know, maybe I deserve to look bad. Tim the Wilder still having a value lead is insane. By the way, own goal is Tim the Wilder. He just has a different Steam name for whatever reason. Yeah, Warriors of Chaos versus Greenskins should be free. The question is, can I make it free? Let's see here. What do I want? What do I want? Skjaldnir's Cave. Yeah, no, this should be super free. Just stick to what you know. Don't mind. Yeah, we're not gonna mind game ourselves to death here. Having a little bit of discipline is the best way to win tournaments, because if you go into something you're not practiced with, it's very easy to fall into an oopsie daisies. Turin's arrived. The big man himself. Alright. As long as I play this good, I'm okay. I'll have to go through the various things that Greenskins can go for, just to be extra safe. But let's just get our army up first. Wow, this guy sucks. This guy kind of sucks. Screw him. Yeah, like the squiggies, the giant squiggies are probably like, you know, the spookiest things. I'm not a big fan of running into a million giant squigs. You know, it's fine. It's a fine starter. Little bit too much spending, unfortunate. Yeah, I should definitely take at least one of these dudes. Alright. Your enemy can't counter your build if you have no clue about what to expect. Trust me, they can. Trust me, they absolutely can counter your build. You guys are crazy. Okay, definitely want some of those. And then what? Is this good? Is this good? You know, it's probably decent. Sure. You know what? I'll run one of those. But this should be free. This should be quite free. There's only really a handful of things that Greenskins can bring to bear against such hatred. So I think we shall be fine. As long as I don't absolutely goof it up like a noob. Yeah, I should be okay. Like, I'm kind of looking around here. They got like some cav, right? But all of them lose to Hellstriders extremely badly. Like the greenskin cav, like no shot against Hellstriders, man. No shot. Let's see here. Gotta not take anything experimental. It's asking for trouble. Yeah, this looks okay. Looks like a good enough build. Seems like it has more or less everything I could possibly want. It feels vanilla, which is exactly what I want. Chaos Giant. Have you seen me run Chaos Giants? If I win this, my road to finals is very good. I don't like Tim the Wilder though. Like, he's a great person. Playing against him is spooky. I'll probably ban his Wood Elves because I'm not a good enough Wood Elf player to contest him. Double Rogue Idol and Spider. The insanity build. Which race do you think is the most fun? Currently, if I had to play a faction, maybe Ogre Kingdoms or Empire. They have the most variety and they have a lot of playstyles that I like. kite. They have some rush. They got some man tiding. It's a solid time indeed. Just gonna double check that I brought the right spells. The paranoia setting in. Yo, Rogue Idol's so slow, man. It is butts indeed. Big butts. Gorbad Pigtonia Rush? I'll tell you, I'm pretty ready for a Pigtonia Rush. Good luck, have fun, Oishi. Oishi's the top on the ladder right now, so gotta give him all respect. You got this, don't be afraid of Tim, you know how he plays, I guess. What are our past messages? I beat his Beastmen the other day with Kislev. I imagine he's gonna ban them. Let's not think about Tim the Wilder too much though. I got Oishi. I got Oishi to go up against. Very simple. Hell Cannon. Some skirmish. Hella infantry. What's there not to love? The Hell Cannon is like a mega up trading tool. And if he brings Doom Divers to try and kill it, I got Overcast, Burning Head. We got the Slayer of Kings because I had a bit of extra money. We have Terror and ITP Aura. Archaon is sitting very comfy here. Hellstrider spamming to the horizon, even some Blood Beast, some infantry. If he is weak to kite, I can go full kite by spamming Marauder Horseman. It's just great. It's just great, man. Like, everything about this build is juiced. Hell Cannon's gonna have to get some work done, though. But everything about this is juiced. Plus, the map is great because Hellstriders dominate this forest area. So he's gonna have to commit a lot of forces there. It's a giant map. I got some of the fastest cavalry in the game. But he has a 20, or he has a 16 stack, which is pretty wide. It's pretty wide. This is essentially what I took last time I faced greenskins. But yeah, the greenskin 20 stack, or 8 or 16 stack. I think we just slow trade it with the Hell Cannon and I'm fine. So we'll just march in over here. Get Archaon onto the capture point as fast as we can. Do I bring Hellstriders here? Is he susceptible to skirmish? He brought a Rock Lobber. Okay, that's fine. So here's a big play. Rock Lobber is not that spooky. I can definitely deal with Rock Lobber. I just gotta get that sick burning head action on it. Grom's gonna try and dodge the cannon. But without anything to threaten Archaon, it should be a pretty hard dodge overall. Gonna have to be careful with these guys though. Probably get another Hellstrider for Grom. Takes a pretty massive hit. Rock Lobber, kind of spooky. Gets a solid strike on my guys, but there's the Overcast. Right down the pipe. And they should dismount and then shatter, if I did this right. Really? No shatter? That's crazy, man. There's shatter, okay. And that's how you deal with artillery as the Warriors of Chaos. That's how you make greenskins feel bad about bringing units that are fun. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. That Overcast Burning Head is aces, man. It's aces. So now we play the long game. I already got insanity value, right? We already got the value. The only thing that's left is to keep the lead. Got a little bit of skirmish action here. Couple Forest Goblin Spider Riders, not a big deal. Doesn't have a lot of archers, so I can actually just bring in these guys to start punishing him. His width is huge, by the way. He's playing extremely wide, but this Hell Cannon's having a grand old time. Grom the Paunch is taking a little bit of poke damage. I'm okay to just shoot at him and maybe burn ammo because who cares? I have a value lead. And there's the pump wagons. Okay. Now, most of his infantry are miles away. They're never going to get here in time. So that's not a big deal. Plus, double skirmisher on this flank is really good. Archaon can just terror out these guys. They are on the verge of getting broken. Orc spears die to Archie. Like no one's business, so that's pretty nice. You can see the skirmishers are just so annoying, right? Attacked in the flank terror out to more or less just delete them off the battlefield. And I kind of welcome a surround on Archaon. I don't think he's gonna do it, but we'll see if we can bait it out. Yeah, his archers are kind of contesting here, so now his army's out of position. Double good, double very good. And I just gotta make sure his chariots don't cause him any issues. But yeah, you can see how comfortable Archaon is just sitting in there, because he's a Chad, unlike freaking Kolek. Unlike Kolek, who is not a Chad. Get the terror outs there in there, buddy. Easy peasy. Hell Cannon's just dominating his face. There's another terror route. Probably gonna progress into a full route too. As long as I trade up, I'm fine. Skirmishers are... I accidentally ran into his nasty skulkers. I don't think he could have had something worse than that. I accidentally into his nasty skulker flank. I swear I'm not stream sniping, guys. I swear I'm not stream sniping. I was just rotating my dudes. Oh god, that's like the worst thing that could have happened to him. That's a lot of money down the drain. That's a lot of money down the drain. I don't know how I feel about that. Well, I'll take it at least. I'll take it. Archaon with the terror outs is a menace. Oh my gosh. Great. Everyone's gonna say I'm stream sniping now, man. What the god? That's like the best thing that could have happened to me. Like literally, I just happened upon them. Jeez, brutality. All right. Do I need a burning head here? I'm probably gonna use it on his dudes on that flank. Artillery can start backing it up now. He's gonna commit a lot of forces to shut down the artillery, but I don't think it's gonna go his way. Archaon can just kill Grom the Paunch like no one's business. There's the Hellstrider collapse, and then it's just Rugloods. Archaon's on his butt. Oh, he used a buff spell. He used a buff spell, and I'm just gonna not fight him. The brutality. That's pretty rough. Definitely want to punch the Rugloods in the face. Hellstriders farming up their passive. God, that sucks, man. For him. He used the sneaky stabbing. He used the sneaky stabbing, and then it goofed him up. Anyways, tickets are super in my favor right now. It's just a cleanup crew at this point. This is indeed super duper free. It all started with that sick artillery snipe. It is some very, very good tech getting that artillery snipe, because most of the time people don't expect your artillery to just die after one spell. That's quite rare usually. He does bring it back though, but will it be enough? I still have that artillery piece just kind of popping off against his forces. The Forsaken are mangling his dudes. Is that Curse of the Bad Moon? It is. He kind of whiffed it though. A little unfortunate. Let's see here. Yeah, I think we just Forsaken spam into the horizon. Tries to get a D summon. Looks like it's not going to work out too well. There's my horseman. We just gotta, I gotta not get comfortable. I gotta keep locking in. Gotta keep locking in. Did you hear that sigh of relief? That sigh of relief is weakness. We gotta stay committed. I may be 3,000 gold in the lead, but you never know. Hellstriders can threaten his artillery piece. That should be fine. I don't need to waste a greater burning head on it. And I don't need to commit on these spears either. We're already up trading into them. In fact, one of them's about to route to my artillery piece. My artillery is better than his. There's a summon. Okay. So I'll just back up from that. I just want to maintain the good happy trades. All right, just keep up the happy trades. It'll be fine. Things will turn out well. His double cap is slow. There's another mass route on the greenskin front. Pretty brutal. So they're gone. Grom the Paunch is taking massive damage. And then Overcast there, so the Forsaken can kill his archers. That's more or less all we need. Instead of hitting his archers, you kill the infantry so that the Forsaken can clean up. And then trolls are the ultimate in greater trades once again. Now his cav is here, but the artillery piece should be able to rout them off. The leadership ain't too great, and I have some backup Hellstriders. Archaon is still in very good health, and look at that, just as expected. The routes on the infantry did indeed work out great for us. Now, can Archaon actually kill this guy? Can he actually kill Grom for once? There's Slayer of Kings. Grom the Pawn, she calls himself a king. Holy crap, he's getting sloon. I don't even know if that's the right word, but he's getting massacred. Good stuff. That's a second capture point with much time to spare. I foresee maybe he'll summon Cav over here to support. Yo, this Hell Cannon's getting so much value though. Hit by artillery is no joke. It's a minus 10 leadership debuff that deletes your face. Yeah, it's just a minus 10 leadership debuff. So it's the same as getting charged in the rear, which is oh so brutal. Massive strike on his archers. Yeah, it's just Hell Cannon hit into leadership debuff into route. Rinse and repeat into the horizon. He's trying to move his artillery piece here. The aspiring champions are completely undeterred too. Big hit on Ruglids. Pretty comfy game overall. Really? I can't overcast it? 16? What a ripoff. Oh, now I can. There you go. They use up most of their ammunition, but I'm still gonna kill them. It's principle that counts. Yep. Into route, into disband the artillery and then shatter. No, they just route. Okay. Well, whatever. Their leadership's pretty bad, right? They shouldn't rally. That was a slightly off position burning head. But yeah, sometimes you don't get the perfect route when you misposition it. It's fine though, it's good enough. This little blob fight, I gotta kill Grom here. Remember, you can't let up. You screw up for 1 second, and these players will take advantage of you like no tomorrow. Value farming. I am 4K in the lead. Holy crap, that Hell Cannon. The Hell Cannon MVP is pretty good. The Nasty Skulker catch though, like I've had so many nice catches into him. The thing is, I just know this matchup well too, right? And we're pretty advantaged. There's the bad moon. We dodge it. Archaon out for blood. Archaon's extremely bloodthirsty. Let's get those spears out of the way. Ah, Slayer of Kings, it's back. Bad moon gets whiffed. I think I can finally desummon this thing. Yo, every time Grom gets hit by Archaon, he takes like 50 billion damage. Poor guy can't catch a break. Hellstriders versus Forest Goblin Spiders should be okay for me. But this is pretty over, man. He taps out. GG. That was pretty free. That was pretty free. I can't lie. The great thing is that this round, we're pretty in a prestigious position. Yeah, that Hell Cannon survivability. Good God. Aspiring champions never killed. Archaon with the 2600 value. All right, I'll take it. Hell Cannon was value, bro, because it routed everything. So it's not that it even just got value from killing. It routed every single unit in his army. This is a matchup I've played a million times. So I think it was really a rough idea to go for this one. Especially because the big brain activates. He can't play greenskins anymore. And I can still play Beastmen and Slaanesh and Empire. I just have to do that. Am I first pick though? I think he's first pick. This is round 3. Yeah, he's first pick. So we'll have to manage that one. All right. Come on, just 3-0 clean sweep and then Tim the Wilder. I'm locked in today though. That rest has done me wonders. Yeah, that's the Greenskins Warriors of Chaos matchup. GG. Yeah, we played it about as perfectly as we could have. It is a best of 5, yeah. So I'm gonna have to close it out with one more win. but I do have Slaanesh in the back pocket. He's down Slaanesh and Greenskins. I'm down Warriors of Chaos and Tomb Kings. What if he didn't catch those nasty Skulkers and they killed your Hell Cannon? Entirely different game. He lost his artillery piece to one burning head, bro. It was pretty done. It was pretty done. Even if he does catch it, it takes a while because the crew is unbreakable. It would be a different game, though. It wouldn't be as easy. Like, it would be a hard tussle. And it was pretty early on that I caught the nasty Skulkers. But to try and save the situation, he committed a lot of units, too. So he lost, like, 3 units. Trying to save the nasty Skulkers and lost, like, all of them to Hellstriders. Turin leaked that you're gonna win the tourney. Alright, what's his first pick? His first pick's Khorne. Makes sense. So I'm going to lock him out of Beastmen then. Because he decided not to go for them. And then I'm going to go for Empire. And then he can't play Slaanesh. Like, this is as good of a pick 3 as I can possibly get. Like, he can't pick Beastmen or Empire. He goes for Norska. I get Slaanesh. Like, it's Slaanesh into Norska Khorne. Probably. Unless he has some forbidden tech. Has he been training Tomb Kings? One of my main advantages is I've been training every faction in the game lately. So I'm decent with everyone. Which makes me really comfortable in the later stages of these pick and ban situations. Vampire counts. All right, here we go. It's Beastmen, Empire, Slaanesh. Vampire counts, Norska, Khorne. He's first ban. So let's just avoid the Vampire counts matchup as much as possible. I have full privilege to ban all the Vampire counts matchups and play Empire into Khorne or something like that. Like, we know he banned that one before, right? I can ban Beastmen, Norska. I'll probably leave Slaanesh counts open. It depends. I have a lot of good matchups here, though. So he bans Khorne, Beastmen. Fine by me. That one was a little sus for me. Empire and Slaanesh into Khorne should be very favored. Beastmen into Norska. We did lose last time. Beastmen into counts is also questionable. Last time I did win Empire into counts, so I think I will leave that. And you know what? I don't want to ban both of my Beastmen matchups, though, right? I want him to ban it. Empire into Norska, Empire into Khorne, Slaanesh into... I'll ban Slaanesh counts. Just because I don't really know what I'm doing there. Right? I might as well give me the most favorable Slaanesh matchups. So he banned Khorne Beastmen, right? Here's the thing. If I don't end up playing Beastmen or Slaanesh, I get to pick them again in the next round. Because I get dibs. So I get dibs on Beastmen. I pick Beastmen, then I go Empire and Slaanesh, and then we're set. So, like, the odds of us winning is super high because I have a huge advantage pick ban-wise. Counts are only good into Beastmen here, yeah. Like, I think my Slaanesh versus counts is fine, but there's a lot of other better matchups where I don't have to worry about, like, I don't know, Gaze him to Gash, Lord Snipe on the Kari or something that just screws me over. Anyways, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Empire into Vampire counts is the one I have left open. I welcome it. We won it in Turin's last tournament. So I think that's fine. He bans Khorne Slaanesh. Makes sense. It's Slaanesh is just Khorne plus. So I have Empire versus Counts Norska Khorne. Norska Slaanesh. Okay, yeah. So we did get 2 bans out of him with our Slaanesh pick. And we get to pick Slaanesh again later, which is totally advantage for us. So, yeah, I just play Empire into his Khorne then. I think that's the play. The map is Itza, which is not the most comfortable for Empire. I don't want to play Beastman Norska. I could do Empire Vampire accounts. I did win it last time. Is that how do I feel about that one? Let's see here. Empire into Vampire accounts. I feel pretty good into Empire Vampire accounts. I feel pretty good about it. But it's like one of those risky matchups and I lose Empire. Then again, I do get to ban his Corn. And the map is not as bad for me. Look, if I beat Maximilianaire's Vampire accounts once with Empire, I could probably do okay into Oishi's Vampire accounts. Like, I wouldn't want to play another Empire game into Maximilianaire's Vampire accounts. I think he's gonna wreck me. But this is a matchup that Oishi probably isn't that practiced with. Are we afraid of zombie rushes? Not as much. Empire has a lot of tools at their disposal. And if it's Empire versus Norska, that should be a free win. So this is it. This is where I tried to take Empire to the victory. If I can take Empire to the win here, we get to the finals against Tim the Wilder for the grand prize. Very good map for Empire to Mobile Kite as well. It's just not too bad. I like my bigger maps, but it's just not bad. It can be pretty hard for Vampire accounts to make their transitions too. Seeing what's it doing? What's the grand prize? I think Turin mentioned $500 is the prize pool, but I'm not entirely sure. We're locked in though. It's just Tim the Wilder that I fear now. With such an early lead against Oishi, I think we're good, even if he's like super locked in. Tim the Wilder's good, but I think we beat him before. With was he the one playing Wood Elves earlier when I just got back into things? Yes, he was. Okay, yeah. Okay. So I did actually have a pretty good track record, Warriors of Chaos into his Wood Elves in the past. I just have to not play Slaanesh into his Wood Elves, apparently. But yeah, I barely win Warriors of Chaos into his Wood Elves with 2 Arrows of Chronos. Honestly, if I ban his Wood Elves, he's down a main faction, and that's gonna hurt him a lot. Asmid, thank you very much for the £4. Holy crap. Oh, Oishi is thinking about Vampire counts versus Empire. So this is the game. This is the game for to see if we can make it. I gotta lock in, all right. This is definitely not an extremely easy matchup. Not in the slightest. So we gotta lock in, play super carefully, and hopefully we're able to win. I have a preset build. Maximilianaire, you trained me for this gloriously by wrecking my face and pounding it in for the past few matches. So I think we'll be okay. Oishi's gonna have to play counts as well as Maximilianaire or catch me off guard to get the win here. We can't be overconfident though. I'm gonna have to play at peak performance. Use the Elspeth flag, please. Sure. Sure, why not? Nolan it up. So one of the great things that Empire has here is that they are fully capable of man-tiding into the horizon and actually having more capture rate than Vampire counts. If he goes for a stuff 'em up build, like if he goes for like a 20 stack style. Even a tiger uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. I don't think he's a rabbit though. I feel like, you know, this is a tiger v tiger situation. This is top 2 versus top 1 on the ladder. I'm top 2. Redeem to hydrate, thank you. overcast gaze to kill wagons. It's 1 gaze per wagon though. Is that really worth? We'll see this day. How dead are we today? Vote Vlad for Emperor. Alright, so there's 2 ways to play this. There's the White King style, where you go double White King Scab Scrath and you kill infantry. There's the double Necromancer Wind of Death style to clear infantry. Both styles are very, very spicy. It 2-taps them? God dang. Not the most magic efficient thing in the world, but I'm sure it's quite good. So here's the spicy play that I'm going for. That's different from last time I faced you, Maximilianaire. I'm using Free Company Militia to get some early captures in. I brought Elspeth to put in the forest to Spirit Leech White Kings and Necromancers and Lords that get too low. Because the more Winds of Magic he wastes on things like healing his Lord, the more of an advantage I think I can get. Ready, good luck, have fun. He did go with the 20 stack menace for the Vampire counts, but I should at least be able to take one of these points with so many state troops. I got 17 units, and I got even more state troops in the back. The main thing is having enough capture rate. Elspeth is pretty giga. She gets stronger Spirit Leeches the more abilities he casts. If I can show that off. And Spell Mastery. So if he's spamming heal, summoning zombies, it's gonna put him behind. So let's see what we can get done here. He starts with Fellbats. Wow, that's a crazy strat. And he has Knights. So he actually went with the Cav today. Interesting. So he's not trying to capture weight me. He's trying to trade into me. 4 units of Fellbats are not going to capture the point at all. And I have 1,000,000 spears into the horizon. Yes, he has double White King, but this is what my chariots are for. I'm giving up the high ground so that I don't lose any of these dudes. And we're waiting for the spears to come in there. War wagons are amazing. Just don't eat a Scab Scrath to the face and we should be fine, right? His corpse cart's pretty wide here. I can totally take this fight because he has so few units here to support. Free Company are doing great. There's the capture. I want Sons of Sigmar? Absolutely yes. So the war wagons ensure that I'm definitely capturing this point. Are those the... No, they're just the Königstein Stalkers, so... Yeah, we're just gonna go for it, man. Sure, he has Fellbats, but like, I got no range units, man. I just need some Cav. I just need some Cav here. War wagons are not that bad versus bats. He's gonna disrupt them for a little bit, but it ain't too bad. Especially once I get my Cav in here. He gets a solid Cav charge on my forces, though. It's a little bit of a misplay. But overall, the wagons are doing fine versus the bats. He does have the Kemmler, but his stuff is dying super hard. And so far, we're holding the points decently well. The wagons are doing fine. He did go for the big heal, though. And I think it's time we whip out the Elspeth to start punishing him for his transgressions, right? You can see the Free Company here are able to chase down his Cav as they retreat. Fairly comfortable position for us. Elspeth is coming on out. And we still, yeah, he doesn't capture too many points. That's good. All right, there you go. Shoot up his Cav. Just shoot him up. There you go. And I just gotta start spamming Spirit Leeches on Kemmler. We kill that guy and then we're fine, right? He's actually trying to dominate the high ground. Overall, the Free Company are fairly self-sufficient, but not the best things in the world. Do I want to try and save that madness? Looks kind of uncomfortable. Not the biggest fan of that. Over here, our flank is not going the greatest either. Can I snipe Kemmler? Unfortunately, nor corpse cart kill. And he does take the high ground, which is a little unfortunate. I don't think I can send in my knights here without risking them dying. I am getting some decent snipes on Kemmler at least. And he is starting to take this 1 point. So a little unfortunate. But he's not getting too many heals with his guys. So I think maybe we're okay. The Black Knights collapse on my Cav. That's not very comfortable in the slightest. I got a lot of damage on Kemmler. That's a plus. I'll settle for the double cap and some value trading. You know what? I have my wagons here. Kemmler's starting to get pretty beat up. We actually caught one of his corpse carts on the flank. As long as I don't throw units, I should be fine. Spear should be very hard for most of his cav to take down. We even have some reserves over here. Kemmler is a little bit bloodied. My cav are at decent HP. If I can go here and kill off his White Kings and take the point, we're good. He's not even captured it yet, which is kind of sucky for him. And a lot of my spears are actually going to start recovering. So I think we'll be okay, as long as this fight goes decent. Another Spirit Leech on Kemmler. We are capturing this really well with the power of the war wagons. A little bit of focus fire on that corpse cart to just get it killed, as long as they actually shoot for once. His bats, though, are a menace. The mass bats is kind of crazy. Kemmler's taking a lot of damage, though, and he's going to have to waste a lot of heals. He doesn't have Wind of Death either. That's good. Come on, you darn wagons. Just kill it. I got a second capture point at least. That's all I really needed. We can get our cav on this point, too. The spears are popping off. One flagellant for the high ground is an amazing piece. And then I'm just gonna keep Spirit Leeching Kemmler. There goes the corpse cart, which is his main source of healing down the drain now. And there's the Vargeist. Okay. So it makes sense. We have a lot more bonus damage, which is pretty jokes. His bats are on my war wagons, though. If I get army wipe, we're doomed. So time is of the essence, right? Gotta really make sure we don't get army wiped. At least wagons are more or less indestructible forces of nature that don't say no to anything. He doesn't have a lot of capture weight over here either. Should be securable with some normal state troops. Typically, late games for vampire counts end up just being, you know, he just ends up spamming infantry and such. Get him, Elspeth. I did get the high ground. That's pretty high. No crypt ghouls over there either is really rough for him. And the war wagons can run over bats. Little known fact, wagons just straight up run over bats a lot of the time. And if I get a kill on Kemmler, he's super dead. You can see how much he's struggling magic wise because he hasn't really been summoning many zombies. It's because Kemmler's been getting Spirit Leech. And I think he needs to spend most of his healing on that. Although, I don't know, Kemmler has a lot of healing and regeneration. But hey, we got the high ground. We killed a couple more bats. I'll take it. We have our flagellants to stall them effectively infinitely. And then I can just retake this capture point with my million dudes. It's the White Kings that I gotta worry about once we're done Spirit Leeching this fool. Alright, can I brace against the cavalry? We'll see. The high ground is questionable. Ticket-wise, it's kind of close, too. So, I have to be wary, right? Like, this is by no means over. Not even close to it. It's actually rather close, I'd say. Like, okay, Kemmler's taking a bit of damage. I'm gonna be able to take this point for sure, and I can probably re-secure the middle with the wagon spam. I doubt his White Kings are gonna be enough for that situation, but the Vargeist specifically are very annoying. If we can maintain double cap for long enough, though, I'm happy. And Elspeth is on her way to killing Kemmler soon. Wagons are pretty good cycle chargers. Do not underestimate their ability to just charge you in the face and kill everything. You can see those crypt ghouls definitely suffering from that. Nice, and then we disengage. And then I just gotta lock down this high ground, right? Remember, the wagons are infinite capture weight. Essentially infinite capture weight. They'll be great. His Vargeists are here, so he's gonna slowly retake this point. Actually, fairly quickly, maybe. But I do retake the middle. There's a Spirit Leech on Kemmler. He's getting really low. One more Leech and he's a dead man. Or with the Spell Amp, he might just be dead now. At a pivotal moment for the Vampire counts, too. When they need capture weight. Kemmler straight up gets Spirit Leech to death by Elspeth's exquisite magic. And now we have War Wagon sniping his corpse cart. We have our infantry doing great. They're stalling immaculately. All I gotta do now is actually secure me some points. Corpse cart gotta go down for sure. Corpse cart has to die. So we're just gonna all hands on deck, just focus fire that business. Gonna desummon these guys. Bring my cav over here to the high ground. I don't have a lot of infantry on this point. Despite that, we're still capturing it fairly well. He's using his crypt horrors to chase. That could be a mistake for him though, because it makes it easier for the war wagons to kill him. You know, a Spirit Leech the corpse cart, man. Just get it out of here. Get him out of here, man. His Fellbat shouldn't do too well against my guys on the high ground. And yeah, it looks like he may be running out of units. There's a lot of crumbling. There goes his corpse cart. No more perfect vigor for you. Big run over there. And he's not summoning Kemmler back. At least by the looks of it, Kemmler's not coming back. Hell to the yeah. So all we gotta do is just clear off his infantry. They are disintegrating by the dozen. And then just spam spearmen on the left side until it's over. He really does not have a lot left. I have a lot of infantry here that can just kind of cleave their way through things. Elspeth is kind of just slow grinding it. She'll be fine. And yeah, if I just bring in like all my forces to bear here, there's no way. There's no way he takes this. I gotta be careful though. No overconfidence. Rear charge on his dudes there. Goes pretty well. Free Company shooting up the Crypt Horrors. Amazing. Elspeth kind of dying to Vargeist though. Kind of brutal. The Elspeth overextension kind of sucks, but we'll see what we can get done here. I have whack loads of infantry and capture weight that we can bring to bear here, I guess. War Wagon's got to actually steal the point, though, if we want to win this. Capture points are very close here. They're very close. You know what? I'll Spirit Leech his Vargeist. That seems like it should be a fine enough deal. War Wagons are doing okay. As long as they don't rout, I'm happy. And we have a lot of capture weight coming onto this flank. Just got to be a little careful. Elspeth does rout. We do lose Elspeth, unfortunately. He's going to try and summon Kemmler back. He used a lot of dudes to kill Elspeth. It's kind of like Gelt, where, you know, she just takes forever to kill because she's on foot. Oh, I guess she just died. Well, that's a little unfortunate. I may be able to get a double cap, though, or a triple cap even. Here, look. Chariots are gonna clutch it here. All right, we definitely got the capture point. So he resummons Kemmler, so be it. I'm going for the triple cap. His forces do not have the cap weight to hunker down in this situation. Oh, she was shattered. No wonder. Okay. Well, yeah, all right. Well, the stalling has begun. Empire has a great stall game. Unfortunately, Elspeth dying means that I am losing all of my stuff now. Probably should have kept her alive, but you know, so be it. Sometimes you goof up. The rogue Elspeth death? God dang. Some Empire spears just to lock down points. Don't want Crypt Ghouls to take this one. He re-secured that point very quickly, I must say. He re-secured this one very quickly. I am slowly recapturing, but the sussiness is high. At least these chariots can do okay. Okay. Well, I guess I'm spamming spears now. I guess I'm spamming spears. I do still have 2 capture points over here. If I hold this one for long enough, we're fine. My guys just have to recover from the death of Elspeth. It's just Elspeth. That's what I always like to say. That's what my papa always used to say. It's just Elspeth. Who cares? Whatever, man. It's fine. He always loved to say that. Looks like the Crypt Ghoul capture is underway. Elspeth is only 850 though. So she's relatively cheap. She's relatively cheap. I'll have my guys back in a second here. Don't like the cavalry. Finally, she's back. Oh, God. He's going to get the high ground. I think we're dead. I think we didn't trade well enough. I think we didn't trade well enough. I think he totally wins this. Unless I barely manage to hold the points long enough and we get a race condition. This is pretty spook. Less interesting when you don't throw the Lord. Oh, God, no. He took the... Oh, wait, no. Did he take it? No, he took the point. God dang, he took the point. That's rough. He darn took my point. All right, new plan. Take the middle. Never give up, never surrender. He's still getting a lot of dudes crumbled over here. Come on. Just get in there. We're totally dead, by the way. We're totally dead, but I have to play it out just in case. You can't be too careful. Maybe we take 2 points. I don't know. Maybe by some miracle we manage to secure 2 points and then we win it. I technically still have more points than him. Sigmar's sons are grinding along. They're doing okay. We got one of these dudes here. And then if I steal the high ground from him soon enough, we should be fine. Man, losing Elspeth was so rough, though. Definitely one of the goofs of all time. She wasn't even in a snipeable position. But we're not super used to this matchup. Those are skeleton warriors, so once I get the great swords in here, I'll be okay. Unfortunately, we do lose another unit there. Do I get the capture point on the low ground? The answer is no. Do I get the capture point on the high ground? The answer is yes. But it's gonna be a bit too slow, right? Alright, well, it's fine. I still have Slaanesh against him. Not a clean 3-0 sweep. But, a fine enough Empire game. Alright, GG. Brutal. Elspeth sniping Camelor is so good. I just didn't use my, I just got her sniped. His Fellbat usage was actually really nice. That's crazy. Fellbats here? Dang. Yeah, he got a huge route on the high ground too. Anyways, it's fine. I can still lose another. And we have Slaanesh in the back pocket. I get first dibs too on Beastmen. So I can take out his Beastmen and then just do like Slaanesh versus Khorne. Easy clap. Victory. As long as we do this properly. If he beats my Slaanesh, then I'm sweating. But as it stands for now, we'll have to see. So I get dibs. I can lock him out of Beastmen at least. So I have Slaanesh, I have Beastmen. I'm going to go Beastmen first to deny him that. Yeah, not killing the White Kings was really rough. I should have fully dedicated to the left side and killed the White Kings. All right, so what was I doing? I said I was going to get dibs on Beastmen, because you haven't played them yet. And I have Slaanesh. And I also can play Vampire Counts or Wood Elves. I can kind of hard counter them. I can also lock in Warriors of Chaos, depending. Just one more victory. So that's our second loss today, but we're still in a great position. He's probably going to have to ban all the Slaanesh matchups, so I just have to hard counter the factions that he does decide to pick. Right now, we don't know what he picked, though. We have it unknown. Khorne and Warriors of Chaos. So he went Warriors of Chaos. Counts versus Chaos is a toss-up. I don't have Empire no more. Let's see here. Counts is not bad versus Chaos and Norska. I banned his Ogre Kingdom, so no ogres for me. Alright, I'm gonna go Counts, even though he's gonna have Chaos and Norska, because I think Counts are just good. Just don't play Wood Elves into Beastmen. Yeah, this should be fine. So, the thing is, I showed him the Count so he can counterpick it. I should have gone for Slaanesh, because he can't pick Counts to block it from me. Your strats are good today. The pick ban plays are strong. Yeah. We'll have Slaanesh. So I can force Counts into, like, not Khorne if I want to. That part's totally fine for me. Warriors of Chaos. Khorne. I think he didn't pick his faction in time. Should be fine though. It's pretty straightforward that I would pick Slaanesh. I think we just hit him with the Slaanesh now. Hit him with the Slaanesh Banhammer. Beastman Khorne is a toss-up. I don't feel too comfortable with. This one doesn't have as many good matchups. Does anyone know the global bans? It's Kislev and it's Kislev and ogres. Okay, so he's Khorne, Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings. I am Slaanesh, Vampire Counts, Beastman. I have a decently mean Vampire Counts. So I'm going to go for... I'm gonna ban what? Vampire Counts into what? Vampire Counts versus Tomb Kings is great. I'll ban Vampire Counts versus Khorne. That one's pretty obvious. Here we go. It's spooky though after that loss. It's spooky. He's a strong player. If you can't kill the White Kings are kind of like the most expensive thing. I should have just focused them the whole game. That would have been way better. Attack Speed Enjoyer, what's up? Didn't you already go Warriors of Chaos? He went Warriors of Chaos. So he bans Beastmen Khorne. That's good for me. He bans Slaanesh Khorne. Okay. So no more Khorne. So he's gonna, if he bans the two Slaanesh matchups, I can go Counts into Chaos. You know, I can just say no Beastmen Tomb Kings. I can say no Beastmen Tomb Kings. And I can say no Beastmen Warriors of Chaos. Am I really just banning out Beastmen? That makes Beastmen a bad. That means I screwed up there. But like we have a lot of good matchups, so like it's kind of free reign. Let's see here. I can start banning his Warriors of Chaos matchups. Like Vampire Counts into Tomb King should be very Vampire Counts favored. So I'm just gonna go Vampire Counts and yeah, ban Vampire Counts Warriors of Chaos. So he gets two more bans. He's gotta ban the Slaanesh matchups. If he's leaving Slaanesh open, he's inviting disaster. Yeah, I went Warriors of Chaos. My matchups now with Beastmen, Vampire Counts, and Slaanesh. He went Khorne, Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings. Kind of spicy. But I do fancy Vampire Counts versus Tomb Kings. That I am not very afraid of. Vampire Counts into Tomb Kings is like the oldest good matchup for counts. Slaanesh Mirror. He already played Slaanesh. He banned Slaanesh Warriors of Chaos. Makes sense. Is he going to take a shot with Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings? What's the map? It's Norskin Rise. That's a terrible map for a lot of what he might decide to bring. Norskin's Rise. I don't know how I feel about that one. Last one, Celestial Lake. So Norskin's Rise is a great one for Slaanesh. Like Slaanesh into Tomb Kings, Norskin Rise. Like, come on. He has to ban that. And then I get to play Vampire Counts into Tomb Kings. He has to ban it. It would be insanity if he did not. Ludicrous even. And maybe he does want to play Vampire Counts Tomb Kings. He bans Beastmen Warriors of Chaos. So I get to choose between Slaanesh Tomb Kings and Vampire Counts Tomb Kings. Let's play Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings. All right. This is the matchup that I know best, all right? It is a little silly to play a matchup that you originally won on the opposite end. But I think we have the chops here. This map is really bad for Tomb Kings. This map is freaking massive. It's kind of huge. So I really think that it would be difficult to lose this one. Though we'll have to see. Maybe he'll be a Chad. I have to take it. Kind of, yeah. So now we get to play this matchup again, but I'm on the Slaaneshi side. The thing is, I'm very comfortable with Slaanesh here. I overslept the finals. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're not in the finals yet, but if we win this, we are in it. We're in the cookie jar. So the scariest thing you can do is just spam skeletons into the horizon, and my Hellstriders can't kill them fast enough. You absolutely have to have something to shut down Skelly spam. If you don't, you're asking for trouble, good sir. Tomb Guard are especially annoying here. Tomb Guard will give you a tough time. You go into his back line, you can get screwed. He has potential Ushapti. He has potential Ushapti, shenanigans he can whip out. It's, yeah, it's a doozy. It's a doozy indeed, but can we win it? Can we win it? So we know melee Shopti are crazy strong here, right? We know they're super strong. So like I really have to just not make a dumb play against them. One misstep and we're dead. So yeah. Gotta be a little wary. If Tomb Kings win twice, that would be hilarious. But it was close enough, and he made enough misplays, where I think it's going to come down to play and nothing else. Like, let's be real, it was a nail-biter of a game. And I had some really good engagements into his cav. Like, we're talking like, you know, create just skeleton spears into Hellstriders, right? It's about as good as it gets. Now, this unit's kind of cool. Maybe I'll take a one of. Nah, he has too much magic to kill these guys. No cool units today. No cool units today. Screaming Skull Catapult shouldn't be too big of a deal, I don't think. He will have a little bit of cav. He's gonna have a lot of horsemen. But if I play this right, if I play my cards just right, then I think we'll be okay. I think Tomb Kings can hold a point really well, but they're really bad at retaking points. I think that's their big doomsday. They'll almost never retake points. Deja vu incoming. Watch them go the exact same build as me. Just literally the same build. Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of chaff clear, that's for sure. I'm gonna need to do some big hammering action. He's gonna pick Nagash. Oh lordy. Okay, so one of those, and then probably just these guys into the horizon. That feels good enough. Trying to think about like the big scary things Tomb Kings can bring. He could go a completely different build and take like big single entities, but like it's not like I don't have answers to that. That's fairly manageable. Infantry max should be dealt with. I think we're ready. Do I have the right spells? I have the right spells. Okay. You got this in the bag. Make the snipe and you win. Yeah, we have multiple ways to win this. Lord snipe potential. Tomb Kings are dreadfully slow. Very dreadfully slow. This should be relatively okay. His horse archers can get caught up pretty easily. Do I have all the right abilities? Okay, I have that, and I have that. Okay, that's all we need. War Shrine Gaming. I don't think we'll be fighting in a blob. War Shrine's pretty unpopular against factions with Usopp the Great Bow. But will he even run Usopp the Great Bow? Questionable. The biggest thing I want to do is to get some early kills though. If I get a few early kills and we trigger his passive before we injure any of his other units, I get a huge advantage because he doesn't heal as much. So it's more about focused fighting rather than going across the board, fight everything at the same time. Here we go. It's a grudge match. It's a Slaanesh grudge match versus the Tomb Kings on Norscan Rise. Bone Giant spam incoming. That would be absurd. Imagine though, he just has like 2 Bone Giants. Shoots me to death. We lose instantly. But yeah, this should be the freebie though. Slaanesh should be the freebie. I just gotta be really careful. So I brought some skirmish cav. Brought some skirmish cav. Brought some normal Slaaneshi cav. And this map is massive. This is a giant map, okay? Tomb Kings can't really hunker down on a map this size. It's just too big. He bought 18 units though. So let's see what we can do. Remember, we want to trigger his passive on like individual units here. We have to do that. You want infantry max. And we gotta be really careful with our mobility squad. Is he just full infantry though? Because then I can use secret chariots, which I did take one of. I have infinity hellstriders. We have Pavane. I'm basically planning to take a triple cap at the beginning. There's almost nothing he can bring that can contest a Slaanesh early game triple cap. And from there, he's already on the back foot. If he has to fight for 2 points, it's pretty uncomfortable. This is a huge distance. It looks close. It's massive, okay? Take like a minute for Tomb Guard to traverse across. And he's probably not securing this one. As we saw last time, the trading can be pretty even. And then it comes down to capture weight. So that's why I also have so many Marauders here. Marauder Horsemen in case he has single entities. Starting with only one though, because I suspected he was going to infantry max it. There we go. Codtep. With Darude Sandstorm. Ushapti max. I love it. So he went Ushapti max. That's kind of crazy. So my chariots won't really do too well here. But Nakari doesn't have to worry about much. Nakari is gonna have a field day here, right? As long as we don't get too battered. Use our skirmishers here to just bully his Ushapti that are a little overextended. And then just go for the big backline push. Those are just skeleton horsemen, but like I want to kill them, right? Like it's just good, right? I might as well get the trading done and out of the way as soon as we can. So that's just a free 400 gold pick. Can't go too wrong with that. We could get more skirmishers here. And I need to trigger his passive as fast as we can. That's the name of the game. By triggering his passive, none of his infantry get healing. And he's going to be way more behind in general here. Hikari's doing great. Clobbering these guys. He gets a sandstorm off. Kind of friendly fires though. Kind of an unfortunate sandstorm. Lots of damage over here. And the skirmishers are still doing great. And his passive should be triggering soon. I'm going to give up this far side for this engagement instead. And we're just going to keep spamming. I think we're just going to keep spamming dudes. Horsemen. Because he just has no infantry, right? He has no range units. There's the passive trigger. So now, you know, that's one giant heal for Tomb Kings that he doesn't have anymore. I can totally give him 2 capture points and just value trade here now. That's totally fine by me. Because Ushapti may be overextending too. Nakari's doing fine. He's just kind of grinding against, you know, Ushapti and such. Kind of lose a couple of my Hellstriders though. But overall, the fighting's going okay. Forsaken on top of his units now. In fact, we have a lot of Forsaken here to just grind up his infantry and trigger his passive. As long as Nakari doesn't die, I'm okay. Hellstriders keep coming back too. Marvelous. And it's just triggering that darn passive. Nakari's doing great. Maybe an attack animation to dodge this archer volley. Little bit of a dodge, His archers are a little bit exposed too, so I can just run them down. And we're just going for that big passive trigger. Should be here soon enough. We'll have our big ability cast in a second. Nakari's just having a field day. And yeah, we're just completely denying him over here. I'm just going to do a quick rotate because we're Slaanesh. We got to be really careful with Nakari though. Nakari dies, I'm boned. Pun intended. There you go. He gets his Ushapti summon over here. That's not going to do too much. I don't think he's capturing this point anytime soon. And he only has so many Ushapti. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore those guys for now. Look, Nakari traded up into a lot of his cav. Like I said, we're just trying to trigger the passive. So we use both Realm of Souls. That's very good. So he only has one more Realm of Souls here to potentially win it. That's huge. Ticket-wise, we're the ticket master. All right? I have so many tickets. He's not taking this point. Not against Nakari, that's for sure. And if I can just get that last Realm of Souls trigger, it's super over for him. Because most of his units are still at full HP, right? There you go. Nice. So Nakari just gonna blast into those Ushapti. He does still have his archers on the flank, so screw that business. Screw the archers. Give me that Realm of Souls. Give me that butter. If his archers are really just gonna march all the way there, I think it's fine. What do I want? Marauders? I don't think they trade too well here. His archers are taking ages to get here, by the way. So I can just delete his skeleton horsemen while we wait for them to show up. I can use a chariot now to start blasting through his guys. His cavalry getting kind of massacred. I can lead them to the trees where they will die. There goes his horsemen. Brutality. Absolute brutality over there. I just gotta make sure Nakari doesn't die. Okay, and we pull back over here. Finish them off. Yeah, there's the archers. Yeah, they're getting a little bit of damage. I gotta be wary. But with all this mobility, I think I can just jump them now, right? Yeah, I think we just jump the archers. And we just say, screw you to a Nahakara horseman. Forest fight is super in favor for Slaanesh, by the way. We still have a double cat, which is really bad for him. There go the chariots too, blasting through his infantry. Unfortunately, they do get caught up a bit. But he lost a lot in the trees there. That's gonna be painful. Nakari's blitzing his poor archers now. They'll be taking a lot of damage. I think his second Realm of Souls must have triggered by now. God dang, this chariot though. This chariot kind of sucking. Is that really a sandstorm you're chucking out? Holy crap. Hey, maybe Nakari can kill Kata. Oh, jeez. Massive hit. Massive hit on Kata. Good to see, good to see. He's still double capped. I still have all the time in the world, right? Nakari's just kind of chilling here now. I will have to bail him out. Surrounded by cav, it's not the most comfy thing in the world. But at least there's no archers. So Nakari is mostly fine. We got that Realm of Souls denial. And the Forsaken are commanding this position very effectively. Nakari heals up millions of HP by just chilling. And in fact, yeah, I think we just kill Kotep now. I think we just kill Kotep now. He is going to get rampaged and then paveined, fascinationed, and then netted. Come to me, Kotep. Come to me. The end is nigh for your lineage. Get straight taken to Pound Town. Hit him up with the other spell. Why not? Just get him with everything. And I can steal this point because it's super far away. Here you go. So there's the second rampage. But what about second rampage? There it is. He was not able to secure this point. That's good. And then we're gonna net him. Then we're gonna net him. Get him, Nakari. It's actually getting a little sus for Nakari. I think he needs perfect vigor real quick. We'll give him that. Forsaken are doing good here. We're gonna be able to steal this point away from him very soon. I just need to get all my cav on there. Oh my gosh. The triple. Oh, baby. And that's why Slaanesh is OP. Huzzah. We figured it out. Army abilities are dumb. Holy crap. I just netted him down for like a whole minute, man. Poor Kotep did not stand a single chance against that. What the crap? I feel gross. Then again, he played against my Tomb King, so fair is fair. But like, what the crap, man? What the crap? That should not be legal. Seriously though, that's disgusting. He didn't have a single chance. He was silenced and netted. He didn't even have spell casting, man. That's how little he had. Oh, the humanity. Now he's triple capped. Now it's over. Unfortunately, I was ready for the Tomb King's infantry Ushapti build because I'm the one that made it, son. I'm the one that did it first. You know what? Speed boost these guys in. They gotta get in there. I designed the build, man. I know what its weaknesses are. Let's see. So yeah, and then the skirmishers are just too good. Beautiful from start to finish. We just had the better matchup. I think all my practice playing so many different factions paid off here. Whoo! Ah, hell ye. Ah, hell ye. Mikari with the 2,500. I built this house brick by brick. Let's see here. Because like immediately after I won that Tomb Kings game, I'm like, there's no way this is working a second time. There's no way. Rent a Cat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. We had a solid mass capture there. It was great. Played the map really well too. I saved Slaanesh for when I knew I could win with them, instead of just whipping them out and maybe losing. And using the mobility of the Forsaken to steal points and to trigger his army passive. I think that's the biggest thing for Tomb Kings. You have to kill as many units as you can to get the army passive to trigger. If you don't, oh whoops. If you don't do that, you're boned, man, you're boned. They get so much healing. So that's why I was going super hard on the focus fire there. Anticity to the grand finals against Tim the Wilder. What a way to progress. 200% Slaanesh win rate confirmed. Every game with Slaanesh, I win. I am the master of Slaanesh. Yeah, gotta get it before they get dumpstered with nerfs. Yeah, have I dropped a single Slaanesh game? That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. All right, let's ban this guy's Wood Elves. 200% win rate. Let's go. Let's go. I almost lost that Tomb Kings game. I don't think I can pull it off again if he goes Slaanesh. Unless I can. What if I can? Probably not. But what if? Probably not. Let's not meme it, all right? I'm not memeing my way to losing this best of 5. We're gonna lock in. We're gonna crush it. He's gonna ban my Kislev. Everyone bans my Kislev. Is he gonna ban my Slaanesh? He banned my Kislev. I hate this so much. Everyone bans Kislev, man. What the crap? I'm sure Slaanesh would prefer a 69% win rate. Winnable series. It's gonna be a tussle, but you know, without his Wood Elves, Tim the Wilder is down pretty hard. Like, sure, the Kislev is like really fun, but I can play more than just Kislev. Create a new draft from this preset. I am the top bracket now. I am the top bracket. Huzzah! I feel less stressed now that we've made it this far. Maybe the stress helps me though. So no Kislev, no Wood Elves. We're gonna start off with the Slaanesh pick to eat up some Banes. Try to save Slaanesh for later though. We gotta metagame this. He's probably gonna go Beastman, because Beastman's a faction he's been focusing on a lot recently. And then I'm gonna have to whip out maybe some Empire action or Vampire accounts. Ogre Kingdom's Tomb Kings, huh? Ogre Kingdom's Tomb Kings? Vampire accounts is like, that screams Anticity go Vampire accounts. Or Khorne even. Like, I think Vampire accounts for sure against Ogre Kingdom Tomb Kings. That's like easy clap, man. Easy clap. And then I just need a hard counter Ogre Kingdoms and Tomb Kings. And then he has like a terrible matchup at the start. Starting off on a win is like such a huge morale boost. What else beats Ogre Kingdom Tomb Kings? Chaos is okay. Khorne could be better. Ogre Kingdoms is a little spooky though. Chaos could be a little bit more favored. Anything else I would rather go other than Chaos? Chaos, okay. He goes Greenskins. Okay. Warriors of Chaos, Vampire Count Slaanesh versus Ogre Kingdoms, Tomb Kings, Greenskins. Warriors of Chaos was definitely a good pick for me. I love the Greenskin matchup. Vampire Counts versus Greenskin should be great. Slaanesh into Greenskin should be amazing. Chaos versus Tomb King should be great. Counts versus Tomb King should be great. Tim the Wilder is sick. Okay. That's good. Maybe he'll just... maybe he'll just die of sickness. No, I would never wish that upon him. Man, I like all of these matchups. They're all good. They're all good. I think the easiest one to throw would be Warriors of Chaos, Ogre Kingdoms, though. Tim the Wilder's having a great time, though. Dude, that mouth? What mouth? What's this about? Are you judging my mouth? What the crap? What do you mean that mouth? What's that supposed to mean? This has to be good, though. But yeah, I gotta be careful. I gotta make sure we take the best out of these. So, okay. Warriors of Chaos, Vampire Count Slaanesh. Like, there's so many good matchups here, man. Is he gonna go Tomb Kings into Slaanesh? We're on Imperial Road. This is an amazing map. I think I want to ban most of his ogres. He probably saw me play Slaanesh into ogres and crushed it. But maybe he has some forbidden tech. Counts versus ogres. Quick, we need to act. He's getting confidence. We know what that means. All these pros struggling to get good matchups versus a faction ocean of intensity. Well, we'll see. We'll see. The pick bans are like, I'm probably the best at pick ban metagaming because I literally constructed a pick ban system very similar to this a couple of years ago. So I went through all the motions on like how to metagame it and how to counterplay it. I've been here many times before. Doesn't mean that we get a free win, but it makes me a lot more comfortable. He banned both ogre matchups except into Slaanesh. Crazy sauce. So he wants to play ogres into Slaanesh? You madman. You madman. Greenskins, Warriors of Chaos, counts into Greenskins, Slaanesh into Greenskins. Like, it's all good. I think he's trying to bait me into playing Slaanesh, though. That's what he's trying to do. Wait a second. He's trying to bait me into playing Slaanesh. Are you guys seeing this? Get a load of this guy. I will only play Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings or Greenskins. You're not wasting my Slaanesh? Oh, this guy, he thinks he's fancy. Oh, he thinks he's fancy. I see how it is. I see. I'm not falling for the bait. Yeah, he was trying to out-meta me. Oh, the battle starts early today. I see. Yeah, I'm banning the Slaanesh matchups because I don't want to play Slaanesh. What is this? Slaanesh is so powerful, you don't want to play Slaanesh. That's how good they are. Oh, crazy. Mind games activate. Yo, all right. I'll play Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings up. He's RTK, which means that last patch he mained Tomb Kings and killed everyone with Tomb King Tide. So I'm gonna need to take him out with a faction like Slaanesh, which is good for me. Vampire counts also fine. Also totally fine. I'll face counts Tomb Kings, you know, it'll be great. All right. Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings. It is then. Again, LOL. Okay, it's Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings on Imperial Road. So this one's a massive map. It's even bigger than the last one. It's even bigger, okay? This can't possibly go badly for me. The downside, he got me to go Slaanesh early. But it's fine though, right? I have a lot of factions that I feel fairly comfortable playing into Slaanesh. So I just want to get that early easy win, right? You don't have a good track record versus counts this tourney? Well, playing as counts. Oh, you mean verse? Oh yeah, verse counts, my bad, yeah. I gotta be careful against vampire counts. Okay, so Tomb King's on Imperial Road. What are we gonna see, right? Is he going to go infantry max? What would it even be? Is he gonna defend Ushapti with a million skeletons? It's crazy that he saw me win both sides of this matchup and he still wants to contest it. That is some big balls right there. He has some crazy strats. So much more fun than Turin stream. Why? You like watching me panic? I'm panicking. Oh. Oh man. Okay. So the thing about Tomb Kings is that they're awfully slow. Good luck. Thank you. Gerald. Thank you very much for the 4.2 euros. Much appreciated. Nobody panic. I have this under control. So I need skeleton horsemen clear, and I also need mass infantry clear. I need to be able to clean up potentially a horde of Tomb King's infantry. If he goes only Tomb King's infantry, it would be pretty jokes. He has a lot to kill Chosen. Usirens is really powerful. I don't like the secret chariots from last time. They really didn't do much, did they? Fiends of Slaanesh, maybe? Kinda gets surrounded for the price. Honestly, I feel like Hellstriders of the variant Hellstriders are better than Fiends here. You can fight me on that. So RTK Tomb Kings is definitely a stuff 'em up with infantry style that we must be wary of. He can spam skeleton archers into the horizon, and then all I have is a bunch of sadness. We cannot afford to let him go for an infantry max with archers. That is by far the scariest thing he can do against us. If we survive against that, we'll be okay. And I think the map is definitely very advantaged for us, because you can't defend both points with skeleton archers. He can go for like screaming skull catapults though. What else does he have? Spirit Leech, Sphinxes, Ushapti bows, a bone giant, double bone giant. I just gotta remember though, keep my kite alive, stay locked until the end. Okay, I can do that. It's not too bad. If he goes the same style, like, man, I don't really know. Like, what do I have to worry about here, right? Should be simple. This should be simple. Straightforward even. Alright. Let's just see it. Let's just see what we can do. Do I have all the right abilities and spells on my characters here? It appears we do. All the correct things. Chariots, yes, chariots. I'm fine against chariots. Slaanesh is great there. I have it written in my notes. We're fine. Like, you can't go only infantry, otherwise chariots wreck you. That much makes sense, but Purvane deletes them. Hyro Titan spell mastery combo. If he's going some crazy experimental Tomb Kings build to beat Slaanesh, color me surprised. But yeah, I just really want to get this first win out of the way, and then I can start hard counterpicking Slaanesh. Because, yeah, and I don't have to ban Slaanesh, so it actually works out in my favor if we do it just right. Yeah, chariots into Slaanesh are just giving value, man. It's so much value. Anyways, name of the game is the same. We have to make sure he doesn't get his passives triggered. You never fight Tomb Kings across their whole front line. You have to get the passives out. Tomb Kings is a fun one. Most recommend Corn, though. I didn't have Corn, sadly. Crush that overconfidence. All right, I'm pounding it down. We suck. I gotta play this safe. I gotta play this so safe. The worst way to lose this is he snipes my Lord. So I gotta do everything in my power to not YOLO Nakari and just lose him. Especially if there's more than 2 archers. Nakari dies in seconds. I can definitely fight horse characters though. But we must be careful. Anyways, we know the main strength of Slaanesh is their capture. Only sweat, no confidence. All right, here we go. Let's get the sweat. Tim the Wilder definitely has some Tomb King shenanigans that I must be wary of. I've gone basically the same build as last time. It's basically the same build. We have our dudes over here. He has 14 units, so he went another style of Tomb Kings. He went yet another style of Tomb Kings. Okay. We know Purvane is good though. If I beat a Slaanesh, we win the tournament. But I think I can only beat Slaanesh so many times in one stream. 200% Slaanesh win rate. Oh god. Seriously though, like I think my luck runs out at Tim the Wilder, right? Naked Nakari, no sword. It's just a Purvane caster that can heal. If he has Arc in the Black, I'm parking Nakari miles away, okay? Screw that Spirit Leech value, okay? And we're waiting for the later stage of the battle before. You know, I'd rather he Buna some of my cav instead, man. Here we go. He bought Skirmishers. Ushapta Great Bow. A Cod Tap. Why do people love Cod Tap so much? It's not even that good. Okay, so this is an Ushapti Great Bow build, which means I probably should just kill him. It kind of depends on how he plays this one out. If I rush him, if I just like stupid hard rush him right now, I should be able to Purvane his Ushapti Great Bow into oblivion. Nakari doesn't get slowed by forests, so that's not a big deal. Can I get a Purvane on these guys? Nakari's fast. Tomb Kings are relatively slow. Not worth it. Not worth it. We don't go for that one. All right, so he gets his 1 capture point. I got my point here. Do we want to fat rush it though? He has so many skirmishers. He basically has no infantry, but I have a lot of cav. My infantry advantage is rather huge though. And they're really susceptible to just getting murder towned. He has no archers either. I think we just murder town them. Yeah, I think we just murder town them. Now, Nakari's gonna have to be careful. Can't afford to let Nakari die. But this is a great early pick that we can get here. By aggroing his Ushapti and getting a few kills on them at the beginning of the game, I should be able to secure a decent advantage. Also, we can maybe steal this point. But first things first, we just gotta, just gotta get in there, right? We felt weakness in his army strength here. His Ushapti are gonna be in trouble with that rear charge. And then I have another Purvane in a couple seconds and Forsaken in the back line. So I think we just march right on in, right? I think we just march right on in. He should be pretty boned. Nakari's taking heat though. And he's gonna get a lot of heals probably. But he's losing a lot of cavalry. He's losing hella cavalry right now. Even friendly fires himself a bit. Nakari kind of getting roughed up though. I don't like that. Come on, Nakari, live. Get him, Hellstriders. I didn't have my second Purvane Winds of Magic. Woo! Woohoo! Nakari lives. That's all we really needed. That's all we really needed. And I have a capture point. Okay, they should just be dead. His Ushapti. That's already a fairly solid advantage for me. Let's bring these guys back. And now he's starting to crumble away pretty badly. Nakari should be able to get heals. And then I just, yeah, Rampage caught up. Rampage caught up. Ah, he gets his Ushopti summoned though. Okay, so gotta be a little careful. Come on, Nakari, push out of there. It's just a couple Ushopti. Holy crap, man. Nakari's getting stuck up. Not the prettiest situation, but of course it's not too bad. I have this ability now, so that should be good, pretty good. I have a lot of Hellstriders. Nakari has to live though, man. This one Ushopti is giving Nakari so much grief. I swear to God. Nakari's just doing everything in his power to push out, and he does. Great success. Okay. So now we just settle for the triple cap, right? Triple cap and value plays for days. He lost his Ushopti, and he's summoning in a lot of birds. So if I just stuff him up in his spawn for the next forever, I'm feeling decently comfortable. He's not retaking any points anytime soon. Cod Tap's in some trouble. Come on, Nakari, can you stop getting stuck on Ushopti? How much mass can those guys possibly have? I swear to God, they're made out of mass, man. So much stupendous mass. Okay, there we go. Nakari should be able to heal up there. Value trading's actually pretty good considering we have a triple cap on him now. The Fat Rush strat does seem to hold out fairly well. We're just gonna kill off his skeletons here and then just shut down his range, because the range really are the most annoying part of this. He is extremely stuck. He is extremely stuck in his base right now. He's gonna have to get like some recaptures or what have you. Marauder Horseman, I guess. We just gotta make sure he doesn't recapture anything, right? He's gonna get 1 point back, but that's about it. Nakari's chasing off his skeleton horseman. Do I net them? I probably net this one, right? Or I pavane him. Pretty good charge over here. I gotta start calming down on the rush offensive. As fun as it was to get an early game rush, you gotta be careful that you don't overextend. But that was a pretty devastating rush. He just starting off with Ushopti is crazy sauce against Slaanesh, man. You're asking to just run into death. You're just asking to die. And Nakari gets another heal, marvelous. Right, everything's crumbling now, and I can almost kill Codtep. I have to be super careful. Many a times we have thrown by trying to kill a Codtep that is or a lord that is not fully dead. So you gotta be a little wary. But otherwise, triple cap's still very powerful. I guess all my Slaanesh practice is paying off. There's a Pavane, so it's gonna kill him. He's still triple cap, so we know we're doing good. And Nakari lives. Good God, Nakari lives. That's such crazy value. To have Nakari survive that early game means that all the shooting he did is down the drain, right? Each and every single volley was inconsequential because we were able to keep Nakari alive. He does capture 1 point, but it's about even trading and I'm at 1,000 tickets. So things should be fairly comfortable if I don't start down trading atrociously. So that means we're pulling these guys back. Pulling them all back. I got Hellstriders and stuff with the Zeds. You know what? I'll just rampage these guys. Why not? We have Nakari here. Like, they're just gonna rampage into Nakari, right? And then hopefully give another heal. That'd be a plus. Nakari dishing out the pain. Pain train activated. He's doing pretty good. He's bringing in the skirmishers though, but that's why we have so much mobility. So his skirmishers can't bully Nakari anymore. We'll give these guys the speed buff. And yeah, this should be pretty brutal, I do say so myself. And this is where he overcommits with Codtep and then he dies. Get him, Nakari. Beat him up. This is your chance. You've wanted this for ages. You've wanted a Codtep kill since time immemorial. Immemorial? I don't know. Let's see here. There we go. Got a little bit of damage on him. That's a good start. I have another Pavane in a second, so I'll totally settle for that. And now if I just stall him out, right? If I just stall him out, I think we're okay. I still have hella Hellstriders. Nakari kind of getting peppered though, so we gotta be a little careful. But he's taking a lot of deeps. He's taking a lot of deeps. He's mostly summoning Cav, which gets countered by my Cav. I got the sneaky capture point over there. We got a sneaky cap. And we definitely win on 1 point. The early rush was just so painful for him. It was such a brutal early rush. Yeah, like we can play pass. This is the crazy thing about Slaanesh. You can play passively or you can go hyper aggressive depending on what their build is. Let's not throw Nakari though. We're definitely not going to be a noob. Don't noob it, Anticity. You lose Nakari, you potentially lose this game. Nakari needs to chill the F out and heal up on these guys. Did he get the heal? Hell yeah, he got the heal. I'll kill contact with my skirmishers. I don't care, man. He's shooting Nakari. I'm dancing. I'm dancing for days, man. I ain't letting you hit Nakari. And he taps out. All right. Whoo! Let's go. Solid first win. The meta, though, the metagaming is slightly in his favor. But I can just bring out all these Slaanesh shenanigans. This is what happens when you have a guy play Slaanesh in SFTs and he actually learns how to, like... Because I would consider myself a good Slaanesh player, too. Like, I'm not just winning because of, like, the strength of Slaanesh. I'm also... I like the faction. It's totally my playstyle, right? Which means, like, no one's gonna... no one's gonna beat my Slaanesh, apparently. Because I love the faction. They're just always banned, man. You hate to see it. Regardless, in tournaments like this where I can whip them out, boy do we. No secret tech, yeah, was not enough. All right, so that's a solid opener. This is a best of 5 though. So an opener alone will not do. An opener alone shall not do. We have to close it out. So here's the thing. He's probably gonna go Slaanesh. He's probably gonna go Slaanesh. So I need to just get all the Slaanesh counters out there as soon as possible, okay? He can't pick Tomb Kings, which means I can just whip him out whenever. So what's he gonna play? Zoomies Incarnate? Dude, Slaanesh is so strong. Too many stacks of overconfidence? Yes. Now that I've downed my best faction, winning the next few games is gonna be harder than ever. As much as it's good to get that first win, you gotta remember, it can get sus. It can get so sus. He picks Beastmen first. Makes sense. He's denying me the Beastmen pick. I love Empire. So we gotta go Empire. I love Warriors of Chaos. So we gotta go Warriors of Chaos. Also happens to be really good versus Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah, Empire, Warriors of Chaos into Slaanesh are decent fights. And I can whip out the Tomb Kings if I have to. Would have been so fun to see the Kislev blob. It was too powerful. We cooked so hard. People started banning my Kislev. Thank goodness Empire is like another main I have. Same with Chaos. Really? He went Ogres into Empire Chaos? You crazy dog. Ogres into Empire Chaos. Ogres Beastmen. Let's not get overconfident. Ogres Beastmen have some teeth. But I think the solution is real, right? Don't I just pick Tomb Kings and then we're set for life? Yo, I have so many factions. I got so many counter picks. Beastmen, Ogres, and his last faction is Greenskins. All right. This is fine. This is totally fine. Okay, this is already, it's so good. Greenskins, ogres, and beastmen. He has a style, I'll tell you that. He has a style. My style is playing all the sweaty factions, though. It's very hard to counter. My style is like all the sweat, man. These guys are whipping out greenskins. Greenskins are so... I don't know. If he beats me with them, though, I'm going to be sad. I'm going to main greenskins. He didn't go Slaanesh either. Wait, that's crazy. He didn't go Slaanesh? Say what? He banned Ogre Kingdom's Tomb Kings because we shot the Great Bow Massacre him there. I'm going to ban Warriors of Chaos Ogres because I'm not so familiar with that. And then Warriors of Chaos Greenskins, we crush it. Empire Greenskins. Okay, okay. So it's Beastmen versus Empire Chaos Tomb Kings. What's the map? Rift at World's Edge. Okay, that's not too bad. It's a fairly good map for me. It's really open. It suits my play style. Tim the Wilder's gonna have to whip out some crazy tech to come out of this alive. There's no way he plays ogres into Empire. Or maybe he wants to go for the weight strategy. Someone mentioned that. He bans Greenskin Tomb Kings. And Beastmen Tomb Kings. Hell yeah. So Tomb Kings was an amazing pick. He had to ban all of them. Which leaves me with either Empire into Beastmen, Empire into Ogres, Warriors of Chaos versus Beastmen, or Warriors of Chaos into Greenskins. So the Greenskin one is obviously really good for us. We won that last time. Empire into Ogres. He's just gonna full rush me, isn't he? He's just gonna full rush it. But Empire should be good into Ogres. Unless I'm gravely mistaken. And we kind of know the playstyle he's going for, so that feels kind of okay. So I could block Beastmen Empire, Beastmen Warriors of Chaos. Because I think Empire is better suited for Ogres and Beastmen. Then I guess it's Warriors of Chaos versus Beastmen. Which, you know, is a toss-up. I do have Pavane. That actually feels pretty good. I'm going to get rid of Empire Ogres. I'm going to bring up my A game for him. I'm going to do Warriors of Chaos, which I've won a big tournament with before. Warriors of Chaos is what I use to get back into the meta. So I'm happy to play Chaos into Beastmen or Greenskins, only because we have Pavane, though. Slaanesh just means each match starts 1-1. No, yeah, we every game with Slaanesh I win. So it actually is 2-0. It's a good time. Clearly Greenskins is meta. You need to grind it. Man, Greenskins won against Chaos earlier. But like, he saw my build. He knows it's very different. He knows it's very different, right? But he's not going to experiment to hard counter my build. Not in the grand finals. He's not going to do it. And if he does, the odds of him screwing up are really high. Plus, he's sick. Plus, he got Nurgle plagued. So he's probably coughing up a lung. But I can't be too confident. I feel like I'm paranoid here. It's true, though. He wants to play Greenskins into Chaos. He wants it. Okay. Oi. So no Beastmen. I got him to ban his own Beastmen pick. I feel like I'm playing the same matchups over and over, guys. It feels like I'm just playing the same matchups over and over again. What is this? Okay. What's the prize pool for this tournament? I think Turin mentioned $500, but I don't know if that's sticking or not. Sweat Lord and Disity on the way. So this is a matchup that should be a give me. Sorry, my eyes are really dry. If the blinking is distracting, I'm sorry. It's just, they're so dry, man. I don't blink when I don't blink when I get stressed. He could go ultra wide greenskins. 300? Oh, hell yeah. 300 is still great. Guaranteed gonna see a giant and an arachnarok, lol. Yeah, he does love giants and arachnaroks. I don't think it's guaranteed that he's gonna bring it though. That's pretty crazy tech. Going for that. Let's see here. Rift at World's Edge. It's a really good map for us. I'll show you why in a second. Water. I've been drinking water. Cheers, cheers. I have a little bit of extra money. Could take one of those. Yeah, greenskins. So greenskins, the reason I think they're not that good is because they really do lack a lot of tools that would otherwise help them out. This map's pretty big. For an infantry non-vanguard type faction, it's pretty rough for them too. I think I just have to play well though, mostly. Mostly this is gonna come down to just execution of the style. And like up trading. Do I bring a giant to counter his giant? The Mega Blaze. Anyways, let's see. He's been loving giants recently. I think giants suck. If he takes it and wins, my mind is going to be blown. There's no way, man. There's no way. Is this gonna be a rerun of the matchups with Oishi? Yeah, and then we play Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh, right? He might be saving Slaanesh for like... I'm surprised he didn't go for Slaanesh. He went for greenskins over Slaanesh. He's not even getting the benefits of forcing me to ban them. He just doesn't want to play Slaanesh, I guess. I don't know. If he doesn't play Slaanesh, though, I think it's a terrible time. I think it's really bad. I think... End of sentence. I think it's a terrible, terrible idea. So I'm really itching to see why he decided greenskins was better here. Maybe he's saving Slaanesh for the big dogs, but Empire Warriors of Chaos Tomb Kings is the big dogs. He must have something cooked up. Or maybe he just saw that I was countering Slaanesh. And he's just like, hell no, I'm not playing Slaanesh into Empire Warriors of Chaos Tomb Kings. Hell nah, man. And he's just gonna wait for fewer counters before he picks them. But if he doesn't win this, he's in a really awkward situation. Like he almost has to win this game. Almost has to win it. Saving it for later, I guess. But like he didn't even use it to force bans. So he's not even getting the benefits of saving it for later. I've yet to play against his scariest factions though, that being Beastmen and Slaanesh. So easily he could take 2 wins with those if I burn all my good matchups. So we must be extraordinarily careful. This game in particular, I have to play my heart out. I have to win this game. Otherwise, it gets really sus. It's not like I've had a bad track record against Slaanesh. I banned his Wood Elves. So he banned my Kislev, I banned his Wood Elves. Which is a huge blessing, because his Wood Elves is significantly better than mine. One major advantage here we have is that I know many factions. So where my bans have been pretty painful for all these players, their bans amounts to just hitting one of the factions that I've been really enjoying. This is a way more kitey build than last time, because I know this map has insane Vanguard shenanigans. So knowing that the map has some of the best Vanguards in the game, we're going heavy on the Marauder Horsemen. And we're gonna steal the points immediately, so I have time for this Hell Cannon to cook. Absolutely, this game comes down to how well the Hell Cannon micro goes. If he has artillery, we have Archaon. Just overcast Burning Head. More or less. Them eye drops. Eye drops usually don't help me out that much, unfortunately. Alright, here we go. No more blinking. He brought a couple archers, some cav, a great shaman, vindictive, sneaky stabbing. So he fancies that he can go the same build against my Warriors of Chaos. No artillery piece yet to speak of. I can definitely push with this thing just a little bit. Interesting to see. 13 units. 5. Okay. Nothing too crazy stealthed or hidden away. So I should just be able to bully him with hella skirmishers. And just stop the trolls from getting too much work in, right? That's more or less the shenanigans that we want. Like I said, this map has some of the best vanguarding ever. Is he really going for the wait style? Is he just not going to attack? Okay, yeah, he is pushing in. Vindictive Glare shouldn't be able to get too much work done here. Interesting. So he lets me get the triple cap at the start. He doesn't have a lot of archers, and Archaon can burn up any that he has on the flank. No Rugloods yet, which is kind of crazy. Eats a Hell Cannon hit at the beginning. I'm going to want some aspiring champions to get in here, because this is where I want to hunker down. This is just for some extra points while we sit around and do nothing. And without archers, he's in a really bad situation. He's in a really bad situation if he loses these archers. There's the Burning Head and a half. Archaon doesn't joke around, man. You gotta be a little wary against that. So that's just gonna pummel his early forces here. I don't want him to summon spiders behind me, so I'm gonna back up. Archaon needs to evacuate for sure. And we're just gonna skirmish here and get some value. Hell Cannon has moved up quite brazenly. Oh, but the Archie's kind of getting caught. Hell Cannon needs to support. Now here's the thing, Archaon's still a Chad, but that's definitely a lot of value that we don't want to give him. Still though, Archaon's a Chad, he'll be fine. There you go, Chad mode activate, Archaon escapes. The blunder was not too bad, and we get some free Hell Cannon shots now. So honestly, not too bad as far as I'm concerned. Hell Cannon's doing great. I don't think he'll be able to rush a Hell Cannon. Most of his infantry are way too far away. In fact, I can probably just bully his dude here. I can probably bully his lord with Archaon, because I have a Burning Head. We can cast it over here. His lord's taking pretty good damage. And do we win this fight on the cav front? Archaon's actually doing worse than I thought. He's gonna have to back up. But Hell Cannon's still doing great. Leadership debuffs are through the roof. Aspiring champions here will be able to cook rather well too. Just some boy big guns that we can beat up. Archaon with the mass routes on his cav. We'll get our charge bonus here. We'll use the aspiring champions to hunker down against his mobility. We're already seeing some mass routes, and he's going for Archie again. This time though, I have a huge skirmish cav advantage. I have a massive skirmish cav advantage against him. Archaon should be able to cook here. And with all the skirmishers pummeling into his lord, if he dies, he's screwed, and he does not have that much support here. Not much in the slightest. Archaon's putting in the work now. He gets hit again. A rout would be huge. But it looks like he's gonna stabilize. So Archaon's just gonna play backfield for a bit. Hell Cannon still survives. It's taken a little bit of damage, but otherwise has done okay. Spirit Leech on his lord, specifically for this situation. And there goes the artillery piece. Unfortunately, it did eventually go down to, I don't even know what. Doom Diver Catapult, I see. Well, it got its work done. Like, I routed off his lord, which is more or less what I wanted. Archaon's in a little bit of a spooky position, though. We gotta bail for him, right? We gotta bail for him. I bought myself a lot of time by capturing some points early. So it's just finishing off his Lord now that I really am worried about. Archaon has terror routes too. He doesn't have any leadership buffs for these guys. So that's a fairly comfortable situation. There you go. Pretty solid route. Vindictive Glare misses. Actually friendly fires. Very nice for me. And so far the scrap continues. Now he has captured my my points and such. But we still have time. We still have time to play value and let my skirmishers cook. Archaon has that sick power play of spirit leeching his lord to death. 1,500 HP is not a lot. A lot of his dudes are routing off the battlefield too, and he's severely out of position. So I should be able to start cleaning up these forces here if we play our cards right. Skirmishers with the Rotato Potato, Aspiring Champions have the perfect fight that they want. Archaon though, okay, his armor actually cooked pretty hard there. That's nice. If I get a rear charge on these guys, that would be rather painful for him. There you go. Rear charge, Archaon Terror. Do I need to Burning Head here? It appears not. Thank goodness. Okay. Time to start spamming Forsaken for his infantry. And I want to bail out of this situation as soon as I can. Getting caught up there by a bunch of green boys is not a pretty predicament. Archaon 2 is actually getting rather low. His his Vindictive Glares are super annoying. But I have Skirmish Cavalry, and he doesn't have a lot of Boar Boys to save his Lord. If Archaon manages it, and Archaon barely lives against his guys, I think we're fine. In fact, I even get a little bit of skirmish value here. Aspiring Champions are still cooking. And I will be able to retake one of these points. Little bit late in the course of the battle. But, you know, 1 point's still good. Forsaken are really good in these late game situations. And yeah, we're just gonna take that point. What, he has a couple trolls, not a big deal. His Lord's as good as dead. And I don't have to YOLO Archaon and get potentially Vindictive Glared here. Alright. That's not what we want to do. Alright, we want to get our value against his Boar Boys. Want to clear off his chaff. Use the Aspiring Champions to cook. And get a double cap. Definitely got to be super careful about that Doom Diver catapult too. But his Lord is just so low. He's on death's bed, man. He's on death's bed. He's spamming Vindictive Glares on my infantry because he has no better targets. That's a really good sign. Alright, now I just gotta take good fights with my infantry. We're both terrified that we're gonna lose our Lord, right? I think that's what we're both terrified of right now. So that's kind of how we're playing. We're just being super safe with everything. More out of Horse Masters have a pretty decent charge, so I can start sending them in. I want to desummon my Hellstriders because the resummon of them is how you win games. Okay, there goes his Cav. Hell yeah. His Lord's so low, but he's trying to bait me into overcommitting on his Lord. We don't want that to happen, man. Archaon must stay safe. Terrifying game, I must say. Terrifying game. I only have the one capture. My early tickets, though. Early tickets hard carrying so hard. There go his Doom Divers. Walloping into me. I have my Forsaken charge, though. Okay, pretty big route, all things considered over here. So we can get his little artillery shut down, finally. Archaon's just playing it safe. He's just gonna play it safe, and I'm gonna try and win with the Hellstrider resummon here to end the game. One big Hellstrider resummon to win it is all I really need. We have the mass routes. He's Doom Diving Archaon, so we're gonna see if we can run away from him. And there's a Hellstrider surround on his Lord. Okay, I'll take that. He can't defend his Lord and his artillery piece either, so they're probably gonna go down. There you go. Lord's routed. Hell yeah. I even get the charge on the Savage Orcs too. Oh, what a maneuver. That was a maneuver and a half. So now I should just be able to carry out the win with Archie. Without these threats to Archaon's health, life gets so much easier, man. Life gets a million times easier because he's going to be terror routing these fools like no one's business. Let's not get overconfident though. His lord's not gone just yet. He's just kind of mostly gone. Not a lot of HP, so one charge on him should be the end of him. His trolls are not doing too great. Archaon, yeah, his archers are gone. And I think the late game Hellstriders are just gonna mop the floor with him. A tussle, to be sure. Like, he played exceptionally well. But Archaon's a beast. And those aspiring champions, man. In the long grind, those aspiring champions crushed it. Gotta keep Archaon alive, though. One misstep, and he's screwed. I can trade his Cav here. His Lord's not coming back. He's a Goblin Lord, so his leadership isn't that high. So he should just be dead. Trolls in the forest is very nice for me. We'll just chase them off. Everything hinges on the escort. Man, dude, the Hellstrider resummon, man. Hellstrider resummon is so filthy. I'm getting them all back, and they have like a million. Yeah, look at that. 7 leadership. 7 leadership Hellstriders. Plus 7 leadership. Insane. Whew. There you go. Gee, well played. My eyes are dry, man. That was slick, though. That was slick. I did everything I needed to kill his lord. Hell Cannon didn't get that much value, but it helped with the routing. Kind of forced him to play more aggressively. And then I just kind of used the classic mass skirmisher style to wear him down. I think it was that one volley. If he played a little bit more defensively with his lord, we would have been tussling back and forth. Probably could have gone more Vindictive Glares. But nothing can beat the Hellstrider resummon. Hey, Rent-A-Cat with the sub. Tier 1 gifted. Thank you so much. Alright, so far we won with Slaanesh, and we won with Slaanesh Hellstriders. That's a good start. It's a good one. Game 3 begins. Oh. God, alright, here we go. I'm top bracket, so I get dibs. You know what that means? That means I can deny him Beastmen. I can deny him Beastmen. Now, he may steal Empire if I do that. I don't know how good his Empire is, so I think the most meta thing is to go for the Beastman denial. I got no Slaanesh, no Warriors of Chaos. He's probably gonna run Slaanesh now, though. So I need Empire, right? Yeah, I need Empire. You know what? I can bring counters to Slaanesh Beastmen for days. That's pretty easy. He's very incentivized to pick Slaanesh Beastmen now. So I just need the hardest counters possible. Tomb Kings is one of them. It's not the best, but Tomb Kings does okay. On Borderlow Landing, which is also really good for Tomb Kings, it turns out. I can't play Kislev. He goes Beastmen Ogre Kingdoms. So Tomb Kings is an easy pick. Because last time you wasted 2 bans because I took Tomb Kings. So like easy, right? We just run him through the ringer again. And then his last faction has to be like Slaanesh, right? He has to take Slaanesh now. It's now or never, man. Because if you're not winning with Slaanesh, like it's Jover, man. Yeah, Kislev's banned. It got global banned. Yeah, we won with Slaanesh. We won with Warriors of Chaos. Both are really good factions for me. Beastmen and Ogre Kingdoms. If you went for Slaanesh, Vampire Counts is a more sus pick. Beastmen versus Ogre Kingdoms. Whew. I want to go Lizardmen, but it's too memey. We're locking in. I'm sweat lording it. I can't play Wood Elves, they're global banned. There's not a lot of good factions left. I think we go Vampire Counts for the Ogre Kingdom pain. Dwarves! He picked Dwarves? What the crap? He picked Dowie, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. So Empire versus Dwarves, I'm banning, man. Screw that business. Screw that business. I ain't playing Empire versus Dwarves. I'll ban all the dwarf matchups, all right? Give me your best Beastmen Ogres versus what I got. Dowie Giga Chad, it actually is one of the better picks here. I think he's banning... Okay, yeah. Yeah, so he banned Ogres versus Undead. So there's no more Ogre Kingdoms versus Undead. I think that's a smart play. Tomb Kings and Counts versus Beastmen is fine. Vampire Counts versus Dwarves is sus, so I'm banning that one for sure. And then it's Empire versus Beastmen, Tomb Kings versus Beastmen, Counts versus Beastmen, or Empire versus Ogres. I do get more bans though, so if I ban 2, then I get to ban 1 more. None of this is especially feel good. I gotta ban both of his dwarf matchups. I'm not playing dwarves versus Tomb Kings or Counts, which means that it's stuck to either I gotta beat his Beastmen. This is Tim the Wilder's Beastman though. He's a great Beastman player. But here's the thing. I get to play Undead verse though, which is one of their harder matchups. He banned both Undead matchups. Okay. All right, man. All right, I'll take it. Which means it's either Empire into Beastmen or Empire into Ogres. On border low landing, the stall strategy with Ogres can be really annoying. So there is a strategy that you go for where you don't attack for the first 6 minutes as Ogres. And if you go that, you can just rush them down with a massive wall of meat and then they die. So yeah, that's the thing that I'm most worried about. Let's play Empire versus... Ooh. This map is not great for Empire either. But I think my Empire versus Beastmen is a build that I've practiced. I've practiced Empire into Beastmen before. I haven't really done a lot versus Ogres. So maybe I'm okay. Maybe we're fine. There's only one way to play this matchup, people. There is only a singular way to play this matchup, and it is well. Play it well. Let's see. Definitely spamming this. Empire vs Beastmen. It's a spooky one. So Beastmen have Gorbulls, Minotaurs, Doombulls, Mantide, Raider spam, Ungor Raider spam, the Eye of Morslieb, Centaurs, and Korngors. Gonna be fun. Yeah, this one's gonna be a real fun one. Yes, the strategy of winning. This is my best shot. Remember, there's no Slaanesh yet. So if we count his Slaanesh as a win, he can probably just roll in with them and give me a hard time. He's gonna Hellstrider you with Centaurs. They did get nerfed. They did get nerfed, which makes it a little bit more comfy for me. Only a teensy tooch stuff. Yeah, some Luminarch of Hish action. What's the worst that can happen? Just bring the Luminarch. You're gonna be fine, Anticity. You're gonna be fine. All right. I think I have the play style though. I think I have a play style here that Beastmen may have zero answers against. It's questionable though. It's questionable. I have played this play style before, however. So before you call me crazy, we've done it before. All right. We have done diddly this one in times long past. Oh, probably, let's see. Magic. What magic do I want? Get a lizard to lick my eyes while I play. Yo, this is so dry now. I've been sweat lording it real hard. This is an okay play. It's very okay. I think it actually works fairly well in my favor. Let's see here. All right, so I'm gonna want a couple of these guys. 'Cause otherwise, there's a potential that he brings in some hard counters. One great thing about this map is that it's relatively small. I can use that to my advantage. I can use that to my advantage. Now, is this the build? I have magic. It feels like a pretty good build. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This one feels pretty good. I'm mildly terrified, but otherwise not too much. Yeah, I'm 2-0 in the finals. You can see down below. This is our... This right there. That's our... This could potentially be our last match. I gotta sweat lord it super hard here. I gotta play the sweatiest I've ever played, so I don't have to worry about a Slaanesh game in the future. Because the Slaanesh game actually just ends me, okay? I can't afford to play into Slaanesh. It's kind of weird that he's not picking Slaanesh, but whatever. What can you do? Esports. I still have Beastmen in the back pocket, by the way. So even if he wins with Beastmen, I can play Beastmen against him. The problem is that he'll know how to play against Beastmen, and then life's gonna suck. Gotta pull out the pocket Lizardmen. Shredder of Lustria build shenanigans. So there's only one real way to play this. And it's man-tied. So, RTK loves man-tied. I love man-tied. Try to punch through this front line, you piece of crap. Look, seriously though, this is... I know it's a disgrace on my honor as a player, but I'm gonna beat RTK with the RTK special, okay? There's no way he has enough units that can deal with this many dudes. No amount of cavalry is ever going to enter this box and get out alive, okay? It's just an impossibility. You do not send cavalry into this. I have layers upon layers of infantry to select and pick and choose as I like. I have Freak Company in reserve. I got a Grey Wizard. He's pretty hype. Ready? Good luck. Have fun. I have a Grey Wizard in reserve. We have the Huntsman General with the snare. He has 14 units. All right. But yeah, the Lore of Shadow should be pretty good for us here. Gore Herd makes sense. So I gotta get my caster in here as soon as we can. This is a pretty small map. So if I kind of hunker down across this point, we should be fine. And I basically gave him no targets for his Gorbals. I beat Beastmen with the Bretonnian Man-Tide. I can beat them with the Empire Man-Tide, which is just straight better. Empire Man-Tide's sick, okay. I'm gonna need a unit of cavalry though, probably, to support this madness. Yep. Get him, shoot him up. Yeah, there we go. Just a little poke damage. We line of sighted his archers, which is kind of cool. Yeah, let's get a unit of cav. So using our cavalry just kind of to support here. Ugh. A little bit of poke damage from his archers. There's not really much I can do against that. And he goes for the early capture, which is a little spooky for us. But of course, man-tide action. We just got to get that point as fast as we can. Lock it down with a couple archers, and then we're fine. Now, he's going to run out of good units to summon. That's essentially the strategy I'm going for here. I want to give him nothing good to summon. Marcus, terrible sniper, this guy. So there we go. There's our capture. And I have my archers coming on in here. So he's never going to shove my guys off that point. Another unit of cav, because he has a lot of infantry. And there's a second capture point. My eyes are dry. He has a shaman of some sort in the trees. Interesting. So now we wait. I think my army is far superior to his in a big tussle. Grey Shaman Shadows only has Melkoths. We'll avoid that. Alright. You know what? Give me halberds or give me death. My overall units is way higher than his, by the by. There you go. My swordsman doing pretty well here. So he's never capturing that point. I got the defensive formation of the gods. Looks like it's fairly comfy. So he's just gonna have to mass up and try and get a clean engagement. Little does he know, though, I am made out of Empire Spearmen. I just have an absurd number of Empire Spearmen. I don't know what to say. They're just good. Archers over here locking it in. So he shouldn't be able to take that one. Most of his army's here, so we got to play around that, right? Marcus is just getting early value against the Gorbals, and Melkoths against an expensive Korngor unit is gonna have to do. It's just gonna have to do, because it's gonna come down to one big fight. I don't think we're going to use all of our winds of magic, so playing for tiny amounts of value now is probably the best choice I have. Here he comes. So archers on the Korngors. He has his Brave Shaman trying to get a little bit of a shenanigans on me. Here comes the big engagement. Halberds are pretty good. His Ungors take a lot of damage on that early engagement. I think we just summoned Free Company over here. Fortunately, my archers did not progress. Kinda sad. Kinda sad. Wizard is, yeah, he's just gonna provide leadership. Slow down the Pestigors, why not? And I just gotta make sure he doesn't take too many of these points, right? He gets one Melkoths, but that's not the biggest deal in the world. Not in the slightest. My archers are able to shoot. Getting a little bit of work in. And most of his guys are pretty brutalized. If I win my engagements here, I should be fine. He did not bring a lot of cavalry, though, interestingly enough. Where's the wizard at? Where's Marcus at? Gotta get fire at will, for sure. Sons of Sigmar, pretty good for this situation. Gotta kill off his harpies with my cav. Gotta get the best engagements, only the best for my cavalry. And since we have a superior number of units, we can stall him this way. Archers is still firing, though. Great swords are chopping away quite well. And he actually gets a couple of his guys shut down. If it becomes a cavalry fight, I think we'll be fine. More or less. Because I have so many spears. But TBD on that one. There's his cav. We still have the capture point, though. Value trading's close. Value trading's quite close. So we gotta be absolutely wary. I lose one of my cav units. His harpies get beat up, though. Okay, let's pull our cav over here. Yeah, it's a pretty big collapse. Not the biggest fan of it. But, you know, I still have Free Company here. Free Company are plonking away at him. Value's very close on both sides. We're seeing routes all abound. His lord's taking a bit of heat at least. And most of his archers are shut down. Most of my archers are shut down. We'll net down his dudes over here. Maybe Marcus can get some work in. But he does get that capture point. A little unfortunate. Can I start capturing this? Or nah, I should hit his archers up. That one unit of great swords, by the way, is pretty solid. His lord's also in a little bit of a pickle. And we've secured our back line, which is everything I could possibly wish for. Back line is secured. Sons of Sigmar are Chads. Brace it. What do I need? Empire Knights to clean up this mess. He doesn't have a lot of Centaurs or anything. And his lord just got surrounded by my cav and some spears. So potentially we could get a lord snipe here. Lord snipe would be big. He does lose many of his dudes. That's Gore Herd. So my guys over there will be fine against him. And his Centaurs are really having a hard time finding good targets, aren't they? There's the collapse on his flank. Wondrous. Marcus is cooking. Free company for days. I have infinite free company militia, I guess, to kill off his minotaurs here. His lord's looking pretty worse for wear. Let's not get excited though. Sons of Sigmar still distracting. Very good. But he is starting to lose this flank. Now is the time when the value comes back, right? He's starting to falter because he doesn't have a lot of infantry and I have infinite infantry. His lord's looking a little sus. Gonna need more cav though. Free company into the horizon. Doing great. Wizard, I don't know, hit up the Pestigors. Doesn't really have much of a job today. But his lord does live. How unfortunate. Does sacrifice a little bit of his cavalry here for the job though. He is gonna get netted, which is a very painful time for his dudes. The lord loss is brutal. I get my capture point back. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. Now can he deal with the man-tide? I have a lot of infantry in reserve. I have more halberds. He's stuck summoning cavalry against infinite infantry. The Sigmar sons shall prevail. Marcus is even doing pretty good for himself. That's good. Let's not get confident though. As great as my infantry are doing versus dudes, it ain't over till it's over, as always. But man, is it looking good, man. Holy crap. The man-tide prevails. RTK taught me this one. He doesn't have anything to shut down my guys. He went double Gorbel, which ended up being his downfall. But we're still gonna play it out. Still gonna make sure that we are at peak playing here. Brace for the cavalry charge. The Cav's doing fine. He has a Manticore. Manticore doesn't have the killing power. You can really tell he's running out of good summons now. More halberds. More halberds, man. I don't care. I don't care. It's just give me more infantry. Yeah, his Minotaurs are having a really rough day now. So that point's secured. We have another Melkoths here soon. I have a double cap. Ooh, it looks like his lord's about to get surrounded again. I'll take me one of those. And then maybe I save up for the Royal Altdorf Demis now. Holy crap. Free Company just routed off a Minotaur. Free Company Militia just routed off a Minotaur. Can you believe it? Free Company Militia. That's crazy, man. His lord's taking a lot of heat now. Let's get the Melkoths over on them. All right, there we go. 29 out of 35 units. Holy crap. His lord's almost dead. I just gotta keep focusing him. His Minotaur's dying to the man-tide. He really goofed up going double Minotaur. I think he's so used to me playing Kislev and going mass single entities that he felt like it was too risky not to take double Minotaur. And then it ended up scoring him. Build-wise, we were definitely at a huge advantage here. Minotaur's gonna go down. Or at least rout, perhaps. How's Marcus doing? He's having a jolly old time. He's having a dandy old time. We do have both capture points. His lord just died. He just lost his lord. And he's out of units, man. He's out of units. Anticity, the meta breaker. Let's freaking go. Years, months of playing so many different factions has finally paid off for me. Dunking it. 3-0 in the finals. A legend is proud of you. Whoo! Let's go! Let's go! GG's. Thanks. Oh. God. Dude, I just won Turin's grand finals. The GOAT. I only dropped 2 matches and it wasn't even versus Slaanesh. Well deserved, man. Dude, those great swords. Can you imagine Empire great swords? It's such a fun build to bring into Beastman. It's such a fun build because of how stupid it is. If they don't fully prepare for a man tide, they're just dead. The Free Company went ham, man. 600 value. Bravo, thank you. Didn't even need the Royal Altdorf. This guy did fine enough. He cost 350. He was super cheap. The thing is, Empire infantry trade up into Beastmen. He shut down some of my archers, but they got value. Sigmar's sons, Chad in it. How many squats for winning the season? I'm gonna sit back, relax, and watch Turin's VOD, man. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, by the way, Rent-A-Cat. Holy crap, 5 gifted subs. Gimbart, thank you very much for the 5 euros. Whoo, yo, that was great. That was great. Can I feel confident now?
That was fun to watch.
Yeah, Great Swords got 878. They actually killed it because he had nothing to kill them. Philippe, thank you very much for the 10 memberships. Thank you. Oh my gosh. For some reason, my alert sounds aren't playing. I think you guys can hear it though, so it's fine. Oh my goodness, man.
At your service.
Monitor and output. I should be able to hear them now. Whoo! Turin wants a podcast chat with me? Oh, hell yeah. I'll wait for him to message. All hail the Kraken King with the $20. Worst Professor, thank you so much. Yo, I did it. Yo, what a way to end it, man.
At your service.
You are now allowed to be confident. Hell yeah! Horsetcha for the win. I can't believe I won Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh on both sides versus Oishi.
At your service.
Woo! Asmid.
At your service. At your service.
Never GG, never give up, never surrender. Alright, Turin sent me the message. Doing the interview. Oh my gosh.
All hail the Kraken King. GG. Never give
Ooh,
up.
alright, Turin's gonna hit us up. Yo, what's up?
Hey, congratulations on the victory, man. How you feeling?
Feeling good? I've been stressed all day.
Was it hanging over your head or what?
Yeah, nah, man. Every opponent I was stressed. I think it makes me play better though, because when I get confident, I start losing terribly.
The confidence can be
GG's, that was amazing. You're the best.
Oh crap! Yeah, let me get some earbuds in. Ugh.
If you go to Discord, it did the same thing to me with the recent Discord update. It was capturing audio from my webcam instead of your it's using your microphone from your webcam. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Orbiting Earth, yeah.
All right, here. Let me get my thingy. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, because your stream will be fine, but because of OBS, but it's using your mic for Discord chat. That's why I'm hearing you sound a little bit well. You have the dial-up connection. Yeah. He's in Davy Jones' locker. That's right. Yeah, score updated here. Make it official on screen. Go. Perfect.
Oh, all right, plugging it in.
No worries. Take your time, man. The Tyler 1 microphone, yeah. Good. Yeah, we'll get there in a second. Yeah, it kind of sounds like early. Yeah, get
All right, there we go.
microphone. There we. Oh, dude, you sound so much better. Holy shit. So you're saying you were pretty nervous before the event?
Dude, I was so stressed, man.
It's funny, man, because like I never realized, like, having played in this recent Warcraft 3 event, like I felt the stress of a competitor. Normally I just sit back and
I think so. I think so. There were a couple times I got a little close, but yeah. Oh my gosh. I dropped 2. I dropped 2, yeah. Let's see. I dropped 1 Empire into Vampire accounts. So Oishi got me there. And then... yeah, and then 1 versus Outer Region, where he beat my Beastman with Norska. That was pretty spooky. I won every Slaanesh game, though. Every game where there was Slaanesh, I won. Yeah. Although, like, I've been playing Charix a lot. If he was in this tournament, I'd be so terrified versus Cav Micro. Uh-huh. So I knew Kislev was gonna be banned. I think they're my best faction right now, so everyone was banning them. So I had Beastman Slaanesh Empire, which I was playing a lot. And then after that, it's just a mix of like maybe Bretonia, maybe Wood Elves, Vampire Counts, Warriors of Chaos, Ogres, Tomb Kings, and Norska. And then like I kind of just use them as counter picks. But like cause like, you know, on my streams, I play like a new faction every day. So it actually helped so well. Otherwise I would have just gotten like my main faction banned. Probably against Wood Elves. Also, my chat can't hear you. Let me just get that fixed. But yeah, Bretonia, like only against the Elf factions, I think. Like if someone played Wood Elves. Let's see here. Yeah, no Zinch. I think they're pretty like, cause like everyone was playing Beastmen and Slaanesh, man.
Total Tavern's data on win rates isn't like perfect, but I think for like the top couple, it's pretty accurate, you know.
Yeah.
So what do you got on the docket, man? Coming up, you're going to be playing in some more tournaments. We got some fun stuff on the horizon. We're going to do some something I want to do, which I think would be very fun to have you involved with. Would be I'm going to be pulling in some people who stream on who I met through Grubby's Invitational.
Ooh.
And having like a one-day Warhammer showcase kind of thing. So if you wanted to like coach one of them,
Ooh.
I think that'd be fun. So basically, you would collaborate with them, and then I would find another coach to coach the other person. And then we would have like a best of 5 at the end of the day.
Dude,
so
yo, I would love it.
Yeah, you're down. Okay.
Yo, 100%, man. Dude, that'd be so hype.
Yeah, so you'd be one of the coaches because I think you have a pretty good range of factions, and I feel like you have a StarCraft background too, right? So you're like a high master StarCraft player.
Low masters, very low masters.
Low masters, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I think you could like kind of correlate a lot of the knowledge to other RTS players coming into the community as well, which would be a lot of fun. Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, yo, that'd be so hype.
We'll plan it, man. I'm going to be traveling the first week of May, but when I get back in after May 10th, we'll schedule it. We'll get you assigned to somebody, and you guys we'll see if they want to do a one-day thing or maybe a couple days of coaching with an event. I'll work with you to figure out the format, but Yeah, it'll be great, man. And again, congratulations. Solid win today. So I'll be sending you over your cash prize. And
Yeah.
yeah, GG, dude. Well earned, man.
Oof.
Big major event win. And yeah, any words of wisdom to everyone before we hang it up today?
GG's. Yeah, it was very fun. And if to any new player out there, I have a new player that joined, Karavdir, that joined like a month ago, and he's already getting to semifinals in SFTs. If you want to get into multiplayer, hit me up. I love talking about the game. I will get you so much free training, man. Yeah, because like, I think a lot of people might get overwhelmed by seeing like the full sweat tournament today. Yeah. But please join in. It's actually crazy that new players can actually do well.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, there's people who've come in, like your buddy Carefree there, and he's playing Grand Cathay. He started like a month ago, and he's already almost winning tournaments. And we had Orange Pest as well. He was the best Company of Heroes player in the world, and he came over and was like, he's already winning tournaments after like a couple months. So it's very possible. And what we're gonna do is after the stream ends here, Inticity, we're gonna raid you and send some folks your way. So if you wanna. Any of you new players want to join Inticity's community, you can do that. You can also join our Discord, and there's a link to his Discord from there. So yeah, we should be all set, man. So GG's, congratulations on the win, dude. Very well earned. You were an absolute Terminator today, man.
All right, GG's. Peace, peace.
Take care, brother. And we'll see you on your stream in just a minute.
Sounds good.
Cheers.
All right. Hopefully that. I'm sorry you guys couldn't hear Turin most of the time. It's fine though. We got there eventually. Oh man. Yeah, I'll let them show up. And then I don't know, maybe I'll do like a Q&A and some games. Here, I'll play some ladder matches and you guys can make me do crazy builds or whatever. Let's see here. And then I'll close it out. Woo. Yo, that's so hype though. That's so hype. Getting the training a big streamer. Holy crap, that would be so crazy. Is this networking? Haggard call for a Haggard stream. Yeah. I didn't even have my headphones, man. This janky call, man. It probably was and I sounded terrible on his end too. You guys couldn't hear Turin. Whatever, who cares? Oh my gosh, can't wait for I won the season 5 finals with the turn 5 army. Yo, I can't believe I might post all my Slaanesh games. Holy crap, that's a big Twitch raid. Hello! Hello, people! Holy crap, that's a lot of people. Thank you! Congrats again, thank you. Redeem to hydrate, thank you. So welcome to the stream. Sorry if you have ads. What I want to do is I want to do a Q&A. Doing a Q and A and playing all the factions we didn't see today. There you go. So I'm gonna stream just a little bit longer. Might as well, right? I do have a good amount of energy after that. If you guys want to ask anything, redeem a stretch, thank you. If you want to ask anything, shoot me questions. If there's a faction you want to see played that you did not see because everyone was sweat lording it the entire day, hit me up. The people crave Skaven. Oh god, all right, well, here we go. I'll show you guys the most meta Skaven build. You crave Skaven? We must train Inticity to defeat Sing Sing. Oh god. Holy crap. Ogres. We actually did see a couple ogre games today. But yeah, this is Skaven. Chaos Dwarves. I'm surprised we didn't see a lot of Chaos Dwarves. Red Olgor. Oh god, not Red Olgor. Yeah, Pavane 100%. Pavane needs a banning, man. Pavane absolutely busted. Although I didn't run it as Warriors of Chaos, it's fine. Off to get food. Peace out, Turin. Thank you very much for the raids. If you guys have any questions, shoot them my way. I'll try to keep up with chat. Skaven, he's good at Skaven. Yo, Skaven is the one faction I never want to play in a tournament. Otherwise, I'm a dead man. Oh, Rent-A-Cat gifting us up to Turin. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm getting a lot of congratulations from players too. Oh man, but anyways, I'll send them messages later. For now, we'll just chill with chat. Yeah, we'll just do everything. What do you guys want to see? High elves and dark elves after? Oh god. High elves have a build. Dark elves also have a build. They're not tournament ready. Like 100% you're gonna get dumpstered against the Sweat Lords, but you can make them work. I'll show them off. Do you know Lord of the Rings? LOTR? Oh man, big win though. Huge win. Question, what happened when those ogre carrions charged into Kari? Oh god, you have a pun? Oh man. Yo, everyone banned my Kislev today. I didn't get to do my sick Kislev build. I'll show off all the builds and such later. What was your global ban for the finals? I banned his Wood Elves. Tim the Wilder has some mean Wood Elves. Did you see him beat Slaanesh up with that? I actually learned about Slaanesh counters watching him play against Slaanesh there. It was kind of crazy. So I saw Tim the Wilder fighting against Slaanesh, and he used elite infantry. And he basically said, come to my back line, right? Just come over here. You're going to get charged by Wild Riders? I'll take it. And I realized that Slaanesh actually doesn't have much if they can't win the front line fight. So if you go pretty hard on the front line and have enough to deal with skirmishers, you bait their cavalry into the back, and then it's just like a murder fest. It's great. Let my man play his Kislev build. Yeah, I can't wait to show that off. The Kislev build's insane. I think Turin might have cast it before. I think he cast it once on stream, but it's like, it's so hilarious how strong it is. Literally everyone banned Kislev. I think, yeah, not a single person even allowed me to run Kislev today. But yeah, Tim the Wilder's really good with Wood Elves. Against my Warriors of Chaos, he does pretty well. But yeah. Let's see, are we all caught up with chat? Yo, sorry for having terrible audio when Turin called me. Sorry for having absolutely god-awful audio. That was that was pretty spooky. But what can you do? Anyways, if you want to play Skaven, you basically play it the same way as that Empire build. But you need Rat Ogres for mass, which just makes it worse. It's just a worse version of the Empire build, but you know, it's... The idea is similar, right? You take Flensing, you get unlimited power. This is a build that B6, a really strong player on my SFTs, goes for. Just a couple Storm Vermin, and then otherwise the Vermintide. The audio was very funny, so it's okay. All right, here we go. And we charge. So the great thing about this is that if you have a couple units of elite infantry and a lot of chaff, your elite infantry get to choose who they want to fight. And when they get to choose, they're gonna dominate every single time. Well, he has a Plague Ogre over here. All right, it's fine. I can beat it up. The Festus Snipe with the Doom Divers is incredible. Dude, I didn't get to watch a lot of the games. I definitely have to go back. Excuse me, sorry, and check out the highlights later. I feel like I really wanted to watch the sick games. I will say, 100%, I hate running anyone but Archaon as Warriors of Chaos. I feel like, all right, you can call me, holy crap, that damage, what the crap. Yeah, I feel like when it comes to the front line, no, when it comes to, what was it talking about? Yeah, Festus. Archaon's just too Chad, man. So Archaon has physical resist, he has ludicrous HP. And he has great magic. He has Burning Head, right? He has essentially everything you could possibly want at a low price point. He only costs, he only costs like 2,100. 2,300 if you take him pretty decked out, which is insane. Archaon is just a Chad. The thing is, like, if you're playing super sweaty, you can't have fun. There's no fun to be had. See, it's just kind of, yeah, it's just kind of that, sadly. Anyways, we'll just get the summon here to collapse on these guys. This Skaven build's great, man. So even though my Clan Rats route, I still have a lot of Storm Vermin. I should be able to win this. I got a pretty nice sandwich over here. Let's reman that artillery. The picks on the Ogres is already great. I think Plague Ogres are like super duper expensive if I remember correctly. We recharge on the Forsaken to get rid of their frenzy buff, and then I think I'm mostly fine now. Oh my gosh, yeah, the damage value's through the roof. No Globadiers. I'm just kind of showing off like the standard good Skaven build. Usually if you take too many range units as Skaven, you start suffering. And I don't want to like get people to take Globadiers and then they just start getting massacred. By the way, if you ever have a hard time versus Tarmacon, the answer is ignore him. If you ever think you can kill Tarmacon, the answer is you can't. That's my little bit of advice over there. 1,450 for Ogres, nice. Oh yeah, I'm the literal Everchosen now? Okay, definitely not. Although, like, yeah, Archaon, though, as the literal Everchosen. I'm happy that he's actually good. But it's mostly because Kolek and the other ones suck. Like, Festus is not. He's not too great. Anyways, this is Skaven. There's a quick Skaven showcase for you guys. I think this guy is more than dead enough now. If I was more worried, I would be spamming Rat Ogres. But this game was pretty chill, so we didn't need to go for them. Ikit Claw's just too much of a menace, and like, even though he collapses some of my Skaven, we just uptrade way too well with the Storm Vermin. Front line against like, you know, against a big rush. Do I have units here though? Okay, I have a couple for the Pestigors. We'll just send them in there. Guess Sigvald's big armor and perfect vigor isn't enough to keep him competitive. Unfortunately, and he's out. Nice. So I'll show off the Kislev build and then I'll probably close it out. We're streaming on Monday though, which is very hype. Crap, I forgot to check values. Whoopsie daisies. Chaos Dwarves next. Yeah, I'll show the Kislev, maybe a Chaos Dwarf game, and then we'll get full Druchi comp next. Honestly, Dark Elves don't have that much that's super exciting. Here, I want to mostly show off this build though. This one's hilarious. If you haven't seen this one, it's jokes. It actually uses Mother Estankia. So when Turin cast this, all right, when Turin cast this game, he totally missed the best magic. So Mother Estankia has 20% missile resist and all that biz, right? But the thing that makes it good is Forbidden Fens. The Lore of Hags actually has some abilities that are pretty good here. This gives you basically perfect vigor for your single entities, and it makes your cavalry charges do 1,000,000 damage. You don't have to undercast it, just always overcast. It only costs 6. And Witchbrew is actually a decent damage dealer for Chaff. So we're gonna run this into Empire, and you're just gonna see it obliterate their face, unless I screw up, in which case it would also be pretty funny. But this is totally the no infantry Kislev build. It's hilarious. Yeah, Kislev Monster Mash. Yo, this one's great. What do Frost Worms counter? Everything. They're like the Norskin. They're like the Norskin ice dragons, but better in every way. You should show off the Greenskins 8 Archer build. It's not good though. It's not good. Yeah, Hitman Hippo. Hitman Hippo is a good player. Very good player. Also, yeah, Sigvald is weak because he can't capture points. 3 capture weight. And he costs as much as Archaon. Then you have to take a caster. Kind of garbage. Hitman Hippo, by the way. Oh, this is Hitman Hippo. Oh, that's what you guys talk about. Oh, hell yeah. We got Hitman Hippo. All right, here we go. Yo, Hitman Hippo is a terrifying player. How did they do in the tournament, though? I think they got knocked out early by Berserk. Berserk's also a terrifying player. Yo, hell yeah. Yo, let's do it. But yeah, I stream weekdays, by the way, for all the Turin crowd. I got to do my shilling real quick, right? If you want to watch me play different factions every day and have fun with, you know, a variety of play styles, watch me go 3-1 in every tournament I sign up to because I'm not good enough with some of the newer factions I'm learning. Check me out weekdays, 1 p.m. EST. That's like, you know, that's roughly 7 hours earlier from right now is when I usually stream. On weekdays. Would highly recommend checking it out. I am a full-time Twitch streamer too, by the by. So you can expect a lot of content. It's the secret. It's the secret how I won the tournament. I'm no-lifing Warhammer, guys. I don't know what to say. These people have jobs, man. Some of these people have lives. I'm here and my work is getting better at sweat lording at Warhammer. What a blessing. But yeah, and I don't have the old man, you know. Okay, I only say it because Turin says it. All right, I'm not trying to be rude, but like straight up, Turin's poor hands, man. I still have the youth, at least for another couple of years before I start deteriorating. I'm ready for it, man. Most of my viewers are in their 30s, so they're letting me know that my time is coming. Anyways, you guys want to see something cool? You guys want to see something cool? So he has some Pistoliers, he has some Outriders. Yeah, this is what's cool. Hit him up! Beat him up, get in there! This is terrifying charge. Oh, he netted me! Holy crap, he netted me. It's fine. Mother Stankia actually has insane missile resist. Whatever, shoot me up. I don't care, man. Hitman Hippo with the crazy plays. All right, there you go. Net's gone. Back to killing him. Back to killing him. You know, Frostworms have 45% missile resist. It's jokes, man. It's jokes. You thought the net was gonna stop me? Get over here, you piece of crap. This is why people were banning my Kislev, by the way, because people were too afraid to try and copy the build, and it's an absolute menace. It's an absolute menace. Oh, you think infantry's gonna stop me? Have some witch brew. Have some witch brew. Oh, what's that? All the Outriders are dead? Wow. Wow, look at this. Look at this bad boy. Oh my gosh, the spears. Oh, more halberds. I'll take it too. Why not, you know? What? I'll It's such a power play. This build is hilarious, man. You just don't stop. It's great. And then it's like, wow, Patriarch heal on all of them. Oh my gosh, this is the most hilarious build ever. Look at that. Look at his cav trying to get out, but then I'm speed boosted, so my cavalry are faster than Slaanesh cav. Absolutely terrifying, man. Absolutely terrifying. His range damage do nothing against me. He did get the net though, which is impressive. It's not gonna save him though. This is why I power trip, by the way. This build is the reason why I throw games. It's because it's disgusting. Yeah, it's totally an A move build. Like there's no finesse about it. You just kind of pile driver into them. What is that? His Outriders? They rallied? Oh crap, there's another net. Is that gonna be enough though? Mother Stankia's thingamajig is pretty nice. He might have enough damage here to kill everything though. No, he's not really killing the Frostworms, which is what's a little worrying. Oh crap. He got a pretty nice volley on this big guy. The Frostworms are harder to kill though, it's fine. Do I have a heal? I don't have a heal. It's gonna die. We killed his hero here at least. The great thing about this is that even if you lose your big boy, you still have double Frostworm. I honestly wonder if the double Frostworm should be cut. But let's see it, let's see it. Come at me, bro. I gotta kill off this light caster though. The light wizard is the big bane because he's just gonna net my poor dude. Some Empire Knights, that's fine. I have this point, right? I didn't take the point. Classic Anticity mistake. Anyways, he's dead. Then I go for Marcus, and then I should be fine. My cavalry don't really route too hard. By the way, speed boosted Frostworms are a terror. They're very spooky indeed. There we go. And I'll just pile driver him. Should be fine. We did have to sacrifice a unit of cav. Ignore the fact that the valley trading's not too great. Come on. Come on, beat him up. Oh god, he actually got the mass on me. That's pretty good. Can he stop me from killing Marcus though? So he's trying to focus Ostankya. A lot of his outriders are getting caught up. I should have just gone for Marcus instead of getting overconfident, but that's kind of my deal here, okay? That's kind of my deal. All right, we'll get a bear cast on him. He's about to lose most of his boys. Honestly, once Marcus is dead, his leadership is going to be in ruins. Huge bear attack. Nice. Frostworms need to get into Mother Ostankya's range, though. Or we pile driver into the outriders. Another net. Did he resummon his caster? No, that's a Marcus net. At least I have the missile resist, though. Mother Ostankya is the only reason this build works against ranged factions. You can see how painful they are with their nets and such. All right. Maybe they shouldn't have banned Kislev, you know? If he played this playstyle, would have been pretty sus, right? Empire Knights versus Macav, though. We did finally capture that point, thank goodness. And then I just got to get a Witch Brew. I just need a Witch Brew in here, in that infantry blob, and then we win it. Or, maybe, I don't know. Where do I chuck out this Witch Brew? Like, Kislev Cav is great though. They're kind of killing it. Lots of frost worm shenanigans. Can I knock Marcus Wolfheart? Okay, yeah, this is a great Witch Brew. Just hit all of his knights and his infantry. Now Marcus is dead. All right, here we go. Yeah, with Marcus dying, if he goes down, this game is super over. Because none of his infantry are going to be able to survive the leadership hit. It should be a mass rout. If I can kill Marcus, though. It's kind of janky for Mother Ostankya. He does have a lot of outriders here, kind of bullying my frostworms, too. He has a net incoming. Mother Ostankya doesn't really know how to turn properly a lot of the time. She's kind of getting bullied. She's kind of getting bullied. No, not the frostworm. No. Oh, do I have another Witch Brew? I do. All right, let's get our Cav. Yo, it would have been jokes if he ran this build against me. We lost one Cav. No. Yo, did he manage to beat it with the net build? The Rogue Empire net build? Dude, Empire is crazy. Yo, the net was super clutch. I think Marcus lives. God dang, man. Yo, he's actually maybe gonna win this, quite possibly. Yeah, I think Ostankya dies. Dang. All right, well, there's the build, though. There's the build. I will say, he did kind of bring a hard counter. Yeah, there goes Mother Ostankya. And I did kind of YOLO. I should have gone straight for Marcus, and I probably would have been fine. But, yeah. And now it starts. Hey, you know what? I can be overconfident, though. I can be overconfident. It's fine. Indeed, Hitman Hippo is a good player. I wonder how this build would have done versus, like, other Kislev builds. Probably pretty good, because he'd be able to shut down my Cav. Does he have the shooting to win it, though? Like, what if I just had, like, a bunch of range units? I don't know. Regardless, though, he did win. A solid fight, indeed. GG, well played. You deserve some hubris. I do. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, the missile resist is great, though. You guys get the gist of it. If they don't bring, like, 50 nets, you'll probably be fine. You'll probably be fine. He said that was the build he prepped for the tournament. I see. Yeah, so it's a literally... Oh, he brought double light wizard? Yo, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. So he knew I was going to snipe one of his light wizards. So he started with 2. It must have been in the forest. Oh, my God. Dude. Okay, so now this is why people were afraid, though, right? That makes me feel a lot better. It was a full counter build. Okay, all right. And despite that, I feel like if I played smartly, I probably could have beat it too. By going straight to Marcus and just like spamming Cav. Oh my gosh, it was an honor to beat you on this. Yo, that's great though. I love seeing this build get beat because it beats traditional builds really well. Ah, that's hilarious, man. Oh my gosh. Anyways. I think that's fine enough. We'll end on an L. Hitman Hippo is a great player. I might be able to sweat lord it, but if I'm not super locked in, I throw all the time, man. No one expects the backup wizard. I know I didn't. That's crazy. But anyways, I'm probably gonna call it a day for today. We're streaming on Monday, 1 p.m. EST. If you guys want to watch that, it's usually earlier than when Turin streams, so not too much overlap. I had a great time. We got to show off our sick build. And if you want any tips for multiplayer, hit me up. I do coaching for free, all right? I'm giving out free coaching because I love talking about the game. I won't watch your replays, though, because that takes a lot of work. But I will answer your questions. Anyways, that's it for me. See you guys Monday. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And I'll see ya later. Peace, peace.